Super Thursday is here again. Group E action, the final group of ECL 22 by tomorrow. Our final qualifier for Championship Week, which starts on Monday. We're starting with a big clash between Pakai Care, the Spanish champions, against Punjab Lions Nicosia of Cyprus. But we will lose 2 teams today. Only 4 can make it to finals Friday. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. Well, Group E, the group of excitement, Super Thursday is here at the top 3. They'll be playing for position tomorrow on finals Friday, but they are guaranteed entry. Can't say that about the bottom 3 who have to play for survival here. Crucial day of play. Will go from 6 teams in Group E to just 4 that will make it to tomorrow. Well, a giant day means a giant coin toss. I've got the giant coin in my hand. I'm going to get to tournament referee Sir Rob Kemming for the coin toss.
Ready? Keeper, forward.
We're going to ball first.
So it was keeper Inu the call, BET2BALL the fall, and that means Pakai Care, they win the toss. They've elected to field. No surprises there. They do love to field first, especially when they've got such a weapon like Mohammad Kamran. He's been the fastest bowler in this tournament so far, and I'm sure he'll be unleashed early. It's going to be a really good battle for Pakai Care, their opening bowler, against Punjab Lions Nicosia, their opening batter, and captain Guri Singh. He has been fantastic so far in this tournament, but the battle only lasted 1 ball last time. Guru Singh getting bounced out on day 1. Let's see what happens there in this match. Of course, these top 3, they're playing for the chance for the double chance tomorrow. The top 2 performance out of the top 3. That's these 2 teams, Pakai Care, Punjab Lions Nicosia, and HBS Krinehout. They are guaranteed entry to finals day, but it depends how they play today. So really important matches for them. Each one of them will play twice. Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing this contest. Pakai Care 5-0. They haven't been beaten yet. Can the Cyprus team challenge them? They're 3-2. Look, they've outperformed what my expectations were, really, because Cyprus, we've seen some good cricket there, but I wondered how they'd go against the big boys. They've been really good. They've been well coached by Richard Cox as well, who's a very proficient coach. I like to see their bowling and fielding really tightening up, and I think that's been a big difference in this game. Well, I can tell you the conditions today in the Costa del Sol. A little bit hazy at the moment, but we're expecting a maximum temperature of 19 degrees, currently about 12, so not too bad. We had a lot of sunshine yesterday. I think we'll get plenty more today, and I'm looking forward to a very exciting day's cricket. Andrew Ryan, it's great to have him in the commentary box this week as well. He's there, he's waiting for the first ball. The news from playoff number 1 is Pakai Care versus Punjab Lions Nicosia. I can tell you that Pakai Care have won the toss and they're fielding first. Well, let's get ready for some fireworks.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, with the day's preview there. We're up to day 4 of Group E here at the European Cricket League, brought to you by BET2BALL. I am Andrew Ryan, joining you in commentary for the first game today. And as Vinny mentioned, it's the big clash between Pakai Care, Badalona, who went through the series of group games undefeated, looked incredibly strong throughout. Fantastic fast bowling unit at the top of the innings, and no shortage of power in their batsmen, in particular those 2 openers, Mohammad Ihsan and Mohammad Babar. They have slaughtered their way through the opening stages of this group, and obviously the man with the ball in his hand at the moment, Mohammad Kamran, he has caused some absolute destruction in the opening stages. Not only a hard man to get runs off, but generally taking 2 or 3 wickets a game. It's just been on some sort of incredible run when it comes to wicket taking. So the 2 openers from the Punjabi Lions have very sensibly come out there with headgear. He's not averse to dropping 1 in short. Mohammad Kamran starting the first game of the day. Good length ball, well left. Looks like that's come back a little bit from outside off stump. There's one thing that you can be assured of as an opening batsman, he will get no shortage of bounce. It's a lovely delivery, great shape. Saw a bit less lateral movement early on yesterday, maybe a little bit of dew on the ground from overnight, but Cameron's got that one to shape back nicely. Bowling to Tiwari. Been very, very good with the ball in this tournament. Seen a bit less of him with the bat, and he's joined by the captain Guri Singh at the other end. Another good ball, appeal from Cameron. I think there's an inside edge. Very active fielding corpse from Pakai Care. No hesitation to put some pressure on the batsman. Actually, may have even been bouncing over the top, possibly even squeezing down leg side. He's getting that consistent shape back into the right-hander. Good start from Cameron. Good ball. Flashed away to the offside. It's going to take a good effort from the fielder to come around and stop that. Handy footwork. Keeps it to 2. For the Punjabi Lions, that if they can get through Cameron's first over in particular, where he's been absolutely deadly in the tournament so far. So we see a nifty bit of work from the fielder coming around from the third man position on the boundary. They'd be pretty happy with that, even if it only means 5 or 6 runs on the board. Don't have the deepest batting lineup in the tournament, certainly compared to Pakai Care. It's a good tactical decision to send Tiwari out. Got a reasonably solid technique. Thrashes that through cover, misfield. Hit it strongly. Captain Guri Singh holding his hand out, suggesting they didn't want to come back for the 2. Nice shot from Tiwari. One advantage of a player bowling at the pace that Cameron is. Don't have to take a particularly big swing to get the ball with pace. He's just timed that nicely from outside off stump. He should have been snaffled by the man at cover, but slight fumble. No, carry through for an easy single in the end. First time we see Cameron against Guri Singh. Could be the defining matchup of the innings. Full ball. Very economy of foot movement. There wasn't too much in-swing coming in from Cameron. Also suspect that might be the last time he gets a full ball from him today. Certainly a player who prefers playing on the front foot. Well, another full one. He's taken him. Clipped off stump. And that's a big wicket. Guri Singh, he's been such a powerhouse for the Punjabi Lions throughout this tournament. Mohammed Cameron somehow does this almost every over, taking a wicket off the last ball. Saw him do it against the Farmers team the other day that managed to get through most of his over without any dramas. And then all of a sudden, Guri Singh just taking a massive swipe at the ball. To be honest, not great batting for such an important player in their lineup. His head goes down, realises that that's one of the major weapons from the Punjab Lions back in the crease. And Mohammed Cameron, look at the ecstasy on his face. Such a big swing and unnecessary against a player of Cameron's pace. Guri Singh back in the pavilion, none off 2. He's a bit of a tougher time with the bat the last day and a half. Just to rekindle some of that batting form. Make sure the Punjab Lions can secure a strong qualifying position for themselves. They'd be looking to go through, that was the first team from the top pool, but at least the second one to put themselves in prime position for tomorrow. As we approach the second over, I'd like to welcome Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandhu to the commentary box.
Yeah, well, I missed the key battle. He lasted 2 balls in the end. Here's Mohammed Baba for over number 2. Starts with, it slips over actually. See this in the follow through. Costin always a bit slippery first thing in the morning. Oh, he's stretching his toe there. Makes you think it might be more of a kind of calf cramp as a result of that little slip. Yeah, but yeah, Guri Singh, gotta say, I know that's what he does. He's aggressive. That's his go-to. And it wasn't that wise, was it? I wasn't expecting another one pitched up. It's a strange one. It flicked the leg stump, but knocked off the off bail. It kind of, one bail escorted the other one off, but just flicking the stump. So it's a big loss for the Cyprus champions. First up, we'll see if they can recover the movement. again, first thing in the morning, it's a bit of a catch-22 because you field, and yeah, they get a bit more seam movement. You can see now, sometimes you get a bit more swing first up, but then once the ball gets wet and a little bit damp because of the dew on this field, it kind of counters it. It's difficult to catch as well when you field first innings of the day.
We saw that from Marlowe first up yesterday morning. A lot of balls being caught on the boundary. They expected to go for 6. Full ball from Rivar, inside edge onto the pad. No run. Just watched him the last couple of balls. Vinny, we saw that he stretched his calf on that first delivery just with a little slip. Seems like he's just been bowling within himself.
Yeah. Now, I think that is now 5 overs in a row that Muhammad Cameron has taken a wicket off the last ball of his over. Richard Cox, good lines, you can see it. Coach, he's going to need a new notebook soon. He's been filling it up all week. This one seems back. It's good keeping from Muhammad Isan behind the stumps to deal with that. Just the movement Paco Care is getting at the moment. The Lions having trouble getting bat on ball.
Well, the Lions have been one of the better teams all week when it comes to swing bowling, but getting a lesson here from the opening pair from Paco Care. That's a delicious ball from Ahmed Babar, showing that he's got the capacity to move it both ways. Off times for the opening batsman, Tawari, 3 off 8. He's got to get moving.
He does. Doesn't want to get out now either because he's burnt a lot of balls, Tawari. He goes after it but doesn't get it. The fielder's going back. Gets fingertips to it. He can't hold on. He's running back with the flight, Majid Hanif. And that will be a couple. Not an easy chance, but he certainly got 2 hands to it, didn't he?
Yeah, with the quality of catching that we've had on display in Group E so far this week, expected that one to be taken. Just probably needed to take an extra half step. Ball just got slightly out of reach. Tough catch though, ball coming over the shoulder, particularly in the early morning sun. Oh, dropped short. Probably should have been put away from Tawari. He'll be disappointed. It's probably one of the looser balls that he's faced so far. End of the over. Chubb Lions now 5 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, so no real run production either. And let's see if they bring Cameron back. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And the Lions watching on. It's a bit of a, I suppose, a little sleepy start to the morning, but you don't want to be too sleepy because these are important matches. Only 2 of the top 3 will make it to the double chance tomorrow. Well, there we go. It was a bit of a preview for next week. But now let's have a look where these 2 teams finish. 5-0, Paco Care undefeated. Had a bit of a close call against Yek Corfu last night, but they still got across the line. Punjab Lions Nicosia, they're in 3rd place. And these 2, along with the number 2 team after the round robin, HBS Kreinhardt, they'll be fighting it out for that double chance today. They'll play matches 1, 3 and 5. In between, in matches 2 and 4, we'll have eliminators. We'll have to say goodbye to 2 teams. Always sad when we have to say goodbye to any teams here at the ECL, but it's a necessary evil as we are narrowing down the field. Ultimately, we'll have 5 teams left next week that can lift the trophy. Here's Kamran. So hurries up Sidun. He said the safest place for me is the other end, and he scampers away for a single.
Well, necessary evil sounds like a pretty good nickname for Mohamed Cameron with his brutal bowling that he's displayed at times. Although he's been generously very, very full of a length to the Punjab Lions so far.
Yeah, he's got that bounce that's always in the back of your head, I think, as a batter. Because you want to protect your stumps and kind of lean forward, if anything, just to make good contact on the ball. But he can sit you down. Hello to Nilkesh, who's watching in the chat. Great to see you, as well as Keanu and a few others. My eyes are gripped on the middle right now as Cameron comes in to resume his battle with Tawari. Just swipes. Doesn't hit this one. Now, this is the thing. You probably have to think, okay, do we just shut up shop against Cameron, not lose wickets? Or do we counter-attack and hope we get away with something? Probably going to get Babar again, considering he was moving the ball around prodigiously. And they've got some good spin options for the middle as well, and other medium pace options. Really well balanced attack, Paco Care. Here's the shorter one. No contact, I don't think, here, but all these dots adding up.
They probably don't have the option to just sit on this over now, Vinny. We talked about it through the first, whether or not to just play Cameron conservatively, but given there's only 6 runs on the board and we're partway through the 3rd, need a few boundaries if they can take advantage of the pace of Cameron while the field's up.
dug themselves a bit of a hole here to try and dig themselves out. That's how you get runs. And they'll get 4. So I say this is more luck than design that Cameron gets French cut, and we do have a boundary as finally the Lions get to double figures.
He probably won't be posting his highlight clips from this innings on social media anytime soon. Tawari, he's had 1 run off a missed field and covers. He's scored 2 off a dropped catch coming out from the 30-metre circle, and now he's inside edge 1 to the boundary. It's been a bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, it has, but it is the first boundary of the innings. You just need to try and recover here. I mean, if you can even sneak another one of those away, 15 off 3. Okay, it doesn't look that pretty, but if you can get 10s from there, you can get to 85 and have something to bowl at. And we have seen good bowling, good fielding pressure from Punjab Lions kickers out. Something I mentioned, I think their coach Richard Cox has been very big on. There's 2 more bullets in the hitman's gun here. Swing and a miss.
Feels like he's almost bowled within himself this morning, Vinny. I think he's a few clicks down on his top pace. It looks like he's focused more on line and length.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. I think he can dial it up when he needs to. But still, it's not slow, is it? Last ball for the hitman. That was the shorter one. I don't think there's anything on this. It's Ihsan. Yeah, thinks otherwise. End of the power play. Cameron takes 1 for 8. That's the first time. We haven't seen him take a wicket off the last ball for quite a while. 3 overs down. It's 10 for 1.
Well, I guess the one upside from a power play where they've only scored 10 runs from the 3 overs is that they've only lost the 1 wicket. So
yeah,
they've got to take the positives out of it. They've gotten through Cameron's 2 overs, and they've at least got the majority of the order still available to them. But 7 overs to go. It's an uphill task to set a strong total here. They can scrap their way to 90, 95 as we see the Manhattan. Most expensive over there was 6 off Cameron's last, and that was largely courtesy of the inside edge down to the boundary.
Yeah, so Barbar is going to come back. This is generally what they'll do in T10 cricket. They'll bowl out their openers, which you don't see many teams doing, but they normally do such a good job. It just can leave the other team in a bit of a malaise in the first part of the innings. Here's Barbar. Ankles in around the wicket. This is just knocked into leg side for just a single.
This was part of the issue with Sudun yesterday. He's technically a pretty capable batsman, but largely failed to find the boundary. With him combined with Tawari at the moment, they need at least 1 hitter. And these guys have really got to try to push, and they end up sacrificing themselves and losing their wicket, then so be it. They need to get some of the bigger hitters in. Still got Tajwinder Singh, who played a big innings for them yesterday when they were in dire straits. Well, they've heard the call. It's ripped over the deep mid-wicket boundary. Beautifully timed from Tawari. He's struggled to find the middle of the bat so far, but that's a beautiful cricket shot and a much-needed Maximo.
Yeah, well, they needed something, didn't they? And Tawari delivers. And counter-attacks on. It's a good shot through the line. It's a tough one because, yeah, he wants to be more aggressive now because he knows he has to up the ante. Not an easy morning for catching, whether you're on or off the field. But, yeah, but if he gets out now, we feel he's spent a large chunk of the innings for not too much. As it was the next one down. Man, it's cut off, so just get the 1. Sidun, he's another very talented batter as well. He's only faced a couple of balls so far. Well, they say the longest journey starts with the smallest step. That's what it feels like this morning for the Lions.
They're building sluggishly somewhat. Sidun's got to pick his areas here. There's a decent gap between deep mid and the man at fine leg. Goes the complete opposite direction and just plays it short cover.
That's a nasty one. No pads on the back of your leg. So Sidun just happy to keep scoring. He moves to 3, but he has a very big bruise to show for it tomorrow. Watch out. Annoying. You've survived, Cameron. All right, and then you end up getting the ball pinged into the back of your leg.
Short cover, generously missing the stumps by a good metre or so.
I'm going to tell you about my favourite injury of the year in a second. walking swing from Tuari. Christian Rocker in the night series at the start of the year. That is the exact thing happened to him. The ball came for a short third man. He was running for a single as he was diving. Looked like he was diving. The ball hits him in the calf. And I thought, oh, he'll be okay. He ends up getting assisted off the field. What actually happened? He's in his 50s, but he's had a good career. Christian Rocker. That one here. So end of the over. It's 20 for 1 after 4. And yeah, I'll tell you right now, and some of our viewers might actually remember it, as we welcome you to the broadcast once again on the European Cricket Network, whether you're watching on Fangirl in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's great to have your company. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Ryan. It is Super Thursday, so I've got the Superman suit on again today. A little bit chilly, so I've got the ECN scarf as well. So, yeah, so I thought he just got hit in the leg, but actually he pulled both hamstrings going for the single, and actually he wasn't diving, he was falling. He did make the run, and as he fell, he broke 2 ribs. So, I'm not saying that's a funny thing, but I'm just saying that you never quite know. I'm not a doctor, and that's what I've learned, because whenever I'm trying to diagnose stuff, I'm always way off. Anyway, we love your thoughts in the chat, the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Keep them coming, and well, it's going to be a really interesting day, a day where we know these 2 teams will be in finals Friday, but we're going to lose 2 teams. We'll see who the 4th team will be.
Yeah, sad to say farewell, Vinny, but at the end of the day, we've got to find the best teams. That's signalled wide, but I suspect the 3rd umpire is going to be sending Tuari back to the pavilion. Nice bit of work from Mohamed Ihsan, and that's a classy dismissal to start off the next over. Yeah,
well, in the words of Bon Jovi, he's already halfway there, living on a prayer. He's halfway off the field here, and I think we'll find he just doesn't get back in time.
Don't think this is a bad result, though, for the Punjab Tigers.
He steps, and there, yeah, he's certainly going to be gone here. We'll see it from side on, most likely. There, and I think the decision will be made that he is out. So Tuari, after labouring, getting through the initial period, but he will have to go. And he becomes the 2nd wicket to fall. The score now is 21 for 2. So it is a wide, but it is a wicket. And smart bit of keeping by Mohamed Ihsan behind the stumps.
Yeah, genuinely don't think that's a bad thing for the Punjab Tigers. Neeraj Tiwari back in the pavilion. Battled bravely, but I don't think with the 2 out there, Ian Sadoun, that they were going to be putting on a challenging enough target. As it is, I think this is Tajinder Singh, who's in excellent form with the Willow yesterday. Much more threatening batsman. Got a strong game, playing primarily between the long on and mid-wicket. Good man to have at the crease.
Yeah, good time for him to come, isn't it? I mean, they need to get a wriggle on. They have recovered somewhat. Still have 6 to come. You see the figures of Skander Ali. Got 1 for 1 off 0. Tajinder, he's in a hurry as he normally is, and his first ball is swung away behind square. 4 runs.
It's like Tejwinder's gone to the restaurant and just ordered off the a la carte menu of a half tracker down leg side. Could not ask for a better introduction to the crease. No fielder's going to cut that off. They've got the man down at deep square, but after a nice piece of bowling, get the stumping off the first ball, Ali's just dragged one down, and Singh's not going to miss putting that away. Bit more air, club down the ground. He's hit it nicely. Fielder's coming around. That's gone for a 2nd successive boundary. Tejwinder Singh doing exactly what we expected and exactly what his team needs at this stage. Consecutive boundaries. He's already 8 off 2.
Yeah. One muscle down the ground, wasn't it, from Tejwinder? Yeah. Best ever. No, it's a slippery morning. Shiraz Ahmed had certainly very time fielding down the ground in this series. Big, hearty swing from Tejwinder. No contact this time. It's going to be exciting, I think. He's not going to go on the defensive. We know that.
He's a really useful cricketer. Done well with the new ball for the Lions as well. So he just pulls out of that one. He's a really, really strong hitter. Very agricultural in his strokes, but very, very effective.
Quicker one. Has a good look and thinks it's a bit high, I think, in the end.
I think that's actually a pretty good shout, Vinny. I'd like to see this one on the replay. It was short, but it didn't get up as much as you would have expected.
It was the quicker one. I think Look, he's a long way back as well. I think it's a good call. I think it's a really good call. Seemed to be climbing. He's kind of on the jump as well. Hits him above the pad. Asad Ali had a very good look, then decided it was going over. I think that's good umpiring.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, we're looking aside on.
Tajwinder probably disappointed he didn't put it away.
Just tossed up and down leg side for wide. Yeah, look, the umpire only gets to see it from the front view, and it's really from the side where we could make a better decision. So, yeah, I think it was good work from the men out there in the middle.
Been excellent umpiring this week.
Yeah, for sure. So we're just going to lean on this one for one. He can play a bit more that support role at the moment. He's just happy to get a single from every ball that he faces. He's done that 4 times already. Now Tejvinder, what does he do here? Probably try and hit the ball out of the ground. All right, last ball for Sikandar Ali in this over. Push through, so we're going to miss. Halfway through the first innings of the day. Playoff number 1, match 16 of Group E. The score, Punjab Lions, Nicosia, they're 32 for 2.
I think this is a much more comfortable situation for Sadoun. While Tuari was out there, it was a case of them both having to really press the scoring along. But at least for so long as Tejwinder Singh's out there, his main job is to just give him the strike as much as possible. Just see the Punjab Lions card. Certainly as far as wickets lost, only 2 down. 5 overs remaining. They've got plenty of batters back in the shed. So there's no issue on that front. It's just the run rate at the moment, sitting at a paltry just above 6. So doing 4 or 4. He's actually struggled to get the strike when he's been out there for 30 balls and only faced 4 of those.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing necessarily though. If Tejvinder's going at the other end, if Tejvinder's getting most of the strike, because he can score really quickly. It's Shiraz Ahmed. He comes in for over number 6, his first ball of the day. Pretty good one. Full straight. Be the kind of defensive bowler we're going to see from now on. I think they won't be so focused on taking wickets, but I think a lot of those deliveries up in the block hole, it's trying to restrict the scoring of these two. At the moment, they have got the run rate up above a runner ball, but not by much.
No, probably need a good 60 odd at least to come off these last 5 overs if they're going to set a defendable total.
Goes after it, finds a gap. Behind the bowler's head. This is just one.
Just got jammed up a little bit. Tejwinder Singh likes a little bit of room to swing his arms. Talked yesterday about the fact that his bat plane sort of sits out towards a much squarer position than you'd normally expect yesterday, but it does allow him to generate a lot of power swinging across the line. Just needs to get some space to free the arms.
Swing and a miss this time from Sadoun. A question from PK in the chat asking what's coming up on ECN, and I can tell you that we have ECS cricket. So these are domestic T10s coming up, and we're starting right here in Cartama in Spain. Then we've got Cartama in Portugal, and Netherlands, Bulgaria, and Romania. So plenty of cricket coming your way, and then plenty more destinations after that. Thanks for your question.
They miss. Sadoun 2 dots in a row. So as long as he's out there, he's absolutely got to be turning the strike over. Stepped away, flashed at it. Seems to be his weakness, actually. Ball just slightly short of a length. Cut shot not as reliable as he's shot straight down the ground. Pretty good over from Ahmed. Bustling in. Not getting a great deal of movement, but he's been effective.
Outside leg stump. This one's going nowhere fast. So, yes, there's really good defensive pressure. Pakai Care, the 5-0. Now, no team, Rhino, has gone through the entire week without tasting loss. Carlton of Scotland. It was the very last game that they lost. They won every game except the final. Like in Group B. Group C, I should say. Flicks this away, but it's catching practice. It should be taken, and it is. So, Sadoun, had a bright start to his innings here. He's able to knock the ball around, but just got in a bit of a funk and just wasn't able to accelerate the scoring. Asad Abbas takes the catch and reward for a good tight over from the captain, Shiraz Ahmed. as Sudun has to go for 5. The score is 34 for 3.
Yeah, once again, not a bad result for the Punjab Lions. Sudun's going back to the pavilion. It looks like it might be Scott Austin coming out to bat, who's probably their in-form hitter at the moment. He's been good coming into the middle overs the last couple of days, but Sudun just chewed up 4 consecutive balls, 3 dots, and then the dismissal. It wasn't a great over as far as the Punjab Lions are concerned. Just when they started to get their run rate back into reasonable shape, as it is, they're now 34 for 3.
Yeah, so let's see what stone cold Scott Austin can do about it. It's the end of the over as well, so 34 for 3, just dipping back under run of ball pace now. 6 over check-in time. Well, from here, if you get 2 a ball, you get to 82. Yeah, that's not the worst. We've seen those kind of scores defended before. Pack don't care. Also got a power-packed batting lineup. Svinder goes back and punches it on the offside. Shows he can play a range of strokes. He doesn't try and hit absolutely everything to the leg side. Was it a nice shot on that occasion? Probably trying to hit it a bit later. If he did that, then he can get it behind point, perhaps to the boundary. But Iskander Ali does mix up his pace, doesn't he? So he's hard to get that timing right.
Certainly wouldn't suggest that Tejwinder caresses the ball into the gaps. He gives it a mighty slap every single time he faces, but he's timed beautiful strokes so far.
Here's stone cold Scott Austin. Just want to get straight through him.
Nice bit of bowling from the spinner, just giving a little bit of width outside the stump, making the batsman set back, try to move it through the offside. He just cramped him up with a tiny bit of movement back in.
Oh no, could be trouble. Good throw, be in trouble. It wasn't a good throw. Dragged the ball away from the stump, so Austin gets off the mark.
Great athlete, Austin too. Going to be a extra special bit of fielding, needing to run this young man out, even with the delayed start. Tejwinder Singh really, really keen to get himself back on strike.
Oh, this is out of here. Knew it at the moment it left the bat of Tejwinder. Now, behind the windscreens. And that is Maximo. 6 runs to the Cyprus Chaps, and the Lions trying to put something together in the back half of this innings.
Sounds like a cannon coming off his bat, doesn't he? He's really, really got some strength in that upper body, and he's timed that to perfection. Great shot. It's gone a good 30 metres over the boundary. Short, Singh gives himself some room, plays it to the offside. It's going to be cut off by the man coming in from deep cover. I haven't seen Atif Mohammed with the ball yet. Vinny, the tall young left armour, he's been very good throughout the tournament.
Yeah, that's true. He's got plenty of options. Nice ball the over coming up. Give himself some room and punches this one down to Cameron at long off. As we get to the end of the 7th over, so still feel like this is stuck in second gear as Punjab Lions Nicosia at 44 for 3. This is what the program is today. The match is in green. These are top 3 teams after the round robin stage, and they are essentially playing themselves. And the top 2 performers today, out of those 3, will get the double chance tomorrow. The matches in red there, they are eliminators, and it's Farmers versus Yet Corfu. They're on the chopping block. Next up, in match 17, eliminator number 1. The loser will be out of the tournament. The winner will play Marlow later on, and the winner of that match will join the 3 top teams in finals day tomorrow.
It's almost like a parallel universe, isn't it?
It is.
Teams fighting for, jostling for top spot, and the others fighting to save going home.
Shot. But, yeah, it's going to get over the head of Bubba down at deep backward square. Austin, he gets going with a Maximo. That's all he needed. One, Shiraz Ahmed. He hasn't bowled too many length deliveries, but he bangs this one in, tests out Scott Austin. He was up to the test, and he gets 6.
Yeah, it seems to be his favourite hitting area, Scott Austin. We saw against a couple of the slower bowlers yesterday that he got down on the front knee and went for the slap over square leg. Beautifully timed shot. Fielder down there at backward square thought he was in with a chance for a moment, but well struck.
That's why we call it Super Thursday. No matter whether you're up the top or up down the bottom, it's super important. Slow ball this time. Uh-oh, he's going to be run out here. It's just complete miscommunication. Now there's a fair bit of two-way communication, but the result is the run out of Austin, who just takes off here. And Isan hits the stumps. I think he has the gloves on. We'll see what exactly happens. He looks, and yeah, to be honest, I don't think Austin can blame Tejwinda too much for that. He was looking straight where the ball went. He should have known probably there wasn't a run there. And Isan makes no mistake. So a bit of a wasteful run out there as Austin departs for just 8. The score now 50 for 4.
Well, certainly Tejwinda Singh's call there, and the ball travelled quickly through to Mohamed Isan, but great bit of work with the gloves on. And as an ex-superstar wicketkeeper yourself, Vinny, you'd be very appreciative of what he's done there. Didn't hesitate for a moment, just pins the stumps down. Yeah, excellent bit of fielding.
Didn't panic. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what went wrong there. A few things went wrong. I'm not sure if Tejwinda did call yes or something like that, and that got Austin interested in the run. But normally your obligation is just to look at your partner, get a sense of where the ball is, look at where your partner is, and you should have realised there wasn't a run. Right, slow ball, it's picked, and it is hit out of the ground. Maximo Taran, he comes to the crease with immediate effect, so they lose Austin, but they get 6, and that's a perfect start for Taranjit.
Yeah, nice stroke, and it's the second boundary that it's gone for in this over in between the wicket. Lovely shot, back of the hand, slow ball, but he sat and waited for it, kept his shape. Great shot.
Now wide, so just kind of grafting a score here. The last quarter of the innings now, on track for 75 or so. I've seen those kind of scores defended, but you just feel Pakai care when they're batting. They come out, they go bang, 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 bang. Occasionally, we've seen them collapse, but not that often.
Don't think they're going to nerd all the way to this total, whatever happens.
No timing this time. Just be 1.
A couple of balls left in this over. It hasn't been a great one from Ahmed, despite the wicket, which was largely affected by Isan with the gloves. Tejwinda Singh hasn't been on strike too much the last couple of overs, been pinned at the non-strikers end. Needs to make the most of these 2 balls.
Had a bit of FOMO. I think he's keen to rejoin the party. Does. He's a really good shot. It'll be 4 down the ground. Just shimmies, gives himself a little bit of room, picks up the length. Once again, Sheraz Ahmed, not as effective, I think, when he bangs it in. I think he's scared of getting the full one wrong to Tejwinda. But regardless, it's a good flat bat swat for 4.
Wasn't cross bat shot straight down the ground. Not something you would have seen in textbooks 20 years ago, but an incredibly effective shot. They've got both the long off and long on reasonably straight, but not a chance of hitting that one down.
Slow ball goes for it, and this one I think is going to go all the way. Maximo! Unconvincing, but effective. You'll find that one in the textbook too. It's in the appendices. You have to look right up the back, but it's 6 more. And finally, we're seeing some life out of the Lions.
Well, I wouldn't mind getting a hold of the bat that Tejwinda Singh has got as we see the end of the 8th, 68 for 4. That he's almost got that off the top edge. Actually, it's probably a little bit cruel, but certainly wasn't off the middle of the bat. And it's gone over. I'm sure when he saw 6'4" Atif Mohammed down there at deep mid-wicket, he thought maybe in with a chance of getting caught, but as it is, carried the boundary relatively comfortably. He has made the most of those last 2 balls, 10 off them, and that's given the run rate a kick along.
Well, surf's up. Finally, the worm's going up. And that was a handy over. Sheraz Ahmed, some of the variations not really working out. 24 come off the 8, so a magical finish to the over. And I say they're heading for an ugly 85 to 90. This hasn't been pretty, but they do have runs on the board. Let's see if that continues as they continue with spin. Adil Shafkat into the attack. Starts with a full toss, and this one is escorted out of the ground. Maximo! And it was a good finish to the 8th. It's a perfect start to the 9th for Cyprus.
Well, a team that was scrapping around in single figures at the start of the innings, they've now gone 4-6-6 over the last 3 balls. And I wouldn't say that Pakai Care's losing control of this effort, but all of a sudden, the team from Punjab Lions, Nicosia, they're starting to put themselves in a position where they've at least got a reasonable total to defend. And Shafkat, if he can't get his control, then he could go for plenty in this 9th over.
He went for the block hole, just overcooked it a bit. 30 have come off the last 7 balls now. Just going to try again. This time no contact.
Good response from him though. Made sure that ball was outside off stump. Didn't give Singh an opportunity to swing across the line.
Just want to make it as difficult as possible for the batter to go and hit those leg side shots, I think. Make him do something different. That's good bowling by Shafkat, good adjustment. Just 2 feet inside the crease. It's a good leg spinner this time. And yeah, I like this because he's not afraid to slow the ball down a little bit. And variation in pace can cause mistiming from the batter. A swing and a miss. You can see another big swing here from Taranjit. Goes after him this time. Tries to change the length. Isan has a go. I think he's well home. Just a single. That's one thing you can do as well, is use your feet, not necessarily slogging the ball away, but he knows this will disrupt the length that Shafkat's trying to bowl.
Yeah, probably need to open up the body and try to go over cover there, but nonetheless, it was good to see him charge down the pitch. On the other hand, I think Mohamed Isan has probably had an appeal registered for at least half of the balls in this innings.
He's on world record pace.
Incredible to see.
He tries to flat back this one down the ground. Doesn't make any contact, so it's been a good comeback after the 6. It's been dot, dot, 1 dot. And there's only 7 off the over with the ball to go.
Big ball this, Vinny.
Bowled, really well bowled by Shafkat. This one was a Yorker, and it was pushed through. And Tejvinder gave up his stumps, and he lost his stumps. It goes, but not before a spirited 27. The score is 75 for 5.
Yeah, could see the change in ball position in the hand there as he was moving in. Tejwinder Singh didn't spot it, but that's the medium pacer that's gotten straight through and beautifully bowled. And Shafkat, after coming up the full toss that was dispatched for a maximum of his first delivery, has come back with an excellent over. Only 1 more run conceded, and then sending Tejwinder back to the pavilion. He was the wild card for the Punjab Lions, and his explosive batting will be missed for these final 6 balls, but an excellent innings in the meantime from him. 27 off 13, so 75 for 5. 6 balls still in the kitty. What do you think they need, Vinny? It'd be nice to get to 90 just as a psychological barrier.
I'll certainly take 90, especially when you consider that they were 10 in the power play, right? So it wasn't going very well at all. Remember earlier I talked about if they could get kind of that 2 ball from the 6 over mark, then they get to 82. And they kind of have gone at that pace since. As we see Kasim Anwar come to the crease. He's a good hitter at non-strikers end at the moment as Taranjit's facing up. 10th overtime. Here's Atif Mohammed. Big swing. And clever ball. That might have been a slow ball straight out the gate from Atif Mohammed.
Yeah, it was. I like this young man, Atif Mohammed. It's a little bit of Irfan Pathan with his action.
Yeah.
He's got the ability to bowl a little slider. It's really, really good side-on position. He's got a few change-ups. I think he's impressive. And actually, I think if Paco can make it through to next week, I think this guy could be a real X-factor for them.
Yeah. Young talent. Bowled again, this time just wide though.
I don't mind his tactics though. I'd be happy for him to give away the wide and try to keep it away from the wheelhouse of Taranjit Singh, who's already blasted a few to the boundary. It's not bad bowling.
Because if you get it wrong, it can cost you more than 1, right? But I suppose you do have to re-bowl it. Yeah, Atif Mohammed took a very good caught and bowled yesterday as well. He's actually not too bad with the bat, but doesn't really get a bat very high in this team because of the strength of their batting lineup. Another slow ball off the end of the bat. I think we just have to settle for 1 here. So Kazim will saddle up and see what he can do against Atif Mohammed.
Seen his power earlier in the tournament and a little bit yesterday, Vinny, and given they have got some hitters, probably not guys who are going to play extremely long innings, but it does question once again that strategy of the guys up the top who have just swallowed so many deliveries. I mean, if they were 77 for 5 still with 2 overs to go, they'd be in even a much better position, but just wasting resources at the top.
Big swing to the leg side. And now we might have a run out here. So he misses the first time Atif Mohammed, but he's going to run out. He's going to run out Taranjit Singh here. So I think Taran just wanted the strike back. Kazim Anwar wasn't on the same page. He wasn't even looking. And so that's actually a bit of a bonus. I know it doesn't necessarily save a run, this run out. You see that Taranjit, he wanted the strike. Kazim looked fairly bemused as he Basically caused Taran to U-turn. He's run out. Again, handy contribution, 15 for him. As he departs, there's 3 balls remaining, 77 for 6.
Look, it's only circumstantial evidence, Vinny, but from watching that vision, I'd suggest that they weren't on the same page, that Taranjit was going to run no matter what on that ball. And his partner, Kasim, just sitting there admonishing himself for missing the delivery.
Don't even think they were reading the same book, Rhino. 3 to come. Oh, that big swing and a miss. So, again, it's batting shape, isn't it? I mean, there's a big gap over cover. He's just going to his favourite shot, Kasim Anwar. He's actually a pretty good hitter straight. We saw that earlier in the week. He's making up his mind that he wants to go onside. And Latif Mohammed, because the batting's a bit one-dimensional, he's saying, okay, I'm just going to keep putting it just inside the wide line. And he's executed his skills really well here at the death. Now the quicker one. And now enough's enough. So he's going to be run out here. And Kasim Anwar, strike 3, you're out. And so I'm going to try somebody else. I think Sushil Kumar will face the last ball as he's run out for a duck. The score is 77 for 7.
Well, fair play to Latif Mohammed. He is stuck to a plan and has been rewarded for it. Almost every single ball's been aimed about a foot outside off stump, and with the left arm angle coming wide of the crease, taking it out of the leg side, hitting power zone. But Kasim Anwar just didn't adjust his game. Either needed to look for a boundary into the point region or even start himself outside off stump. That's a pretty ordinary innings from a guy who's shown much better during this tournament. He's run out for none off 3 balls. Too many dots in this innings, Vinny.
Yeah, way too many. Yeah, Kasim just couldn't get going there. Latif Mohammed, though, he's clever because he kept the same line there, but he just changed the pace. This is a lot quicker.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to like about the way this young man goes about his business. They've trusted him with the 10th over. If he had have gone for 15 or 20 here, then Pakai Care batting lineup would have had a bit more pressure on them, but he's absolutely responded.
So she gets one chance. Slot machine on the board, 77 for 7. And this is probably this would have been the biggest knockout I've ever seen. If you ever wanted to see a batter going early, he's actually ended up about 14 metres down the pitch. Yeah, Latif Mohammed was within his rights, but he says,
Great cricket.
Yep. Now he waits and gets hit into the leg side. It's a really long chase for Shiraz Ahmed, and he boots it out of bounds. So it's going to be 4 to finish, and so that's a good finish. They do get to 80. Entertaining last over. Punjab Lions, you can see out. They all finish 81 for 7 off their 10.
Yeah. Entertaining last ball, to be honest, too. We had what could have very genuinely been a man-cad opportunity for Latif Mohammed. He's generously pulled out and called back the batsman who'd already run 18 metres down the wicket, and then misfield out there. It was a nice little clip off the legs, and then Shiraz Ahmed coming around from squarish mid-wicket position, decided the feet were better than the hands. Didn't turn out to be a good option. Kicks across the boundary line, and it's a much needed 4 for the Punjab Lions at Nicosia, and they end up 81 for 7 off their 10.
Yeah, well, there's the trophy. That's what all the teams are still playing for. And we still have 10 teams that could potentially raise the trophy, but it was camera out of clock, set your watches. And that was the first ball. The second ball, in fact, the group tap tried to slog out of the ground. He departed. So another win for the hitman. He sparked that early out of malaise in the innings. Only 10 off the power play. And yeah, in particular, we saw a few batters up the top that couldn't quite get going, Rhino.
Yeah, Niraj Tiwari tried his best, managed to come up with a couple of big blows, but he only scored and under a run of balls, 17 off 19. And they just couldn't consistently hit boundaries. It was a smart bit of bowling from the spinner, and that was the demise of Tiwari with a good piece of stumping. Mohammed Ihsan, leaving aside the fact that he's probably gone hoarse with his voice from appealing every second ball. He had an excellent day with the gloves. Eventually, Tejwinder Singh came to the pitch, and they probably needed him a little bit earlier with a few more balls in the kit bag. As it was, he started with a fine shot, a pull down to the deep square leg boundary. Pakai Care pretty secure with their catching, as they have been all throughout the week. Ground fielding's not quite up to the same standard, but they've snaffled plenty of good grabs throughout this time. Very Singh just contemplating what might have been, but the rest of his teammates did keep up the run rate in those middle overs. Guys like Scott Austin coming in before he was done with a beautiful bit of work from Mohamed Hassan. Fantastic bit of keeping, throwing the stumps down still with his gloves on. And Austin was stone cold run out. No difficulty with the decision there. But they still had a few blows to land. Guys coming down the order like Taranjit Singh, showing they've got some capacity to hit 4s and 6s with regularity, and perhaps just a bit of a tweak needed in the batting lineup to give those guys some extra opportunity rather than only giving them a few overs at the end. But Tajwinder Singh, he was the man that continued to keep them in the game. It was a really, really strong innings for him before he was ultimately out in the latter stages. He ended up with 27 off 13, a number of hefty blows, particularly down the ground and out to mid-wicket. That was an excellent piece of bowling after Shafqat had been smoked for a 6 off his first ball. Kept it to just 1 run off the remainder of the over and clean bowled off his final one. And then a highly entertaining last over, including a succession of dot balls. It was excellent bowling from Atif Mohammed. Managed to take an air swing, trying to take the stumps out the first time, but had plenty of time. There we had the second instance there. We get to see it where he takes the stumps off at the bowler's end. Great work again from Mohamed Hassan. Just so composed when those opportunities come up. But the young left-hander, Atif Mohammed, he did a great job with the ball in that final over. Till the last ball, which was hit for 4 and a much-needed boundary for the Punjab Lions of Nick Asiya, who ended up with 81 off the board for the loss of 7 wickets. Have a quick look through their batting card. Neeraj Tiwari, he was a surprise inclusion at the top. He was out for 17 off 19, stumped by Ihsan. Guru Singh, who started off the tournament with a big bang, or probably rather a succession of bangs, he started to fall in a heap, and he was clean bowled by Mohammad Kamran. Big loss, him going after only 2 balls for no runs. Kamran once again outstanding with the ball. He's gone 1 for 8. Just so surprising to see him actually go through an over without taking a wicket, but still incredibly economical. Albert Babars continued his excellent tournament with a couple of very tidy overs at the top, and all round the bowling lineup did a very, very good job. Probably only the one loose over there from Ahmed. That was the 8th innings, and that was probably the only time that Punjab Lions had enough impetus that they could have confidently said they had a chance of pulling in 3 figures. But as it was, it's a fairly challenging job for them to defend. 82 as the target for this Pakai Care batting lineup. They have got some absolute monsters with the willow, particularly the guys coming out to open in the form of Ihsan and Babar, on the assumption they will keep that batting structure as they have throughout most of the tournament. So Pakai Care, after an excellent effort with the ball and in the field, will no doubt be very, very confident of taking a first up victory here on Super Thursday. It is day 4 of Group E here at the European Cricket League, brought to you by BET2BALL. We are in the middle of Game 1 here today. Punjab Lions, Nick Asiya, 81 for 7 on the board. Pakai Care, Badalona coming to chase the 82-run target, and we'll be back here at the Cartama Oval in beautiful Andalusia in Spain in just a matter of minutes. Please come and join us then. Welcome back to the lovely surrounds of the Cartama Oval here in the Andalusia region of Spain. We've got the first clash of day 4 of the BET2BALL European Cricket League presented by Kiba Inu, and it is the Pack Eye Care boys from Badalona. They have gone through the competition undefeated so far, and after keeping Punjab Lions of Nicosia, the Cypriot champions, to a score of only 81 off their 10 overs, they will be feeling very, very confident of being able to register their first win on Super Thursday and putting themselves into the box seat of qualifying as the #1 team for Friday's exchanges. But if there's one thing we know about this Punjab Lions side, they will not go down without a fight. They have a gutsy bowling lineup and one of the best swing bowling units in the competition, and no surprise that they have turned to Tejwinder Singh to take the opening over. He'll be ably supported by the skipper Guru Singh in the coming overs, no doubt. They've got the spin of Niraj Tiwari. Been a very effective bowling unit throughout the first 3 days of Group E. Tejwinder, he's been the man leading them the whole way through and has been leading them with the bat the last couple of days as well. He's just continuing a wonderful all-round tournament. And boy, do they need him to pick a couple of early scalps up. Tejwinder Singh, first ball of the innings. Nice full delivery right in the block hole, and the bar respects it, just hands it out to the offside. Right on the money, Tejwinder. Uses that upper body strength. He's not particularly tall, but does have the capacity to bowl that Yorker with remarkable consistency, and if he can get a little bit of tail in, Yorker number of batsmen this week, he's a good bowler. Oh, Yorker goes a little bit astray, and Babar doesn't need a second invitation. Swats it over the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that's the first maximum of the innings. Pack Eye Care on their way. Just a wonderful striker, Babar. Clean hitter. Those shots all around the ground. That is no easy strike off a man bowling at Tejwinder Singh's pace. That express like Mohammed Cameron pace, but he sends it down with enough velocity. Literally just flicked across it. Superb cricket. It's judged wide. Wasn't a great ball from Tejwinder. Was clearly trying to avoid getting back into the power zone of Babar. Would be sent over that mid-wicket boundary. Again, probably a reasonable call from the umpire. On length, swung out. It's going to roll all the way to the boundary. Wasn't a bad ball from Tejwinder, probably a little bit full, but Babar probably expected what was coming, given he'd switched to that wide of off-stump line, and only the one fielder out there who's in deep cover. Can't get around to cut it off, and that's an excellent start for Pack Eye Care. Already 11 runs off the on the board, already partway through this first over. Challenge from Tejwinder Singh. Generally been on top of the batsman throughout the tournament so far. Good length ball just pushed out. It's going to be a run-out opportunity. Fires it in. Well done from the keeper, backing it up. That was Niraj Tiwari. Direct hit. Might have had Ihsan in trouble. Thought about the run for a moment. Ihsan not backing up particularly far. I think he probably would have been safe in the end. Made good ground, but a nice bit of fielding regardless from Tiwari. Strong arm in the inner circle. Ihsan, fairly relaxed customer. Been destructive with the bat so far. Nice ball, almost up in the block hole. Just pushed straight back down the pitch. 12 runs on the board, first over, only chasing a target of 82. Exactly the start that Pack Eye Care would have been looking for. These two have carried them with the bat so far in this tournament, been excellent. That's going to full ball. Tiwari coming around, picks it up one-handed. Fortunately slips as he was attempting to make a throw. Unlikely that would have been a run-out chance. And Pack Eye Care, they end up 13 on the board for no wicket down after the end of over 1. And just welcoming back to the commentary box, Mr. Maximo. It's a good start from the Pack Care batting lineup.
Yeah, pretty bright start. I mean, 11 off the first half of the over. And looking pretty decent. You just need to get these hitters. And, despite shoelace being undone in the scrambling of that single, I think Mohamed Babar will be in the mood to keep things moving. And Isan, again, he's a man that had a bit of a slow start to the week, but he's a really experienced T10 player, striker of the ball. And give it a whack. He's going to have to face up to Guri Singh. Mufasa, the king of the Lions. He will be steaming in here in the second over. This one's in the air, but it's miscued. But it's a long chase for the fielder, and he's not able to grasp it. He gets there in the end. Vikram Verma, who's a pretty good fielder. I think this one ends up just kind of clanging off his body rather than the hands. And Isan gets a life.
That's a huge drop. Vinny Verma made good ground, as you said. Probably, if anything, had the opportunity to take a steadying step before the ball came to him. As it is, it looks like he just had a little bit too much momentum. Ball's cannoned off his chest, and that's a huge drop. Isan back in the pavilion in the start of the second over.
Particularly, you get these two, and you need to get them quick to stay alive in the game. Very different sort of a start than we saw in the first innings of the day. Well bowled, Gurpratap Singh.
Yeah, he's bowled well this tournament. Doesn't get quite as much sideways movement as Tejwinder, but he's pretty accurate. Gets it up in the block hole. Bustling bowler. Know what you're going to get from him, but doesn't give the batsman much room to free his arms. Might see if he can build a couple of dots against Babar, get him to try to manufacture a shot.
Worked away by Babar. I think what Mohamed Babar does really well in this version of the game is he's quite selective with what he goes after. You rarely see him playing a real rash stroke, but because he's got such a large range of shots available to him, he seems to be able to have the answer to most balls that are bowled at him. As we see Rico checking out the trophy. Just, obviously, security's been stepped up there. Morning to you, Rico, and everyone else. Got Sam and Marzi there.
Great choice of outfit by Rico today.
That's good. This is in the air, and it's going to be into the gap. The ball is racing away, and it's actually... Oh, well, I'm not super sure that this is not going to be four.
Good full-length dive from Sushil Kumar, who was the man pursuing it to the boundary, but he just couldn't stop the momentum.
It was a great dive. Now, that's fine. I mean, that's 10 points. But here, this one about here. Oh. My instinct is that's probably four.
I'm sure we're going to get a great camera angle much closer to that, but it did feel once Kumar tossed the ball back, it got that unfortunate spin with the ball carrying through. Not sure the fielder coming in there.
I think that's a good call. It's been called for now. The fact that his hand was on the other side of the rope and then brought the rope in, probably an indication that the ball met the rope at some point. So, ball runs to the total. Isan, next ball is driving just for one. Helix in the chat, he's asking, did Corey wear the crown from the big trophy after the win way back in 2019? Well, probably did. I know that the captain, Peter Saylor, also the Dutch international captain, he wore it. I know that I wore it. Wasn't particularly comfortable, certainly for a photo opportunity. So,
let's just say I'd be stunned if Corey didn't wear it.
Yeah, true. Side edge onto the pad. Babar get through for a single. With Corey's little head, though, probably wear it as a necklace. At the end of 2 overs, the score is 21 for no loss. But, thanks, everyone, for your questions and comments in the chat. Your Helix as well. And Luke giving the toss news that Farmers, they'll be bowling first. The next match after winning the toss, elimination match. This is with a story in the round robin stage. So we've got these two teams up the top. The game coming up next, it's Farmers versus Yak. Both those teams only winning the one match in the round robin stage. So they're playing for their survival. That one match that Jersey did win, it was over Greece. It was over the Greek champions, Yak Corfu. So I'll give them some confidence, but some team news. Reece Palmer is unfortunately not available for Jersey. As this one is whipped up and whipped into the jungle. And he goes with the angle here. So dangerous. Maximo. 6 for Pack Care.
You mentioned earlier, Vinny, about Babar being very selective of when he does try to hit big. This ball just drops a little bit full on a length and whips those wrists across it and strikes it beautifully, sends it up onto the hill. It's gorgeous batting.
Probably hitting off stump or maybe a fraction outside off stump. He's just so strong, going with the angle from Tejvinder with the comeback ball. Gets this one further outside the off stump. Oh, this is lovely. Maximo! 6 over cover. And Bubba just feels like he's one step ahead of the bowler. I think he knows the bowler's going to push it wider. He knew that if it was there, he was going to go over the offside. He certainly did. He went over the rope for 6.
Yeah, I think Tejwinder's just, first and foremost, he's not getting much movement at the moment, which is not helpful. But I think he's also probably not bowling to a defined plan. If he's bowling that ball and he's got the man out there at deep cover met by a man at deep point, then he's probably more likely to be able to get a false shot and a catch.
So it's right off the end of the bat. He's just a bit early through the stroke here. Mohamed Babar, 25 off 10. He's scoring very, very quickly. Let's have a look at this. It's the Q end and then all sorts of spin on the way through to the keeper, Roman Mazumdar.
Looks like one of my attempts to break at pool.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't keep the cue ball on the table. One of those ones. Almost hit back. Almost back to the bowler. Catchable height, but just evades Tejvinder. So just a single. A few nice comments in the chat, and I don't mind reading them out, saying that it's been great to have you back in commentary. Andrew, how have you been enjoying being back with ECN? I know we don't get hold of you very often because you've got other commitments and other sports that I won't mention, but we'll say that it's a slam dunk to have you here, and you can tell us about that in a second. It's a good block hole delivery, blocked out for 1. You always love coming in and doing a bit of commentary for us at ECN, don't you?
Some of my favourite weeks of the year, Vinny, and let me just say it's nice to see my brothers chimed in with the chat after I begged him to make some positive comments overnight. No, it's always great to be here with you guys. An absolute pleasure to share the box with yourself and Rico and Corey yesterday as well. It's a great tournament here in Cartama Oval as we sit Tejwinder. Well, a little bit short of lengths, pop down to Scott Austin, who managed to keep to a single despite the wild throw. It's a wonderful event here, and we've seen some outstanding cricket over the last couple of weeks, and obviously as much as I can on keep in tune with what's happening on the ECN YouTube channel, but getting to see it in the flesh here this week. As we see the end of the over, Pack Care, Badalona 36 for none. It's been an absolute treat, and happy to be staying around for next week for finals week, which is going to be huge.
It's going to be massive. Championship week coming up with the 5 qualifiers from the first 5 group weeks. Yeah, so of course the first kind of popped up on our radar at the ECS in Switzerland. I think it might have been our second ever European Cricket Series in St Gallen, where you were playing for Cossonay. I remember you were playing and commentating in that tournament.
Not sure that happens on the ECS anymore.
Not so much. What I will say is the one moment that I remember, which you probably want to forget. But anyway, here's Niraj Tiwari with some spin. This is hit hard, and it's hit high. It's hit out of the ground. Maximo, 6 to Babar. As Pack Care just keep on trucking up in the 40s now. Yeah, but I remember you were doing a great job on the commentary, but I remember you thinking, there was some moment where you said, how could he possibly drop that? How could he possibly drop that? And I remember when you were playing for Cossonay, you got an absolute sitter that you shelled. And I remember thinking, took that with good humour and good grace, and so we've invited you back several times since then.
He was back in the pavilion, only one over later. No harm done.
It's always easy. That's why you rarely see me out in the middle now, except to do the on-camera stuff. It's always easier from the box. This one has to go, says Mohamed Babar. Sweeps it down to Stone Cold Scott Austin. Deep square. Bit of an under edge, so didn't quite get that in the middle.
I like this bowling change, though, getting Tiwari on as soon as the field can spread. He's been a good wicket taker the last couple of games for Nicosia.
Just needed to change the pace, didn't they? Oh, missed stumping.
Well. They've already put down Issar once. Makes a little step out of his crease. I suspect if the keeper took this and whipped the bails off, that he was back in the sheds. See on the replay.
He would have been gone. This one almost goes the other way, and it kind of diddles the batter and the keeper, Mazumdar.
Nice bit of bowling, though.
Yeah, both playing for a bit of turn. Never came. And the next one is lasered down to deep mid-wicket, just one. Yeah, that was a case of the movement being too good for the batter and the keeper. You expect an off-spinner to break off the pitch in a certain way, and that one kind of, if anything, curved the other way. Pretty good shout. I think it might be going over the top. Yeah, you see Tyrone Peters playing and taking a lot of bounce out of this pitch. And that one was climbing. It's always hard because the batter's not in his original position, but I think that's a good decision.
Yeah, I agree. He's been good this week, Tyrone Peters. Very consistent decision maker.
Now, well, has this been caught? Oh, that's pretty close. I don't think there's an appeal. They may be having a chat about it, but this one actually, see, that looks pretty clean to me. It's like a finger under it. And I think Tyrone Peters was in the best position. I think he feels that there was some ground on the way in. So fair enough. And the score now is 44 for no loss after 4. A very, very good morning once again to you, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Ryan. Great to have Andrew Ryan back, and thanks for all the lovely comments that we're getting in the chat about having Rhino back. And of course, we've got Rico, we've got Corey here as well. Corey sticking around for a few extra days. So yeah, it's great to bring you the action here on Super Thursday. It's our last Super Thursday because we only have a 5-team week next week, and so let's make the most of it while we can. Hazim Anwar comes into the attack. So the format next week will be slightly different because we only have five qualifiers. So they will each play 8 preliminary games, and then the top 4 will kind of go straight into finals Friday. So we won't have this kind of the Super Thursday where we have to lose 2 teams. We'll just lose the 1 team after the double round robin. So plenty to look forward to. Here's Kasim. Balls wide.
Have to say, Vinny, I absolutely love the format that we have had here in these group stages. Getting to Super Thursday, all the teams still involved, but really good incentives for the teams who have played strongly in the opening 3 days, and then just a lack of superfluous matches. Basically, every contest means something.
Yeah, now that's right. You get rewarded after you finish. It's not impossible if you're low down, but it's a lot more difficult. And that kind of says a lot about what Precious EC did and what Abhi Zalmi did. Some people think, oh, was it an advantage to finish 4th? Well, I don't think so. I think they had to do it the hard way. They had to play outstanding cricket and almost perfect cricket to win 4 matches in a row against the other 4 top teams. They're our qualifiers that we have already in the book. They'll be joined by someone from Group E that we'll know tomorrow afternoon. Here's Anwar. Just angled away. That's good running by Mohamed Babar. Just spotted that, got away from the infielder, so hustled through for a single.
If you're asking the question, Vinny, is it an advantage to finish 4th? That is showing no understanding of how hard it is to consistently win T10 cricket games. It is really, really difficult to be victorious in this game after game after game. Absolutely aiming to finish in the top 3.
Yeah, you have to play well, but then you also need a bit of luck. I mean, without luck, it's hard to win consistently, especially when all the teams are so talented at this level. This partnership now worth 49 between these two, just cruising along without too many hassles at the moment. Hasn't been a bad over from Anwar. Tries a Yorker, more of a full toss, but missed out on by Mohamed Ihsan. I think I saw Asad Mahmood in the chat saying hello. Your Kosane, our Kosane guy, Andy. So, hello to you, Asad. Hello to Kevin as well.
Great to have you on board. Asad, a man who certainly knows how to beef a few boundaries himself, one of the most brutal hitters in European cricket.
Yeah, I remember that back in 2020. Ihsan's had enough. Tries to whack this one over fine leg instead. Doesn't really get through. It wasn't the most convincing way to bring up a 50 partnership, but they do at the halfway point. Paco Care, Badalona, they're 50 for no loss.
So, tell you a little tale, Vinny. Asad was actually playing with a foot injury for the large parts of last season, so his running between the wickets wasn't quite as effective as it would normally be, but just was dealing in 4s and 6s most innings, so it wasn't affecting him too much. And speaking of dealing in 4s and 6s, Mohammad Babar, 36 off 18 so far. Mohammad Hassan's been uncharacteristically quiet and has already given a few opportunities, but Babar carrying this innings.
The 49's actually the score. And this next ball is almost up near us. Maximo! 6 to Babar. And he starts the 6th over with a bang.
Well, it's probably lucky Corey wasn't in the commentary box, Vinny. I think he would have been jumping out of our front visor here trying to catch that bad boy as it trailed very, very close to the commentary shed as it was. That's a beautiful shot from Babar, just landing it on a length in the perfect hitting zone and kept his shape wonderfully. He's an outstanding striker of a cricket ball.
They mustn't have taken that bite off the last ball last over. I thought they did. And we might have a wicket here. Surely this will be the first one. Guri Singh gets captain catching captain. Not before. Mohammad Babar has contributed a destructive 42 off 20 balls, getting them off to a flyer in this chase. Well done to the bowler as well. Taranjit Singh, he breaks the partnership. And Pakai Care, Badalone lose their first wicket is 55 for 1.
Yeah, great innings from Mohammad Babar. It's a shame for the neutral viewers to see him back in the pavilion, but a good bit of bowling from Taranjit. Just floated that a little bit wider off stump, tried to swing it over the leg side and can't get a full piece of it. But skipper Guri Singh seems to have some sort of gravitational pull that surrounds him when he's in that cover position. Can't go a couple of overs without having a catching opportunity. Almost snaffled the one recently diving forward, which quite determined had caught the grass before he'd caught it, but having absolutely no problems with that one that was skied, and he's got the safest pair of hands in the team. Finally, the first wicket down for Pakai Care Badalona. 55 runs on the board, only chasing 82 runs for the victory, so 27 required off the last 28 balls. I suspect they'll not only do this comfortably, but I suspect they also won't hold back in trying to finish this as quickly as possible.
I'll tell you something which I haven't really talked about this morning, but we normally talk about on Super Thursday in these playoff games for the top 3, is that margins are important. Okay, margins are important.
Walk us through that, Vinny. How does it impact the top 3?
You can have a situation where everyone wins one and loses one, and then it will exclusively come down to net run rate. And that's what happened last week. Okay, so now if you're the Lions, you need to try and make this game go as deep as possible, even if you think you're not going to win it. And don't forget, play RBS later on. So say RBS knock over Pakai Care, then potentially the Lions win the next game. It'll come down to net run rate. If you lose both of your matches, then you know you're heading for 3rd and an elimination match on finals Friday. But if you win one, then potentially it is going to be a net run rate situation. So keep an eye on something to be thoughtful of. Son, just can't really get going this innings at all, can he? 11 off 13, 6 overs down. Pakai Care, they're 56 for 1.
Yeah, just putting myself in the position of the two teams that we'll see up in the next game, Farmers and Corfu, Vinny.
Yeah.
Must be churning that feeling when you wake up in the morning and knowing you're going into a sudden death match. We see the bowling scorecard, Tashwinder Singh going for a few at the top, the rest of the group's been pretty good. But that's a different feeling, knowing that your first game is either going to allow you to stay alive in the competition or send you home.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a lot of pressure. And they're two teams that have played really well at times this week. It just shows you how strong this group's been, that they're 5th and 6th. As we see Tiwari coming back. This one's out, and he's hit in front of off. And so he's got to go, Abid Mahboob. And one thing about him, and one thing about Pakai Care, they are prone to collapse sometimes. I thought for a second maybe it was a little inside edge, but if not, I think he was stone dead. So second wicket, Tiwari gets the breakthrough. It's 56 for 2.
It's nipped back, taking his pad in front of the stumps. Good decision from the umpire. And Tiwari continues what's been a really impressive tournament. Probably just hit him in line, pitched wide of off stump, but good decision in the end.
I'll tell you why I think he's guilty, Mahboob, is that he takes off for a run that's not there either. That's a sign of guilt.
Circumstantial evidence once again.
It is. Yeah, I thought maybe it was a double noise, but If there was, it might have been the bat actually hitting the pad. I didn't see any evidence of an inside edge there. I think it's a good decision. And so 56 for 2. Just draw their batting lineup out of a hat sometimes. Sikandar Ali comes in at number 4. Often we all see Mohamed Kamran at number 3. Maybe they're just thinking he's had plenty of batting during the week. And here's the thing, this game still alive. You know, Isan's not really doing too much. You've removed Baba from the equation, 26 off 23. I think any time the runs required are above the balls, especially at this stage of the game, you're only just a few dot balls or a wicket from being back ahead in the game. This one won't be a dot ball. This will be 6. Maximo. Sikandar Ali comes out. And, well, he looks like he's in a hurry. He gets the 6 very first ball.
Well, about to say that actually the Punjab Lions be happy to see Tiwari with the ball in his hand at the top of his mark in this crucial 7th over. That's a lovely strike from Ali. First delivery.
And then sweeps just for 1 out to Scott Austin. That relieves the pressure, doesn't it? Gets under a runner ball for the first time. So, remember, margins matter, though, for the Lions. They need to try and keep this going as long as possible.
Are you going to receive a formal complaint there for not using Stone Cold before Scott Austin on that opportunity?
Abbreviation. One of the T-shirts going, you watch. It's hit hard, drag straight to the fielder. And it's a good catch taken by Verma, who's been patrolling that boundary. And that wasn't an easy one, because it was hit flat. It wasn't quite out of the middle, but not far away from Isan, who struggles for any timing here in playoff number 1. He ends up departing for 11 of 14. So, well, another wicket. They're just trying to stay alive. Hanging by a thread, Cyprus. As Pakai Care battle owner. The Spanish champions are 63 for 3.
Yeah, they're if not a team of fighters. Punjab Lions, Nicosia. It's a good catch from Verma. Already put down Isan once. Much tougher grab, but that one was hit very, very solidly to him. But Mohamed Isan, how many times do we see him come off the ground with a strike rate under 100? He goes for 11 off 14. Perhaps one concern that his batting has just been somewhat inconsistent this week. Inconsistent,
but then the positive is that he has got it right sometimes. And that's probably the worst case scenario for him to hang around. If he gets out straight away, well, so be it. And he hasn't used up too many balls. They've got other hitters that can come in and do it, but he just kind of lingered at the crease without being able to do too much. But still being Shiraz Ahmed, the captain, to the crease. Coming at number 5. Still a job to do, 19 to win. Yeah, well bowled by Tiwari. Shiraz Ahmed just plays down the wrong line. Takes it back to 19 off 19.
I've said it before, I really, really like Tiwari as a bowler. You know, I dare say he's in the top couple of spinners that are in this Group E, and actually one of the more impressive I've seen across the European Cricket League.
He actually spins the ball, and then so when he doesn't, bowls that kind of arm ball, like Doosra, be effective.
Very good, very good, very good, very good.
Should just be 1, and it is. So, yeah,
very good, very good.
Like Lions just feel that they're in with a little bit of a snifter at the end of 7 overs. The score is 64 for 3. Run a ball required from here on in. And this is what's coming up. Eliminator number 1. Farmers of Jersey against Yet Corfu of Greece. Only one of these teams will survive to this afternoon. It's always sad to say goodbye to a team, but we will have to say goodbye after this match. And Farmers winning toss, and they're bowling first. No Reece Palmer in their lineup. Unfortunately, he's been suspended, so he is out. So that takes away a spin option for them. Yet Corfu, I've got a few players that look kind of dangerous but without really fulfilling their potential this week. I like the batting of Smeros Bogdos yesterday. And that game will be coming your way in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. All right, let's continue. And another dot ball, Taranjit Singh. Gets one past the outside edge of Shiraz Ahmed. Now this is where you just need a super over of like less than a run a ball. So 5 or less, and then you feel like you might be able to take this game deep if you're a Lion. Goes straight and goes long. Maximo relieves the pressure. Shiraz Ahmed, the captain, steps up and he steps forward, hitting this one straight and out of the ground.
Wow, seeing the first ball was probably the line and length that he needed to keep, just nibbling away outside off stump, just slightly short of a length. That one full, allowed the batsman to put the foot straight down the wicket, smacks it for a much needed maximum. They need dot balls. An up and down spell so far across his 1.2 overs. Some really, really nice deliveries, particularly just getting his outswinger working, but just a few too many that have been right in the batsman's power zone. Just standing up to the wicket. That one's gone high, but it's also very, very handsome. And Ahmed took a look at that run rate required and decided, I'm going to try to do this in a single over. That's a super strike down the ground.
Yeah, and look, that means only one more six required for victory. But just shows you how important the start was. That power play, only 10 for 1 is what the Cyprus champions scored in their power play, and that has just hampered their ability to put a triple-digit score on the board. As they need one more six, they won't get it here. Just be a single to Shiraz Ahmed. But you know, that's basically, let's say 20 runs less than an average power play. And if you add 20 runs now to what's required, 25 or 14, then, you know, game on. I think this game was essentially won very, very early on in retrospect. This one's going to be 2 wide, so it'll be 3 to win now.
Yeah, I think they've just got to make some tweaks to that batting lineup. I like part of what they did earlier today in trying to send out a couple of guys to open the batting, or at least 1 and 3 who are more capable of dealing with the Cameron pace, but they just got bogged down.
This one could be it. It's going to run away to the boundary, and this will be a 6th consecutive win for Pakai Care Badalona. They have been running away with Group E, but still their biggest challenges lie ahead. We'll see them in match 3 against Harbias Kreinhout. I'm looking forward to that rematch again between the Hitman and Tobias Vise. Right now it is Pakai Care walking off with the win. And look, Punjab Lions Nicosia, they pushed them in the end, but still losing by with 13 balls to spare. It's about a 20-run margin, give or take, as far as net run rate's concerned. So not a disaster for them, but they will be seen again tonight. Also against Harbias, that's in the last match of the day. So they have a long wait, the Punjab Lions, but Pakai Care, what can you say? They're a team that just seems to have that winning feeling all the time.
Yeah, Pakai Care, very workmanlike performance from them. Obviously, Babar very good at the top of the innings with 42 off 20. But for the rest of it, it was just business as usual from a team that has become a very, very disciplined T10 outfit over the last couple of years and play this format better than most on the European continent. Saul Babar got off to an excellent start, whipping the ball from Tejwinder Singh in the opening over for a 6, and that got their innings off to a very, very good start. Or Stone Cold down there having a look at Rico Full, wearing his beautiful purple blueberry coloured almost get up, which is going to be a treat for those watching the commentary box later today. Gutsy effort in the field from Punjab Lions, but one of the early dropped catches from Verma that really cost them not being able to send Isan back early.
Yeah, well, that's right. It wasn't really Isan that hurt them in the end. It was Babar, who, this is one of my favourites. I think he just anticipates this ball. It's all about knowing your lower risk scoring zones as well. He's very good at knowing where the gaps are in the outfield and then eyeing off, you know, a ball that he can hit in that direction. And Pakai Care, well, they're all smiles, and why not? They're now 6-0. They will still keep that winning feeling going in the middle of the day against Harbias Kreinhout of the Netherlands. That was Bubba eventually falling for 42. Not before he'd put a big dent in the target. And this was the LBW. I think it was a pretty good call. A long way back, hit on the knee roll, hit in line with off, and I think that was going on to hit. So that was a nice moment for Tuari, who I agree, Rhino, I think he's been one of the premier spinners this week, if not in the tournament. And well, the sixes were still raining. There are a few dot balls in there, things tightening up at times. But look, ultimately, they were always 20 to 25 short, you felt. Punjab Lions Nicosia against this strong Pakai Care batting lineup, who you wouldn't even say really fired on all cylinders, but still they got the job done here in match 16, playoff number 1.
No, I think both teams will walk away from this match knowing that they can improve their showing there. Punjab Lions in particular, I still think they're a big show to get a victory against later on today. And if they can put themselves into second place for Friday's contest, then that will give them an excellent chance of qualifying for the final. Or certainly nothing more than they've deserved from their showing today. But they probably really need to get a little bit more out of Guri Singh at the top of the order. He was the talisman there for some of their early victories in the tournament. In a little bit of a rut with his batting. Probably just needs to give himself an extra ball or two to get into his groove, and in particular not trying to smack Mohamed Cameron.
Yeah.
Second ball that he faces.
Yeah, that crossed the line from aggression to recklessness, I think, considering they'd put his team on the back foot and they could never really recover to what would have to be a competitive score in the 100-plus bracket. As Mohamed BET2BALL top scored with 42. Mentioned how Easton didn't really get going, but still had the batters there to finish the job. Tawari best of the bowlers, I think, 2 for 16 of his 2 overs. Also, Gurpreet Singh, didn't see him a second over. He only conceded 8. Kazim Anwar bowled a pretty good over as well. So look, some positives in there. Remember, they are safely through to finals Friday. We know that for Dribble Lions Nicosia, they will want to try and register a win later on and hopefully secure that second spot. But it won't be easy against Harbias Krijnhout. They'll be playing in the last match of the day. Pakai Care, well, they'll be playing the Dutch in the middle of the day in around about 2 hours' time. So there's confirmation of the result. Playoff 1 in Group E. It's match 7. It's match number 16 of the week, and it was a fairly comfortable victory for Pakai Care. So yeah, join us when we come back in around about 25 minutes. We'll be back with the first eliminator. We'll have to say goodbye to either Farmers of Jersey or yet Corfu of Greece. 2 teams will arrive, but only one will survive. Join us then. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Ryan. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you shortly for more cricket action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
How we play cricket
on the Costa del Sol.
welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu for the European Cricket Network. Now it's time for the first eliminator of Super Thursday. These two teams occupied the 5th and 6th positions after the round robin stage. And it is Farmers of Jersey taking on Yet Corfu of Greece. Let's get out to the middle where Sir Rob Kemming is with the two captains.
Combine.
Keep it in, it was the call, but BET2BALL the fall, and that means that, well, James Pershard, the Jersey skipper, he has decided to have a field first. So they will be chasing. Look, the batting at times has been a little bit suspect. They've relied on a couple up the top. Sometimes they've fired, sometimes they haven't. I think Julius Sumarer, he is a player who's been battling injury all week. We haven't seen him bowling too much. You wonder if he'll bowl in this key game, and I think he's got an important job to do at number 3. I think also Charles Pershard, or Chuggy as we like to call him, the national team captain, he is going to have to fire if they're going to stay alive in the tournament. Jersey with just the 1 win this week, but it was over Yet Corfu, who they will play in this eliminator. And Yet Corfu, once again, they only had 1 win in the series, but they did push back Ikea last night, just going down by a handful of runs. They certainly have a lot of talent in their side as well. They do seem like a team that's too good to be bottom of the ladder. Ari Carvelis, well, he is a big Hercules, and he will be bowling thunderbolts and trying to whack sixes in this one. Also like the batting of Spiros Bogdos yesterday, showed that he can play normal cricket shots, regular cricket shots, and score pretty quickly as well. And I think their captain, Aslam Mohammed, he's due for a big game. So look, a lot of players to watch, and of course, it's always sad when we have to say goodbye to one of these teams as we get ready for the first ball. Rico Full, well, he's up with me in the commentary box for this one. Let's get ready for Eliminator 1. The news from the toss is that Farmers of Jersey, they've won the toss and they're fielding first.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're watching from, to all of you, our global cricket family, to cricket lovers around the world, as we come back to the magnificent Cartama Oval. Well, plenty of support there, as you see, for the Farmers, and they need all the support they can get. They haven't had the best of tournaments so far, as we have a look at both these teams. I mean, will the Tribe brothers perform? Will Chuggy be able to get back to what he does best with the ball and pick up a handful of wickets? And with Yet Corfu, well, I think the captain, Aslan Ahmed, he needs to be good as well. And I think the likes of Carvelis is going to be key for them, isn't he? But also Tassos Manunis. Both of those, Carvelis and Manunis, have to be good with ball and with bat. This is an eliminator. One of these teams will continue, the other will be heading back home. The umpires for this match, Stephen Gooch and Joe Foster. Stephen Gooch will be in charge of the first over. Last time these two teams met, it was very similar. Farmers made Yet Corfu bat first and restricted them to 74, thanks to some great bowling from the youngster. It's the first time really we saw the best of George Richardson, taking 3 for 7. And that day he was also on a hat-trick, got a Player of the Match award, and Farmers knocked him off 2 wickets down. And it was the Tribe brothers that combined to put a good partnership together. Zach with 36 and Asa with 28. It's going to be Chuggy, Charles Pershard, for the first ball. And it's up in the air from Mohammed, the captain. Aslam Mohammed wanted to give his team a good start. I think of both these teams, it's probably Farmers, the champions of Jersey. It's played out onto the inside. Yeah, the champions of Jersey that probably didn't see themselves at this point in this elimination battle. I think they probably believed, and their supporters and fans also, that they would have made a better start in this Group E. It's not to be, but they're still in it, both of these teams, and if any of them can find their form when it matters, and it matters in this one, crunch game, then, well, they can progress and maybe turn a few heads as well. We know that Farmers, some of the individual talents haven't shone yet. Will this be the match? Chuggy comes in around the wicket to Tassos Manunis, but gets his line wrong. Good take from the keeper. The captain, James Prashad. What a big match this is for him as well. Lovely bunch of lads. And, they've certainly enjoyed their time here on the Costa del Sol, but they'll be hoping to be back out there in the middle again after this match. But to do so, they need a victory. Yeah, Corfu, I think they've certainly, the champions of Greece, turned a few heads as well. They've got some bright stars in that setup. What a marvellous moment it was yesterday for Ilias Bardis, who's in the side here again, bowling and picking up 2 wickets. Slow delivery, but too wide, and this one doesn't really come in. We saw this delivery from Chuggy yesterday. It's that slow one, but it really swung viciously. Yet here today, you see, that doesn't come back at all. Yeah, Ilias Bardis learned how to bowl while watching the European Cricket Network on YouTube. That's how he learned how to bowl, and yet here he was yesterday, a year later, out there in the middle. Picked up 2 wickets, could be more. This is up in the air, and it's been taken. That's a really good catch. For 1 second there, I thought that the fielder was going to allow this to drop in front of him and not go for the catch, but he does it very intelligently. He just takes that split second to make the assessment, to think what he has to do in the position that he needs to get in, and then lunges forward and takes that just, well, it's got to be millimetres off the ground. What a good catch this is. The captain's going to be disappointed. And that's an excellent catch. And Julius Sumer sends the first one back and is the captain. Well, thumbs up there from the Corfu man, but it's going to be a thumbs down really, because they've lost the first wicket. And it's going to be a lonely walk for the captain. Aslam Mohammed, he goes for 1 of 3. So Chuggy does get the wicket in the first over. There's James Smith there, wearing the old traditional Kookaburra white cricket hat. Actually, no, that's not. That's Peter Mafagus. Mugfus comes in. Just having an eye up of the... Oh, he's right on the pad. He's gone. First ball. And that was right on the money. Pitched up full. I mean, we look to see how much this does swing. But Stefan Gooch, the umpire, no hesitation. So 2 in 2. And Charles Burchard, Chuggy, he's in the action. And yeah, I think that's probably is going to go on to take leg stick. He's a long way forward, you have to say, but just that backward movement. No problem with the height. It's a question of whether the umpire thinks this is going to go on and hit the stumps. And well, Stefan Gooch was satisfied, and Farmers, they're very satisfied as well. So Magafus has to go and depart. He goes for a first baller. And they're on a roll here. And now, in at number 4, it's going to be Ari Carvelis. So much, once again, depends on him. And Tassos Manunis, they've been the men that have had to rebuild on so many occasions. Hat-trick delivery coming up for Chuggy. And this is the big wicket. This is the man that they want to and need to get rid of. Buzz around the ground. No real change in the field. Not putting the pressure on for this hat-trick ball. Well, we've seen 2 hat-tricks already in this BET2BALL European Cricket League. Are we going to see the third? In comes Chuggy. And it ends up being a terrible delivery. Well, we've seen a few down the leg side, wide deliveries on a hat-trick ball, but this one Well, this was a terrible delivery. It almost ends up being a no ball. Well, what are you thinking there, Chuggy? Nicely played for Carvelas. No run there. And oh, if this hits, I think this could have been out. A great bit of work there from the fielder. Good pickup and good throw. And that is the end of a marvellous over from Charles Burchard. Yeah, he would have been gone. He would have been gone. I mean, he wasn't even in the picture. You're going to see that here. And, yeah, it would have been adios, but it's not to be. But 2 wickets have fallen. 5 for 2. Yep, Corfu. And it's going to be all down to Menounis and Carvelas once more. Rico full here, and it's a lovely moment too. Welcome back into the commentary box. Man, he's looking very dashing today, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, thanks very much. Got my Super Thursday kit on. You're looking pretty good yourself with the lilac. Call that. We'll see in a second. But
yeah, thank you very much.
yeah, look, 5 for 2. An ideal start. What I would say is they've got 2 players at the crease, and I think they're 2 most dangerous batters. So Carvelas has come out there with the former Zimbabwean under-19 international Tassos Manousis. They'll be facing Joel Richardson in the second over. First one pushed away by Manousis, who has to hustle but gets there for 1. So yeah, they need to counter-attack here. Yeah, you certainly see Chuggy Burchard, since he's been getting that ball to swing, he's been a different kind of proposition for the batters. And this is nice to see Joel Richardson back into the lineup. Of course, we talked about there's no Reece Palmer in the lineup today. That does give Richardson Senior a chance. So it's a father and son combination in the Farmers lineup today. Joel and George Richardson.
Straight down the leg side. Yeah, last time, well, the first time I should say, we saw Joel Richardson. He picked up three wickets. He bowled particularly well. 2 of them in just that 1 over. He'll be hoping to find that rhythm and that form again.
Yeah, for sure. That was a great start to his ECL career. Yeah, they're up and about at the moment, Farmers.
Yes, Joe's good.
Tassos is pretty keen to get to the other end, but he keeps leaving his crease, and he's, well, putting himself in a bit of danger. We saw at the end of that last over, it could have been run out.
I don't mind that. I mean, he's looking to push to get through for that single. He doesn't want to get caught short at the other end.
Nicely played. Oh, well, how about this? Well, this is what we see. This is deflected away from the fielder that's backing up, and it goes to the boundary. That's so unfortunate. It's a marvellous effort, but all he succeeded in doing, the fielder in the infield, is taking it away from the man behind him, and that's Julius Sumaria. Gets a touch on it, and wrong foots the fielder behind him.
It's like a penalty where he's gone the wrong way, and you can't really fault the effort, but the outcome isn't ideal. You see, I reckon that the backup fielder's getting that, and in the end, a fortunate boundary. Carvelas was on the walk, and he's off the mark now.
And that's a full toss, and he hits it straight to Sumaria, so no run there. Carvelas fortunate to get that boundary. And once again, it's Sumaria that does the fielding, so bowling to his field, that's for sure.
That's the boundary just leaves a bit of pressure, but still so just at run a ball pace at the moment. I want to put 100 plus on the board here, Yak.
And this time to the other fielder, they do take him on, and there's the throw. I think he would have just got back. I think he just felt the need, Carvelas here, that he just had to go. He couldn't make it another dot. It's the end of the over, and it's a good one as well from Joel Richardson. And you can see Scarper again, but makes his ground. It's 12 for 2.
Yeah, so see that these 2 teams only won 1 match each, didn't they, during the round robin phase? But Jersey, the match that they won was against Greece. Farmers defeated at Corfu. That match, I think you mentioned that was just yesterday. It seems like a lot's happened since then. It seemed like Farmers, well, they're up and about then, but then they did not have a good next performance against Farmers, against Marlow, I should say, where Farmers bowled out for 67. So this is their chance to try and get their tournament back on track, but they're walking the tightrope because both these teams, they will have to win 5 in a row if they're going to win the week here in Group E. Here's Chuggy.
Well bowled. Gets a hand on this. It just escapes him. Carvelas wants it. On this occasion,
Here we go, boys. Great energy from us here, fellas.
Manunis saying, no, not this time.
Here, boys.
Just does enough to put Manunis off here.
Yeah, it does. You never know quite when this happens how far the ball's going to get away, so just being careful. I don't mind that with the run between the wickets at this stage because you don't want to lose these guys to an unnecessary run out.
Yes, good boys.
Again, bowling. Well, bowler so far, I mean, we've seen Chuggy doing it here in his second over, and also Joe Richardson just bowling a good, nice, tidy line, and the only shots being played are into that cordon of fielders there on the offside. So you can see Carvelas going to have to try and be a little bit experimental here to find the boundary rope.
Yeah, I think he has to hit with the swing, try and flick it away over the leg side, gets that in-swinger on the walk. Yeah, this is an example of Carvelas. I know he's being a bit careful because he knows how important he is to the innings, but I think I'd like to see him be a little bit more aggressive and back himself with the bigger shots. I think that's one I think that's there to hit. But he just kind of bails out, takes the safe option, takes the safe one. I think they're going to have to take some calculated risks to get back into this game.
Yeah, I think that's probably the second full delivery that he's had, which you'd expect him to be maybe just a little bit more aggressive with.
Like the slip in place because Chuggy should take the ball away from Manusis. He's going round the wicket, so he'll angle it in, swing it away.
Good delivery, Yorker length, and that's quality bowling as well from Chuggy. You've got the left and right combination.
Look at here, you see that
Boys, go, boys.
yesterday, a little bit slower scoring, 9.2 pace. See, Tuesday was the highest scoring day, wasn't it, in Group E? So it's pretty much on the money. You see overall the whole tournament, it's been 10.2, so 102 is kind of an average score. I think average score batting first is 105.
Oh, I think if he's got a touch on this, it could be out. But that's what the umpires have got to decide, whether they are going upstairs.
Wow, this is a big moment in the game because it could be the end of Carvelas.
He certainly has, and I think this is going to be out.
Oh, he's be gone if he touches it because look, he's not even close. But we'll see if we can slow this down. When it does this touch his fingers on the way past, I think it does because look, it's going to miss the stumps here. Little touch. I think that's enough to say that it has touched the fingers. Can we go back and let's have a look one more time and it goes past the fingers. Do you see the fingers move at all? I mean, I think it's one of those ones that my instinct is it has touched the fingers, but it'll be what the umpire's call is on the field, I think.
Because very, very close to tell from that, isn't it? But
yeah, he's been given his marching orders. So Carvelas, well, that's about as unlucky as it gets. As a good shot by Manusis turns to disaster. And now, Corfu, they've lost their top three of their top four at least. And now it's 13 for 3. Well, cricket's a funny game sometimes, but I don't think that Ari Carvelas is laughing.
No, I mean, look, it goes that way. He's having a little mutter to himself. He goes off. That is probably got to be one of the most unluckiest way you can get out. And, well, Chuggy, he's furious with it. And he's taking it out himself, but there's nothing he can do about it. Sometimes it's just the way things go. He's very, very disappointed. But, well, the luck, the suerte, if you like, is on Farmer's side here today. That is a match-changing moment. That definitely is. And maybe that moment, when you look back at that, that could be the golden moment that keeps them in this BET2BALL European Cricket League.
I mean, both these two teams, they've kind of made their bed. And I know it's been a tough group, but they're in this position because they've only won one game out of the 5. And that means just a moment like that can swing your tournament.
Yeah.
You know, just, you'd say it's a bit cruel because it's a long time before you can come back here to the ECL. But Carvelas, well, they need to win this game, otherwise we won't see him at the crease again. Manusis then is in the air. This one's in the air. It's going a long way to the right, but it will be 6. Maximo Manusis. We had to get back on strike, of course, because of that run out last ball. Cashes in with a 6, and now he has to bat out of his skin. But he's been joined there by Spiros Bogdos, who I think is a very talented batter. It's just a good shot through the line.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just, I mean, the shot before, in all fairness, the one that Chuggy managed to get a fingertip to and hits the stump, that was a really good shot as well. And he got nothing for it. In fact, it runs out Carvelis, but that one was lovely. Just gets right to the pitch of it. He's now got a bat superbly well and be well supported by a man who can do it. We saw a good innings from Spiros Bogdas yesterday. So these two, I mean, they have got quality between them. And their first thing is, though, they've got to put up with the bowling of William Pershard. Nice to see William. He's up and about, and he had a little scare yesterday when he had that injury on the boundary rope, but he came back strong, and good to see him in the lineup here and getting ready to bowl this next over.
Yeah, it's good to see. You do have to make sure they just get a bit of a wriggle on here, I think. Farmers as well. Don't think we've seen any penalty runs this week, but it's always something that's being tracked. You need to bowl start your 10th over, or be ready to start your 10th over before the 40-minute mark, plus whatever allowances the officials have factored in. Everything's noted. And here is Will. And, both these batters, I'd say they're kind of classical stroke makers. They're not necessarily out-and-out sloggers, but I think they have the tools to be able to write this innings, which is just teetering on the brink at 19 for 3 after the power play.
Yeah, Richardson doing the job. Can Pershard, William Pershard that is, keep the pressure on. The first one is played down respectfully by Bogdas. It was in this fixture yesterday that we saw the best of Spiros Bogdas. He played a fantastic innings, 33. He scored just 15 deliveries. So we know he's got the talent and the ability, but it's a question of Tassos Manunis staying there with him, and both of these guys have to, well, one of them has to go on, I think, here and get 50 runs on the board.
Yeah, it'd be valuable.
Ooh, well, have a hit was a shout, and he does try and have a hit. This is another one that was probably going to be pretty close.
Yeah, it would have been out. It would have been out by a step and a half, I think. See, he's off to the races. But that throw hits, he's gone. One of those 50-50s. Right. Will Pershard, distant relation to the other two Pershards in the side. He's first cousin of George Richardson.
That's a man at point, no run there. Started well, bowling a good line, hasn't bowled anything loose at the moment, and it's this dangerous batter. If it is loose, if he gets anything on the leg, he puts it away, and he's pretty good at playing that shot between what you see there, third man and point. So he will eye up that area, so if he's given any width. Goes big, and he gets it. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka,
Yeah, Manusas had enough, and he wanted to turn up the dial. He was on the march against Will Pershard. He whacks this one over mid-wicket for 6. Well, Manusas wasn't really his fault, but I guess he's indirectly responsible for the departure of Carvelis. So it's one of those accidents, but now I think he is taking on the responsibility.
Come back from William Pershard. It's been hit for 6. And gets that one to nip away from the left-hander.
Ever get run out like that off the bowler's fingertips?
Oh yeah, a few times. And also caused a few as well, so I suppose it comes round, goes round maybe. But yeah, it's such an unlucky way to get out, isn't it?
Still, you leave your crease at your own peril. And you gain a bit of an advantage for the run, but that's the occasional bit of bad luck that might see you marching back to the pavilion. Last ball of the over.
He takes him on again, but this time the fielder just over his head. It was in the direction of the fielder that had been put in the perfect position. But Tassos Manunis gets enough on it to go all the way. 6 more, and 2 sixes in the over. Takes that score. Well, it's a lot better now. They've got the momentum going.
Yeah, really good shot. So that's what they needed. They kind of had to resuscitate the patient here. And Manusas with a couple of bombs in the 4th over, doing just that. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Full. Great to be in the box with you for the first time today, Rico. And I love the lilac shirt as well. A lot of nice comments. They spotted you in the fan zone.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, yeah, and you're looking pretty smart as well.
Super Thursday outfit on.
The electric blue.
Well, this is the last Super Thursday we're going to have, you know. in this series.
Yeah,
because next week we're back to the 5 teams for Championship Week, but of course we're really looking forward to Championship Week. And you know, Pack Care still undefeated. We haven't seen a team go through the week undefeated as yet, but they've been playing some good cricket, and they have a blockbuster clash coming up after this against Harvey S. So it'll be 1 versus 2 after the round robin, going head to head then.
Yeah, I think that'll be an interesting one. I think the last time the two teams met, I think RBS were probably a little bit disappointing in the way that they bowled to them, but they'll be looking to come back strong.
So Richardson comes back for a second over around the wicket and gets this one sliding past the outside edge of Bogdos. So Bogdos now, I think he just has to get off strike here. Manousis is up and he's going. You don't leave him cold at the non-striker's end for too long.
Well bowled. Joel Richardson, though, he'll go upstairs and use all of the experience that he's got. And doing an excellent job for his team so far. Obviously, no Palmer in the side. So his 2 overs are vital. And so far, they've been pretty good.
Pretty handy in, though.
A little bit shorter, but they've got good protection out there now.
Hard to believe. He's 45 years old, actually, Joel Richardson. Pretty good nick. I want to say hi to Giant Sin and to everyone else that's saying hello to us in the chat. And Amar Negi has a great idea, or an idea at least. He wants to know, can you and I, Rico, have a 1-over match against each other?
A 1-over match?
1-over match. I think what he means.
Doesn't mean boxing, does he? Obviously. Chance. Oh, that's hurt. I think that's hit the top of the finger.
Hope it's not boxing, because I don't want to plan your funeral. But yeah, a 1-over match. Well, you bat against me for an over, and I'll bat against you for an over. We'll get some of the ECN crew fielding.
It was a bump. It actually gets banged into the ground.
There's a bump ball. I'll be using my 1 bouncer pretty early on you. Just get you shaking in your boots.
I've had a friendly bowl. Wherever we were in, it was in Bulgaria, wasn't it, when you were hitting the balls pretty big?
It might have been. We were pretty close to the action in Bulgaria, the straight boundaries. I remember because I hit one that hit our commentary box monitor up in the tower, and
You got told off for that.
It was not very popular. Can't you just appreciate a good straight hit? All right, he's after him, Manousis, and he's going to get 6 here. Maximo, and Tassos is bringing the heat as he tries to get things moving for Corfu. That's the end of the over. It's 41 for 3.
Yeah, it's another Maximo from Tassos Manousis, and he's timing the ball pretty well. I did say he's pretty strong on his legs, and that's 4 now from him. 4 sixes. He's dealing in 6s. He doesn't want the 4s. He wants the 6s.
Well, he's 27. He's got 24 of those in 6s. So that's been just that pressure release. He's carried the innings so far. See, 3 wickets have fallen. Aslam Mohammed was well caught by Samaret early on. Followed very next ball by Peter Magafas, LBW. And then that really unlucky one for Ari Kavalis, who was run out off a cracking straight drive by Tassos Manousis. Just flicking the fingers of Chuggy Pershard onto the stumps at the bowler's end, so he had to go.
This is what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to the introduction here of George Richardson. This is where ideally, if you had that spinner, you'd use the spin. They haven't.
Yeah.
They've got to go with what they've got. And George Richardson, I love his run-up. He's got a lovely fluent run. He's got good delivery stride, and that's why I think he picked up those 3 wickets.
Yeah.
And the player of the match performance the last time these two teams met.
Triple wicket maiden it was as well.
Yeah.
So he'll have his confidence high.
In the air, and he could get a wicket of his first ball again. Oh, dear. Well, what do you think on that? I think he's got to get here, the fielder.
Well, number one, it's his dad. So he'll be like, oh, Dad, can't you just take 2 steps back? Look, I think it's probably over him. It seemed like he didn't get enough on this to get over the fielder. And let's have a look. Richardson Sr. trots back, and look, he does get 3-4 metres outside the circle, so he's had to turn on his heels. I think 45. I'll give him a pass on that one.
I was going to say, you did say he's 45, so maybe okay, yeah. But maybe a younger man would have got to that, I'm pretty sure. Well, he gets no, he doesn't. This one's gone way wide of him, and it's going to be 4 more. So, well, George Richardson, and that's the difference that 24 hours makes. Yesterday he was in with the wickets with these deliveries. Today they've both gone to the boundary.
Yeah, Bogdos just seems a little bit late on these horizontal bat shots. And he gets lucky here. So he's not really in position to play that shot. So flies over the keeper's head for 4 more. I'll take him however they can get him at the moment. And look, Corfu, don't forget, they didn't have a lot of luck earlier with the Carvelis dismissal, so they're getting a bit back now.
Yeah, I mean, I would here bring the third man in the ring and push the fine leg back and a bit finer. Well, good reply. Or you could do that and just say, right, I'm not going to give you anything in the body part of the area, just going to go a little bit wider.
Yeah, that last one wasn't really, that went for 4 over the keeper's head, wasn't really at the legs. It was outside the off stump, and it was just pretty much straight backwards. So, yeah, I just think Bogdos just a little bit short of a gallop here. Needs to find something because they need this partnership to flourish.
Great pickup, but good running as well. Once again, good cricket all around. The batters go straight away. The fielder slides in, gets a stop. Not able to get it in his hand neatly to get the frame straight away, but I think they would have been home there.
I'd say that a bit of talk. There's a lot of chat going on in the live chat. He's in European Cricket Network today. Chat's been chaos. I know, no surprise. It's Super Thursday. It makes everyone a bit crazy. These two teams are jumping out of their skins to win this match because Lose will be going home.
Short, out, and that's well bowled, and Tassas Manunis goes. This is a huge wicket, and George Richardson, the youngster, the under-19 international, gets the big breakthrough. It's a really good catch from the captain as well, James Burchard, and they get the breakthrough that they desperately needed.
Yeah, it's a good short ball again. Listening to the tactics here.
Every ball be super clear with the plan, and if you're not,
Well, there you go. Every ball super clear with the plan.
and like let's just work out what the best ball is, because like that guy clearly just wanted to shovel everything, wasn't going to like anything like that. Yeah, just great plan, well done, good execution, well done. This break's very similar.
Yeah, so we get a bit of an insight there about what Jersey are thinking. They stuck to the plan, and Manusis was a very good innings from him, you'd have to say. Got this team to 50, but he'll go in the end for 27 off 12 with 4 big sixes. And it is that man, George Richardson, again, that has delivered for Farmers in this clash with the Greeks. Now someone has to take it forward again, and they've got Aslan Ahmed coming in at number 6, so he's okay with the bat as well. Let's see if he can get something going here in the second half. Isn't that interesting? When the stump likes around,
Yeah,
gets a little bit of the
insight there.
fly on the wall stuff.
Richardson sticks with the shorter delivery, but this time it gets it down the leg side. So that obviously seems to be the plan here. Just a bit of a, not short, but short of a length. Trying to get the batters going across the line and hoping to get Paulie that just going up in the air, or, well, like that one did the ball before. As you see there in the screen, Manusis edging it behind.
Yeah, he's troubled the batters with pace with that short ball. It surprised them. You saw it surprise Bogdos a couple of times, and then certainly surprised Manusis. He couldn't quite get a full-blooded pull shot in.
And, well, he's given this one everything, and he's given that some well. He goes all the way. Big shot. Seis carreras. Que grande.
Yeah, I think this might have been the off-cutter, and I saw the captain throw his arms up in frustration. Takes us to the end of the over, 57 for 4. I think he's probably saying, well, it's working so well. Yeah, see, that is the off-cutter, and it's just on the length, and it's just baseballed out of the ground. So a confident start for Aslan Ahmed. Now the score at the end of 6 is 57 for 4. So if I was going to do my kind of check-in from here, if you can get to a ball from here, you get 105. No, that won't be easy. That's what they'll be looking to do. One big 6 and over, maybe a 4. Get some of these double-digit overs. You can get 4 of them together, and you're looking at 100 plus, which I think is very defendable when you consider some of the options that Corfu have at their disposal. But, right now, we're going to see Ben Kinman. He's been used as a bit of a late over specialist for Farmers in this series. He's coming on to bowl the 7th over.
Good One in there, sort of tucks up Bogdas a little. Bogdas now, I think he'd probably be feeling that even though Ahmed's played a good shot, big six to get started, that he needs to try and get a little bit more going here. He's sort of going about just over on a ball. He's got to play a few shots himself. Hasn't been hitting it as sweet or fluently as he was the other day.
Yeah, just needs to click, doesn't he? Here against Kinman.
Places out to the fielder on the long on position, comes in, does the fielding. So it's going to be, this is going to be the battle for me, because I think he's not going to hold back.
Probably not a bad thing if Bogdas isn't clicking, just to roll the dice with Ahmed at the other end. I think it's not a bad thing at all. See if Arslan can get hold of a couple. If he gets out, he gets out. And I've got a couple of other options to come.
Oh, this is a full toss, Gundy ball, and it's been called no ball for the height. So the next one is going to be a free hit. Yeah, this has to be called for me. Yep.
Good call. Very good call. Arslan, they're all free hits for him at the moment anyway. So he won't be able to change the field either. So Kinman just overcooking the full one there. Buckle up, free hit. And, well, it will go to the boundary. I don't think it's quite what was intended, but it will be 4 runs. And Ahmed, another boundary, just keeps his score ticking for GK Corfu.
Yeah, and this was the free hit. So yeah, the license to go big, and it gets a bit of bat onto this. It flies away. Quite a few runs have gone in that area. I think just in the last few deliveries, we've seen 12. Kinman needs to come back. Touch down the ground. It will be well fielded by Zach Tribe. It's his area. Zach's has been very good out there.
Yeah, he's an excellent fielder. Jeez, what a big game for these two teams. Think about all the distance they've come to be here, all the cricket they've played to be here. It all comes down to this match. Bogdas just cannot get going in this innings, can he?
No, he's the other day, as we said, every time the ball was hitting his bat, it just sounded so good. Yet today, he just hasn't been able to get back into that rhythm. But the thing is, he's still there, and you just get the feeling he's a sort of batter, Spiros. At any moment, he can click.
Yeah. Last ball, the 7th coming up.
This gets past. And when they decide, yep, we'll take it, then they do. They do get the single at the end of the over. So 65. 7 gone here now. So it's not a bad over after that expensive one from George Richardson. That's most expensive that we had so far, 16. All of those 16 came off 5 deliveries because 1 resulted in a wicket.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, let's have a look at the format. And here we are at Super Thursday, where the top 3 essentially play a second round of matches just against each other. So the top 3 play twice. This is the first eliminator. So the bottom 3, they have a very different experience on Super Thursday. Their tournament is on the line. And you can see right now, this is the 5 versus 6 match. The winner of this match will play Marlow in another eliminator later on. The winner of that match joins the top 3 tomorrow on Finals Friday, as we are back to George Richardson in the 8th.
This is a nice looking shot, and it will keep going, going and going. Arriba, arriba, arriba. Manos arriba, Vitro, eso es 6 carreras.
So Bogdas, what he has done, he has stayed there. It's not a terrible strike rate. I mean, he's been going just over run a ball. This is one that's just a bit too straight to him. And I think they're probably going to try and test him out with a bit more short stuff. I think that's what he has struggled with in this innings from George Richardson. It's a bit of a risk, though, with the fine leg in the circle.
Oh, he takes him on again, and he's trying to get it through the gap, and does. 1 bounce 4. So 6 and 4. And, well, Spiros Bogdas is after some more. And I said he's just waiting. The form will come, he'll click, and maybe this is him clicking now.
Yeah, this is placement. Whether it's through luck or design, it was into the gap. And so Bogdas testing the bowler, counter-attacks on. This is what we expected from Corfu. They're going to try and counter-punch with the Farmers.
Slightly quicker delivery could come back. Well, a bit of a misfield. They're going to take him on here. And they're going to get home as well. Well, a rare error in the field from the Farmers. And well, that's not a good moment from Asa Tribe.
Yeah, it's often the ones you misfield that you think are unmisfieldable. A very good fielder. He just over-attacks that one and overruns it so far that they do get back for 2. And that's a good result for Yek, I think, because Bogdos, he's the man with the hot hand. He's back on strike.
Yeah, just bowling length through him. I think it just needs to be a little bit shorter, really. And this one is a little bit shorter. There you go. That's the line you've got to bowl.
It's a bit quicker as well, George Richardson. And you think about in a longer form game, you'll see pace bowlers, they'll often kind of work into, they won't hit their top pace until 2nd, 3rd, 4th over of a spell. And that's kind of what I feel about Richardson. He's just warming up. And that one, I think, is the quickest ball he's bowled yet. He's only got a couple to come, though.
I wonder if he'll try that slow ball again. It hasn't worked for him so far. And he stays quick, but this is going up in the air. Opportunity taken. No mistake. And it's Zach Tribe. I said that that's his area. He doesn't make any mistakes here. So, well, George Richardson once more. He does get taken to the boundary a few times, but he does provide with the wicket. And now, well, he's got both the dangerous men out. We saw him getting Tassos Manunis out, and now he's got Spiros Bogdas out. That's a big wicket to get at this point.
Yeah, it just felt like something was going to give in those last 2 balls. We still got one to come in this over from Richardson, but it just felt that Bogdas, either he was going to get away with one more, or he's probably going to go. That's exactly how it worked out. Zach Tribe, really good catch from him. He had a little glance while the ball was in the air, just to make sure he had space and there was no one getting in his way, and he was clear, takes the catch, and end of a pretty handy knock from Spiros, even though I don't think he hit the ball as well as he would have liked for a lot of it. But he does go for 26, and the score now 77 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, he's played his part, hasn't he? I think the most important thing he did there is once the wicket of Tassos, the left-hander, went, he knew he couldn't give his wicket away straight away. So though he didn't play any big shots there at the time, he stayed in, he put in a partnership together with Ahmed, and then there when he had to go, he went. And I think he fancied Richardson, that's why he went for that shot. He thought this was the time he could this was the bowler he could go after.
Bruises, the new batter. Dig one out. Into the over. It's 77 for 5.
Yeah, good finish there with the dot ball as well. So he's gone for 28, but he has picked up 2 wickets. 77 for 5.
Right, 12 balls to go. Richardson does get those couple, but a bit more expensive than he was yesterday. Made it over yesterday. See, there's a couple of kind of promising partnerships, I suppose. And at the other end, don't forget, we've still got Arslan Ahmed there. He's got a 4 and a 6, and he's only faced 4 balls. So he is very, very capable of hitting a large ball as well. Will Pershard comes back into the attack. And one cousin replacing another.
Yeah, I mean, look, even a run of ball here now gets them sort of like to 89. That will help. Well, no, well, I'm thinking that maybe this is going to be called a wide. He just sneaks this inside.
Let's have a look.
Bowling.
We don't have the best angle on these live, so we'll have a look. Yeah, that's fine.
Really well bowled.
It's ball in. Good umpiring. Stefan Gooch is out there. He's meticulous with his preparation for his umpiring matches. He was studying up last night. So I think he's a wide. Gets a bit too much of the line. So he's flirting with it. But again, as what Andrew Ryan saying earlier, it's almost an acceptable wide because if you can sneak it in, you'll get a dot.
That's right. We'd like to see that. Yeah, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that a single ball gets you to almost to 90. You get an extra like that and you find the boundary a couple of times, you still should be trying to get to that 100. But this won't help, and that's the second dot in the over.
Yeah, and Arslan Ahmed, you see, he likes to go mid-wicket, so he's not getting anything in his zone at the moment.
He's got to attack here. He's got to come out and meet him. Got to use his feet. He's looking to go over the top of extra cover.
He does, and he doesn't clear the fielder though. It's a nice catch taken by Julius Samarat, who just galloped around to his left. He got long arms and long legs, and so he reins that one in. And another wicket now has fallen for Yek Corfu. Expertly taken by the infielder there, Samarat. Hassan Ahmed, again, useful contribution of 11, but he'll go no further. It's 78 for 6.
Yeah, and that's why I say you've got to use your feet. He's standing there and hoping that just by standing put, he's going to get enough leverage on it. He's not. Got to come down the wicket and get right under it. It was the right shot in the right area. That's what I was talking about, over extra cover. But, well, without moving your feet, it's gone straight to the fielder. Good catch taken. And, well, a man of the quality of Sumare is not going to put those down.
Yeah. Good footwork by the fielder. Don't often associate footwork with fielding, but it's really important. He was off quickly, and he just picked the correct route to the ball, the correct path to the ball. As Azra Ahmed is going to come out at number 8. You've got 2 batters here that are fresh. It's always a bit more difficult to go at that 2-ball plus pace. You've got new batters there, and also you've got the number 7 and number 8 out there. So let's see what they can do in the last 9 balls.
Pretty full. I think he's just gone for maybe a slightly slower delivery there. Wanted to get the slower Yorker, and he runs back to his mark pretty quickly. So I wonder if that's an indication where he needs to get this over completely pretty quickly.
Gone 41 minutes, but we have had more than 5 wickets. So that's something to keep an eye on, because I think you get an extra minute per wicket after every 4.
Yeah, that wicket
wickets
that he took could, not only is it just slow the run rate down, but it could have been the difference of them getting.
It buys you a minute,
off.
but the minute is what the batter takes to get to the crease, right? So
yeah. Firmly struck, trying to get it through the gap. Fielder's got to get down and does brilliantly well. That's excellent fielding once more from Zach Tribe. Oh, this is sensational. Well, this is what it's all about, sexy cricket. And they're pretty confident that they've got another wicket here. And that is all down to the sexy cricket from the young Zach Tribe.
yeah, that's out. I'm calling it here. It's an amazing stop. Look here, pulls it back, and that's a bit of brotherly love there. Zach to Asa, and you'll see here, I think you'll see he's short by half a metre, I think. You'll get a better view here. We'll slow it down for you at the point of impact, and he's barely in the picture. So, it's, well, I don't mind that run from Bruises, because it had to be perfect cricket for him to get run out, but he was. And you see Stephen Gooch, he kind of had an instinct, but just, of course, always makes sense to check with the third umpire. He gives the decision, and so they will get 1 for that. Plus the run out, though. Bruises has to go unselfishly for a duck. The score is 81 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, that is great to see. I mean, one thing that we see and we associate now with European cricket is stronger together. And this was all about being stronger together. Well, what a partnership that was. So it was Zach making a fantastic stop. And it's the way, look, it's not just the stop. It's the way he makes sure that his body doesn't take the ball over the boundary. And then he flicks it through to Asa. Asa gets a perfect throw in. And then, well, William there just making sure there's no mistakes at the other end. Brilliant.
They've got high standards in the field, Farmers, and that was a very, very good piece of work. So it turns essentially what looked like a 4 into a 1.
Yeah.
And also now you've got a new batter on strike to start the last over. He's no tail ender, Georgios Galanis. Still a young player. I've seen him batting as high as probably 5 in this series.
Yeah.
Still think he's adapting his batting to T10 cricket. We'll see him bowling some leg spinners later in this match for sure. That 100 looks unrealistic now, doesn't it? They'd be happy just to take 10 off this, I think, and get to 90. Kinman back for the last over.
This one in. Just moving away, Galanis there, wasn't he? Moves away towards the leg to trying to give him some room. But clever bowling from Kinman.
Yeah, it was. Galanis needs to get bat on ball here at a bare minimum.
It's this very hard, but to the fielder. 1 run.
Yeah, they're just happy to say hold and just concede 1. There's no one backing up, so they didn't want to give away a second.
Straight infield now to the right hand there. Well, now's the time to go big. That's right, Ahmed Khan, he needs to really, behind up this, there's a big gap, isn't there, between long on and mid wicket. See if you can get enough on it. Goes straighter, goes more to long on, and Zach Tribe just the fielding.
Yeah, really good clean pickup. That's one of those that I think if there's a fumble, they're going to go for 2. May or may not get away with it, but just don't allow Azra Ahmed to get down the striker's end. So it's down to Galanis.
as well. Through the fielder, good throw, he'll be in trouble, and he's going to be in trouble, I think. He looks up, probably like he thinks he knows he's gone, but he's going to wait around for the decision. Once again, good fielding, clean pickup, good throw, good take.
I feel like this is closer, but it's probably just still out. Let's have a look. As bowler made good position, got back to the stumps, and he is in. Yeah. Well, my instinct was maybe it was just out, but yeah, good work. Yeah, it's not out. Good running then. Worth taking those on. Good cricket all round, really. Took off straight away.
It just, again, though, it goes to show that if you go straight away and you run properly, now that's the way to run, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, run fast, stretched out, bad sliding in on the surface, not off the surface. Now, this could go anywhere. Fielder comes in, takes a catch, and this one does go to hand. It's another wicket, and well, there's that celebration, and that's, well, come on, let's say hi to his mum. Shall we do it?
Yeah.
Shall we do it? Here we go. And that's hi to Kimben's mum, who's recovering from an operation, you said, is that right?
Yeah, on the feet. So it's nice to see him getting amongst it. Don't be hoping it's not the last time they get to see their team in this ECL. They need to win this game. Nice catch taken by Cammy Gibb down at third man. He hurls it back into the air. So one ball to go here. 84 for 8.
Now, I just want to remind you back to the end of the 8th table when I said, even if you take a single per ball, you're going to run the ball, you're going to get to around that 90 figure, right? They haven't done that, and that's where sometimes I always try and say to teams, look, whatever happens, don't think because it's 12 balls to go, you're going to try and hit the boundary every time. Think about getting a run per ball, because I mean, they're going to end up short of that. So just sometimes the mentality, you've got to think about bat on ball run rather than trying to hit big.
Other thing is, I think there's been all these dots snuck in just inside the wide line. So I don't think it's necessarily that they've been going for big shots all the time. I think there's been some clever death bowling. Hannah Majanas to face the last ball. We'll go for 2 here.
Yeah, he's got to go and go. He's not running very quickly himself, though. And if this is taken cleanly, he'll be gone, and it has been. Had to do a bit of work there, the captain, James Pershard. He almost got stuck in his pads, but takes his time, kept a cool head, and gets the run out. It's been a very good performance in the field from Farmers.
Yeah, they're going to finish on 85. Well, a few less than they would have wanted, but I think considering the start they got, at least they got something to bowl at. And we've seen these kind of scores defended before, especially towards the end of last week. 85 was winning quite a few matches. Yeah, it does well to at least block that, gets everything behind it. Well done by James Pershard as he leads his team off the field. And they have one number in mind. It'll be 86 for Farmers to stay alive in the tournament. Otherwise, Corfu, they will be heading to another eliminator match against Marlow, the Portuguese champions, later today. Well, Jersey supporters that are out in full force, as you'd imagine, they'll be cheering their guys on, as it's a modest but still a little tricky target here in the first eliminator, match number 17 of Group E. Jersey, they've approached this in good spirits, and we've appreciated the fan zone filling up with the Jersey supporters, but it was a bit of a procession early, a couple of first over strikes, just getting the Farmers on the front foot.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good bit of bowling right up there. Smith had to go chuggy. That was the second wicket he got. First one, of course, was of the captain, Aslam Mohammed. And then it was really one man that put up some resistance, and that was a left-hander, Tassos Manunis, who's had a really good tournament so far. But that was so unlucky for Carvelis. That's the bowler just getting a little touch on this. It was chuggy again that gets credited for that run out, and very disappointing way to get out for Carvelis. He wasn't able to make any impact in this inning, so it was all over to Manunis, and he did play well. He played some nice shots. He did get some good support there eventually from Spirit Bogdas, and there were two of them together there. Bogdas took his time to get going, but then he played some nice shots himself before he saw Manunis go. And this one hurt. It was a bump ball straight to Joel Richardson, but Joel Richardson, I have to say, he came into this team with the spinner Reece Palmer missing from the lineup, and he bowled really well. I think he certainly held his own, the 45-year-old, and that's what the Farmers did well for me. They threw themselves around. They were exceptional in the field, And we're going to see some really good work. And that was a wicket there. And it was George Richardson who got the big wicket off the left-hander. The big hitting Manunis had to go. And then it was all about Bogdas. Could he get them to score around about 100? Well, he did open up. One man who came out and smashed his first ball for 6 was Hassan Ahmed. He certainly was in no mood to hang around. Bogdas, he had a bit of luck, didn't he? Found the end a few times, but he did find the middle of his bat a couple of times as well. This was a delightful shot. Just picked that up and off it went, and just started to open up at the time that he needed to. And he just thought, well, if he could stay there, maybe just for the remaining 10 deliveries or so, he could have got them to that 100 score, but it wasn't to be. It's a nice catch once again taken. This time it was that man there who we're going to see a lot more of him as well. Zach Tribe. This time it was a good one. Catch taken in the air. No, Sumarer in the air, saying thank you very much. And that was George Richardson picking up his second wicket. He was, you'll see from the bowling figures, a little bit expensive, but he did get both the key batters out. And this was just exceptional piece of fielding. 3 men involved in that run out, Zach, Pacer and Williams. Tidy stuff from the Farmers, and it needed to be. Remember, this is an eliminator. You can see they were very happy about that, and we're going to see a nice celebration from the bowler as well, which all about going out to his mum, who's celebrating. Not celebrating, I should say recovering, but maybe he's celebrating watching this, because it was a very good performance from her boy Kidman, and also the team Farmers. They needed to put a good performance in here. I mean, they got a win yesterday, didn't they, against their opponents here today, but then afterwards they didn't perform well at all against Marlow, especially with the bat. They were okay in the field, but it's the batting now. That's what they've got to come over here. They've got to come and bat well. Well, first let's have a look at the batting of Yuk Corfu, and those 2 men, like I said, Manunis, he was in the runs 27 of 12, and then Spinners Bogdas 26 of 19. But other than those 2, it was that little contribution from Hassan Ahmed, who hit his first ball for a big 6, but nobody else was able to contribute. They'll be disappointed that they didn't at least get to that 90 score. Ideally, they would have liked 100, but a couple of things just didn't go their way. And one big moment in that innings was the run out of Carvelis. He was very, very unlucky, and we know that he's a big player, and he's going to have to be a big player when it comes to them taking the field of play, because I think a lot is going to rely on how he bowls. Have a look at that man Hatton there. You can see that was when Bogdas started to get going and hitting the ball well. They had that little flurry, but it didn't end well with them really struggling to get runs going in the last few overs. In fact, they didn't manage to get 10 runs in the last 2. I think it was about 8. As we have a look once more of the mid-innings summary. And good bowling performances though. To say from Charles Burchard, 2 for 12. George Richardson was expensive, but he got the key men out, didn't he? He got Manunis out, and he also got the wicket of Bogdas. So well bowled to the young under-19 international. This leaves it evenly poised. Look, yet Corfu will know that the Farmers, they have had issues with the bat. They haven't been at their best. So if they bowl and field well and take all their chances, this could be it's going to be one of those grade 80 matches, I feel. But I think a lot depends on the Tribe brothers. One of those 2 have to get going. They batted well in this same fixture, this very fixture yesterday in match number 12. If they can put the same sort of performance in here again today, then they should maybe survive and carry on in this eliminator and go on to the next match. One of these 2 teams we will not be seeing again at the end of this innings. Who are we going to be saying goodbye to? Is it going to be the champions from Greece, Yuk Corfu, or is it going to be the champions from Jersey? Well, join me, Rita Full and Mr. Maximo in just under 10 minutes time as we return for the conclusion of this match. Hasta pronto! Hello and welcome back to the beautiful and magnificent Cartama Oval, this lovely setting of Malaga, which is the host region, and in the province of Andalusia, which is the home of the BET2BALL European Cricket League, the Champions League of cricket. And, like we saw yesterday in the Champions League of football, in the Champions League of cricket today, it was the Spanish team that performed well. The Spanish team performed well yesterday in the football as well, so flying the flag in terms of the Champions League of football and of cricket so far. And of course it's Pakai Care Battle Honour. They had a good win against the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia, the champions of Cyprus. Which way will this go? It's the champion of Jersey Farmers. They've done a good job out there restricting Yet Corfu, the champion of Greece, to 85. 86 required for victory. 86 required to stay in the competition. Yet Corfu have to bowl at their best, and that's why they're going with the big gun straight away, Carvelis. And saw a big round of applause and cheers for the two men that are opening the batting. It's the Tribe brothers. Zach was brilliant in the field. Can he produce with the bat? Good ball first up from Carvelis. He knows that he can't give anything loose. He's got to be on the money. Early wickets is what they need. I mean, they will know, of course, from previous performances from Farmers with the bat that they have had their issues. They haven't had things go their own way all the time. Well bowled, asking the question, a big appeal. And, well, nothing from the umpire, Stefan Gooch. And just asking the question. And it's a really, really good appeal. And I think for me that this one is probably, this will give us a good indicator. Look where the ball hits. Yeah, and it's on the up. I think that's a really good decision. That's probably going to go on to miss the top of the stumps. Bat on ball. Gets himself to the other end. Attacking throw from Aslan Ahmed. Just letting the batters know, well, okay, you want to take me on. Fair dues, but I'm going to have a go as well. Corfu will be hoping they can produce the same performance that Marlowe did against Farmers when they bowled him out for 67. Do that and you stay alive. The brothers, though, the Tribe brothers will have other ideas. Asa now on strike. Just a shorter delivery into the body of Asa, just puts it away in the area of square leg, takes a single. Very quiet around the ground, very tense. Farmers have a lot of supporters out here supporting them, but they know the importance of this match. Got ball from Carvelis. Hasn't pitched one up yet, he just kept it just there, short of a length. That sort of naggy length, as you like, for a batter, but I'm just pretty sure he will go for that Yorker at some point, keeping that and maybe the short ball as the surprise delivery. And he does go for it, the full one, but gets a bit of bat onto it, and it goes to the boundary. Carvelis can't believe it, even the wicketkeeper, Spiros Bogdas, has got his gloves on his head. Can't believe that he's managed to get a bit of bat onto this, and you can see why he's gone right across the line. Certainly not one that you'd be looking to sweep, but he gets a bit of bat on it. Just wonder if that did hit the pad, whether he would have got away with it. May have been just outside the line of the stumps. But the over does finish with a boundary. Valuable runs, 6 on the board.
I could tell from your face you were worried.
For Farmers at the moment, the key thing is that not lost a wicket. That's one thing that they want to make sure doesn't happen. They don't lose those early wickets and put themselves under any kind of pressure. A good partnership is what they need. Aslan Ahmed. Bowl the next. He's bowled well. He does attack the stumps. So got a couple of LBW decisions go his way yesterday because of the line he bowls. And he comes. Goes for the fuller delivery straight away. It's a tribe. Bat on ball. Takes a single. Both these young batters are known for being aggressive players, hard hitters off the ball. And they produced their best against their opposition here today, early in the group. This one's on the pad, and once again it's a shake of a head. And suggesting that it was probably just drifting down leg. So 2 LB appeals. Yeah, I think that was probably just going to go on to missed leg. It's what he does, though, isn't it, Aslan Ahmed? He does get the ball right up there. Tiki-taka at the moment. They'll be happy with that. Just about trying to get themselves in, get themselves comfortable. It's not a big rate that's required per over. So I think they'll be feeling that as long as they can keep getting these singles and the occasional boundary here and there, they'll be up with the rate. And here again, see, just dropped the bat on it. I'm just wondering whether yet Corfu, seeing this and recognising what both these young batters are doing, well, they may just decide, okay, look, why don't we just bring somebody in on each side so that we literally say, right, okay, no, we're not going to let you get the runs this way. Play your shots, play some shots. Difficult one when you haven't got too many on the board. Shorter beats him outside the off, and that's well bowled. Just clever bowling there from Ahmed because everything's been pitched up Yorker length, and this one just banks it in a bit shorter outside the off stump, and he knows that the batter's going to go for it. Haven't had really anything to go at, but misses it. And doesn't miss this one. This is a delightful shot. Pitches this one up. It was in the zone and met with a thud. 4 runs. Lovely shot. And the two brothers meet in the middle as that over comes to an end. Yeah, just the only difference with that is similar length to what he's been bowling at the batter. But that time just a little bit wider and being put away. 4 runs. Again, a boundary at the end of the over. That's what you want to try and avoid. Ask Corey, the Spanish national team coach. He always says you have to finish well. And as we leave you to look at that table, how the teams finished after the round-robin stage, we bring back into the commentary box Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, it's good to be here. I was just hanging out in the fan zone a little bit in the innings break. And having some good chats to some of the Farmers crowd from Jersey. As we see Aslan Mohammed coming in. And he gets blasted away. Oh, this is catching practice with the crowd. Maximo! Nice work by Peter. He knew how to handle it. But it's a little bit too short from Mohammed. First ball disappears.
Yeah, and this is now Zach's turn to have a go. Too short. Rocks back. This is a powerful shot to play the back foot. And this time, just guides it down to the man at third. He says, there you go. I've got my boundary now. Over to you.
So I was chatting to Ken Binman's dad, Ben Kinman, and he was telling me all about how Farmers, they welcome touring sides all the time, and we know how beautiful that ground is, Farmers Field. So check out their website, just look them up. Farmers Cricket Club in Jersey, and likewise, they actually go on a tour to the UK every year. And he's telling me that every time they go on a tour, there's a different story that comes out. So one year they had 20 tickets for the football game, and then Robbie Pershard, who apparently will get lost even in his own house, ended up driving 40 miles the wrong way. So I think it's just going to be called wide. Yeah, so then his punishment is that they had to buy 20 more tickets for another football game. They said there was 40 miles before they saw the next sign, then realised they were going the wrong way. And so, yeah, they got plenty of stories.
In the air, and he's got enough of it as well. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Clever batting. And we are still inside the power play, of course, so with those fielders inside the 30-yard circle, this is the perfect shot to play. And they're happy, they're making some noise. And they, of course, know and sense the importance of this match. It's all about staying alive, staying alive. Can they do it, the Farmers? Goes for it again, and this one may go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna, Sona, Ginna. Bada Shaka.
Well, they're getting a move on, the Farmers. This is a destructive power play now. 19 off this over so far.
And this one will go for 4 as well. This is a delightful shot. And this goes, well, it's going up the stairs. It wants a bit of Victoria itself. And there it is. There she goes. What a classy shot this is. We've seen the power, and this time it's about the placement and the timing. A terrific over that comes to an end there, and the score moves along. 37 without loss.
37 puts a dent in that target, and that over went magical for Farmers. 23 off it, Aslam Muhammad. And yeah, well, I'll tell you what might be helping Farmers is that it's Jim Pershart, of course, the visionary behind the club. They're a bit worried about him up there because he's been wearing his Lucky Farmers underpants for 4 days straight.
Oh no. Well, he's the potato farmer. He's going to put them in with the potatoes.
I weren't particularly lucky over the first 3 days, never mind that. But they're really worried about whether they'll make them to day 5 or not. So certainly fun times in the fan zone. Look who it is, it's Bardis, a man who taught himself to bowl over the COVID lockdown period.
Yeah.
And they said, look, you're left arm, you're a left armer, so you should bowl because left armers are pretty useful. And he certainly bowled well yesterday, didn't he?
Certainly did. He could have had a wicket of every ball, as we said. Ilias Bardis floats this up and played nicely, respectfully. I'm just wondering how many things you reckon he broke in his house while he was practicing?
Yeah, I wouldn't say the hard ball's a good place to start. Yeah, but isn't that great? These native European cricketing stories. A name like Ilias Bardis. Find your way to the Field of Dreams here at Cartama. It's pretty accurate, isn't he? That's what he's been working on. Yeah. And as a left armer, if he does get a bit of spin, it goes away from the right-hander. Yeah, but...
hello, ladies. Look at the shades and the hat. What a lovely hat. Vinny, you look good in that hat.
Yeah, I've got one of those at home.
Got your colours.
Yeah.
And this is pumped away for 6. It's going, it's gone all the way. Kidna Sona Shaka Lagia.
Yeah, the Farmers ploughing their way to this target at the moment. This was just a little bit too short. First one he's dropped short, really. Had plenty of time to get in the correct position. The batter on that occasion send that one out of the ground. Good batting.
Yeah, they're enjoying themselves out there at the moment. This is a good partnership. The two brothers, Zach and Asa Tribe, are giving the team the perfect start they need. 45 now without loss.
Need a wicket to stay in touch here. Throws it wide. Probably would have been a wide. Instead, very, very well stopped down there by Georgios Galanis, the 17-year-old. He's flat out, but he's trying whatever he can do to keep his team in the game.
Yeah, really good stop. I mean, that was the partnership yesterday, wasn't it? It was Ilias Bardis doing the bowling, and the man here who stops this one, Galanis, he was doing the catching. Really good stop.
Both these teams, they need to win 5 straight if they're going to qualify for Championship Week.
And I think this is out. It is. And Ilias Bardis does it again. He's got the wicket. He's got the wicket that they desperately needed. Puts an end to that partnership. And it's Zach Tribe, who was the more aggressive of the two brothers. This is well bowled, and that's the difference the length makes. Gets this in exactly the right area. Tries to play him out into the point region, and he gets a snick on this. Well, the only difference between Zach Tribe and Cinderella is Cinderella knew when to leave the ball.
Yeah, well, I don't think they're leaving too many, but this was a clever length because it's hard to get down to, but also it was quite full to cut. So nice catch taken behind the stumps by Spiros Bogdos as well, but Zach Tribe, he can be proud of his contribution here. 28 off 14, so 2-a-ball pace with 2 big maximos, 3 fours in there. And that is the end of the 4th over as well. Opening partnership is broken. 46 for 1. So Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. And yet the other issue with the crowd yesterday, a big Jersey crowd in, is there was a catch hit into the crowd.
Ooh.
And, well, I think Ken Binman's dad, he thought he had it. And then Jim Pershad comes and jumps in front of him, causes a finger injury. And they said, look, if it was a sack of potatoes, he would have caught it. but cricket ball, maybe not.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. So he spiked it. I think I remember, well, I didn't see the details of it, but I remember the ball going up in there.
Yeah.
But look, I was giving a clap to Barnes again because he's got another wicket. I'm loving his story.
It's a fantastic story, isn't it? It just shows you practice, practice, practice. And when you're bowling, slow bowling, it's not really about getting it fast. I think I often see kids try to bowl too fast. I think accuracy is the most important thing. As a slow bowler, then you can muck around with your pace a little bit. Even if as a faster bowler, get the accuracy right first, and then you can try and ramp up the pace.
Talking of slow bowlers, this young man, Galanis, I mean, he's certainly one to look out for in the future. He's a fantastic bowler. I love what he does. Love the energy that he brings to the side of Yakufu, and he certainly is going to do well for cricket in Greece, and he's going to, I think when you see the young players out there as well, as we saw many a times during this BET2BALL European Cricket League, it encourages other youngsters to want to play the game.
Well bowled again. I remember when I first met him in Greece, came across him, and I was there with Corey in Corfu last year, and I was saying to Yorgos, I was saying, okay, so have you gone to school in the UK? How come you're so good at cricket? He says, no, I just, in Greece. I said, okay. Oh, there's a bit of bat on this. This is pretty much uncatchable for the keeper. It takes such a big deflection. Yeah, so I said, so your dad got you into it? I said, did your dad grow up in the UK or whatever? He said, Dad played. I said, who did your dad play for? He says, Athens. All right, this one is hit and it's out of sight. Maximo Samarat. He's been a bit short of runs of late, but he's very capable. And this one brings up the 50 for Farmers.
Yeah, it brings up the 50. Look, I think this was a good chat here today, from the Farmers. I think they're going with the two Tribe brothers to open up and just basically taking just a little bit of the pressure off the opening batter away from Sumarea. And it looks like he's appreciating it. Hits this one big. You were talking about Athens. That one could have gone to Athens. This one's played out. One for the fielder to chase. Does well. Aslan Ahmed gets the throw in. He's taken the position of Galanis. And he's just saying, look, Skip, I want you over here. And that is the end of the over, though. So Galanis has to give the ball back. He's shaking his head a little bit. He reckons his captain was in the wrong place.
Yeah, well, it's only going to be one regardless. So, what is that, 56 for 1 off 5. So, run a ball pace required, 30 off 30. And at that thick edge, I don't really criticise the keeper for that one. I think he's in a pretty good position there, Bogdos. When they're very significant edges, sometimes, by definition, it'll take the ball away from the centre of your gloves. You have almost no time to react.
How much of that is luck? A take like that?
I think, the luck is what sort of edge it is. If it's a thin edge in the right spot, you're more likely to catch it. But I do think there is something, some keepers just have a knack of holding on to more of them. I think it's the way that your hands feel. It's a very hard thing to teach.
This into the attack again, and he could have another. He does. A Gundy ball it was a half tracker. It should have been put away. And Sumarea, this is the way that, his championship is going here at the moment. He just can't seem to put an innings together. This is a Gundy ball. It should have gone to the boundary. Instead, it goes straight to the fielder. Asra Ahmed takes the catch, and Ilyas Bardes has, second time he's bowled a second wicket.
Not just that, he's on a hat-trick as well, because he took a wicket off the last ball over his first over. And you're right, it wasn't the best delivery. Just had to get it over or around that fielder. So Sumarea, that's a big play to get out. And will there be a wobble in this chase? He was looking dangerous, but Julius, he's going to have to go for just 8. The score's 56 for 2.
Yeah, well spotted. Here's the hat-trick delivery, so we could really have something special happening here today. Remember, we talked about Ilyas, who could quite easily have had 5 wickets yesterday in that one over. We could say maybe even 6, because one was only just over him. Yeah. But here he is now, coming back on, the second time he's having a bowl in the BET2BALL European Cricket League, and he is on a hat-trick. Here we go. Hat-trick ball, and it's going to be Chuggy to face it.
What's his approach going to be? Probably a little bit careful, I imagine.
He He was cautiously goes to this, gets the bat onto ball, takes a run, doesn't get the hat trick, that man there in the picture there, but Elias Bardis well bowled, sir.
Yeah, it's been good, but he needs more. in a real jam here. Yet Corfu. He'll want the story to continue at ECL 22. Bardis.
Played, well timed. Bardis will do the fielding. What an arm, what a throw.
High standards. That's what this ECL is all about, developing cricket at the grassroots level. You see that bit of fielding there by Kalanis. A bit of what we saw earlier today from Zach Tribe as well. The bowling of Bardis. It's all about improving cricket in all aspects. It's just be one for Pershad. That time, he just knocks it into the leg side. So they might have to start thinking about maybe bringing up an extra infielder or two. Or just bring him in a bit tighter. Because this runner ball seems pretty comfortable at the moment for the Farmers' top order.
Full toss, and it's been punished. 6 more, and this one, well, this gets put into cow corner. 6 carreras. Qué guay, qué genial, qué grande, qué partido eso es.
Yeah, just the one loose ball and over, really. 1 or 2 from Bardis that lets him down. This one hangs up in the air, or hanging floater, and disappears into the jungle for 6. So that relieves all the pressure. Still one to come in this over.
Two of them talking to each other, saying, look, come on, we don't want to give a wicket away. We don't want to put any more pressure on ourselves. It's me and you. Let's bring it home. This has been hit very, very well. Middle of the bat, and over it goes. 6 more. Gea, Gea, Gea. Shakala, Gea.
Now Maximo squared to finish the over from Bardis, who showed a lot of promise, picked up 2 key wickets, but still they are running out of resources, running out of time. And now that means they are within range, you feel. 15 required. The score is 71 for 2.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. Just like the way he just kept his shape. It was the width. Every time Bardis gave it that width, he's onto it really quickly.
Right of what's coming up, and Pakai Care, they're undefeated, 5-0. They'll be taking on Habias Kreinhout, who are 3-2 through the group stage. These 2 teams met, and it was all about the battle of Mohamed Kamran versus Tobias Vise. And I have to say, I've been impressed with players on both these sides. There's a reason they're in the top 2 position, but Pakai Care, they've got a bit of an aura about them. Can we see them stumble? It's their last match of Super Thursday. And news from the toss, Habias have won the toss and they're batting first. I didn't even think we needed a toss because Pakai Care for sure, they wanted to bowl. So stay tuned for that one. Coming up in about 40 minutes. Carvelis back to try and save the day.
This one will bang this in. They still say no. But what that will be is the one for the over. So he's given that one away pretty quickly, Carvelis. So I think this is where the batter now knows that anything else that's coming my way, it's not going to be a short delivery.
Yeah, just slipping away from Yet Corfu here.
He played, gets it through the gap there between the 2 fielders and the inner circle, fielded in the deep, single taken.
So I'm gonna wander around the fan zone in the middle match. I've left, I'll leave Corey and Andrew up here, I think, for the next one. So I'm sure they'll have a good seat as well for that Royal Rumble too. It'll be the remix. The first time we had the Royal Rumble between Kamran and Vise. Last match of the day, and Vise, he took, well, essentially there were 16 off the over. There were 2 4s and a 6, couple of wides. And then he tried to play this shot where he gave up his stumps. He tried to flick it away over fine leg, and the stumps were damaged. I think Tobias, he will be out on a revenge mission in that next match coming up.
He played with soft hands.
The other thing about Pakai Care is that if they win, doesn't matter how much they win by. If they win this next game, they have locked up that double chance.
Yeah.
Yes, you can't say that necessarily because they still have a match to play later on today. They could still win one, lose one. But in Pakai Care, they'll want to send a message, I think. There's every chance the 2 teams might meet again tomorrow on Finals Friday.
Carvelis It's a tribe who's batted very well here today. Gets beaten with this one. That's a beautiful delivery. Bit of a jaffa there from Carvelis, and he's been, well, he's probably the most unluckiest player on that field today. You remember how he was out.
Yeah.
Then he had a few in his first over. He could have had a wicket or two, and just here again, beats him all ends up.
Yeah, cricket's one of those games, sometimes makes you wonder why you bother. But, he hasn't had the rub of the green today, Ari. But still, it hasn't been great seeing him in this series. He's lifted all his teammates around him as well. Last ball for him.
This time, well, it's a bit of edge on this, but I think he's played at this really. I think this is nicely played, I'm going to say. It goes down to the man at third, takes a single, so they see out the threat of Carvelis. 75, 2 down at the end of the 7th over.
Yeah, I think it was a genuine edge. I know he's maybe looking to run it down, but not that fine. Almost got to the keeper. He said it was Ilias Bartas that cleans up. So they do survive to an 8th over at least. Pretty good one from Ari Carvelis, who finishes none for 10. They now are 75 for 2. And I suppose when you're chasing a score like 80, 85 or 86 to win, and you've had such a good power play, and you don't need to take too many risks against Carvelis. And I think you're seeing the kind of cricket IQ of the batters out there. Just knowing nothing silly is required, and barring a big collapse, we'll see the Jersey side through to a second eliminator against Marlow later on today. Aslan Ahmed comes back into the attack for over number 8.
Yeah, this is played out for a wide. Yeah, I get the feeling that John T. Jenner, who's also a international player, the coach of Farmers, would have really got the boys together yesterday and talked about the things that they've done well, but also the things they've done bad. And their batting performance against Marlow yesterday wasn't good. They gave their wickets away. They didn't value their wicket at all. And he probably said to him, look, I know we've got to play our shots because of the format, but we've got to be smart, and we are smart cricketers. Go out there and show that we're smart cricketers. And it looks like today they have done that. That's a nice shot through the gap, and it's going to be 4 runs. Really well timed and firmly struck as well. And Asa Tribe is just showing us just what he and his brother are all about. Zach, he made a great contribution early up the order, 28 to 14. And in that opening partnership, just fell short of the 50. Asa is still there. And we've been told that both of them are attacking players. Look out for his muscles, they say. But he certainly muscled that last one to the boundary. This time, he just decides to take the opportunity to get Chuggy back on strike.
Yeah,
they're almost home here now.
Yeah, they are. I've got to hand it to Yet Corfu. They've outperformed my expectations in this series. We only have been to Greece for the one series in ECS cricket, but I have really enjoyed watching them take their game to the next level and see the amount of class in their team as well.
Slow delivery.
And I've liked the batting of players like Manousis, of course. We saw him in the ECS, but the conditions didn't really allow him to show exactly what he's capable of, and had a couple of unlucky dismissals there. So Tassos Manousis, I think, has been excellent with the bat. We already talked about Ari Carvelis. I think Bogdas as well. I think he's been excellent behind the stumps and also with the bat when he's been on song.
Oh, opportunity goes down. It was hit back at him pretty quickly. And Ahmed didn't have much time to react to it. It's one of those that they either stick or they don't.
Yeah, and this sums it up. One of these earlier went onto the stumps for a run out. And unfortunately for Aslan Ahmed, it was hit pretty hard though. He couldn't hold on. And just 4 runs to win.
And he takes him on, goes the area route, and it's going to be finished with a balle, kinna sona. Shaka Lagya, 6 carreras, 6 to finish it off.
Yeah, and they do it fairly comfortably in the end. And congratulations to Farmers, the Jersey representatives, and they are through to this afternoon's next elimination hurdle, which is Marlow from Portugal, who did take them apart yesterday in that corresponding match. So it'll be time for revenge. I know the Jersey supporters, well, they're happy. They see their team maybe coming good at the right time. It was a pretty clinical chase. And look, I have to take a moment to say congratulations again to Yet Corfu. Yeah. I know that they've been doing their best to lead the charge in Greece. And you talked about some of their they're kind of more experienced cricketers, but I like to see the other end of the scale as well. There's homegrown talent like Georgios Niktos, who we saw behind the stumps take a great catch earlier this week.
Yep.
To players like Nikos Bouzis, like Alexandros Anamagianis, and really all of their players. We talked a lot about Ilias Bardas, didn't we? And his left arm spin and how crucial that was. They had plenty of highlights, and they can look back and be very proud about their ECL experience.
Absolutely. I think they've taken the opportunity once more to show the world that yes, there is cricket in Greece. Not only is there cricket in Greece, but there's good cricket in Greece, good players, and they will get better and better. Well done to them.
Yeah, certainly do think so. Well, it is Farmers. They have made their way to the trophy there, and they're one step closer after sweeping aside Yet Corfu, and their supporters, well, they are pretty happy with what they saw. But it was a long way away, 86 runs required. They sent out 2 tribes, they went to war, and they were trying their best to win the early battles with Carvalis. Always a tricky customer to come into in the first over. That little partnership, particularly Zach Tribe, the way that he went about it early, 20 out of 14, and Asa would take over his 44 not out. That was crucial in chasing down these runs.
Yeah, it was intelligent batting. They took the singles when they had to. They played the big shots. They knew it wasn't a huge score that they needed to get. And they did and showed today what they weren't able to demonstrate yesterday. And I think, well, this is going to be a concerning sign perhaps for Marlow. I think they probably, when they played them yesterday, played them at their worst. The Farmers are getting better, and they're probably going to have to play them at their best here now. There was some joy there, of course, from Ilias Bardas again. And once again, I can't sing his praises high enough. Somebody who never knew how to bowl, learnt how to bowl by watching the European Cricket Network on YouTube. Picked it up, he broke a few ceramics around the house learning, but he's come good, hasn't he? He took 2 wickets yesterday and taken 2 here again today. And that is the stories that we like to tell you about on the European Cricket Network. It's about these European cricketers in all these European countries. Some countries you would never associate with cricket, but they're coming together and they're showing the world what they can do. And while they're out there in their field of dreams, they're making their own dreams come true.
Yeah, they sure are. And, well, time for a few smiles. There weren't too many a day or two ago for Farmers, but yeah, they have made their way into the second eliminator. And it's with a heavy heart that we say goodbye to Yet Corfu for this ECL. And I'm sure they'll be trying their best to qualify this year to come back in ECL 23. So we do have confirmation. It'll be Marlow versus Farmers in eliminator number 2. That's the 4th match of the day. The winner of that will qualify with the other 3 teams that already have qualification for finals Friday. But before that, we've got a big match coming up. It's going to be Pack Eye Care versus HBS Krinehout. And well, I know that this is a bit of a sequel to a highly entertaining game that we saw earlier in the week. Pack Eye Care undefeated. Will it stay that way? HBS, well, they have some big guns in their lineup. We always talk a lot about Tobias Visay, but what about Manjinder Singh? Hasn't he been a really useful player in all aspects of the game? And of course, got that really clever left arm spin option and lower order hitting ability of Julian Demay.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is going to be an exciting match. I think HBS Krinehout, they would feel that they let themselves down a little bit the last time when they played. I don't think Julian Demay bowled at his best. And I think Manjinder Singh was bowling a little bit too short as well. They'll be wanting to come back. But I think Tobias Visay, he needs to once again show what his class is. The last few knocks have been best of it for him, but he's going to come back strong. Talking about strong, well, the Tribe brothers, they were strong in this one, as you saw there. Good innings from them. I mean, 28 from Zach right at the top end. But then Asa Tribe, once he was gone, stuck around to finish the job off. 44 from him. The bowling, well, look, credit to the bowlers, is never easy when you haven't got too many runs on the board. But they bowl well, I think. They can hold their heads up high. I mean, they took the game pretty deep, didn't they? But look, Carvelis, he had no luck today at all. And, well, no wickets for him, but only just conceding 10 runs. And Aslan Ahmed, he bowled pretty well as well, getting those Yorkers in. But once more, there was a couple of LB appeals. They were close, but not close enough. Ilias Bardas, he picked up the 2 wickets, so well done to him. He's going to go back home to Greece, a little bit of a star. And then watch out for that youngster as well, Galanis. He is class, and he's going to get better and better. So congratulations, you have to say, to the champions of Jersey Farmers. They stay alive, and they will continue, but they've got a tough match coming up now against Marlow.
Yeah, so hopefully you can join us for the third match of the day. Yeah, we just want to do one final goodbye. Well, it's not really goodbye, it's farewell for now. And see you soon to the guys from Yek and Corfu. Love the way you're going about your cricket. Thank you so much for your hospitality when we were there last year. We'd love to get back for a European Cricket Series sometime soon. And to all of our Greek viewers and our Greek supporters, well, hopefully that you continue following Greek cricket and their cricketing adventure. Big game coming up though, Pack Care versus RBS. We are going to do a bit of shoulder rubbing and mingling in the fans. I will leave you with Corey Ruckers and Andrew Ryan just around the corner. That game will be starting in around 25 minutes. Can't wait. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. Strap yourselves in. Cameron coming next here on ECN. You're watching the ECL. And it's great to be here. And brought to you by Kiva Inu and BET2BALL. See you soon for more European Cricket Network action.
This is how we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. And it's always sad to say goodbye to one of the teams here at ECL 22, but we do have to move forward, and we do move forward to playoff 2. It's the middle match of the day, and these two teams, they were the best performers during the round robin stage. It's Pakai Care Badalona of Spain taking on Habias Krijnhout of the Netherlands. And well, here is a man from the Netherlands, Sir Rob Kemming. He's royalty there and he's royalty here. He has the giant coin out there in the middle for the coin toss.
Your call. Yeah. Bet2BALL. Bet2BALL. It is Bet2BALL. We'll have a bet.
Bet2BALL is the way that the giant coin falls, and that means that Habias Krijnhout, their captain Ferdivek, has elected to bat first. I actually don't think you needed the giant coin at all, because I think that Pakai Care, they wanted to bowl anyway. They wanted to get Cameron out there. So we're going to see Tobias Vise versus Mohamed Cameron. What a battle that will be first up. And look, Pakai Care, it's simple for them. If they can win this game, and they certainly have nailed down that double chance, Habias Krijnhout, well, they'll want to win this one, but they're still at risk because they do have another match to come later on tonight. So it's going to be a big match, and so I put the dream team in the commentators box. It'll be Andrew Ryan and Corey Rutgers. Well, be careful, guys. This one could be spicy. Let's get up there and get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Vinny, Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, leading us into the coverage today. This is Game 3 on Day 4 of Group E here at the European Cricket League. I am Andrew Ryan, leading you along with comms today, and welcome to the commentary box, Mr. Corey Rutgers. Great to have you back on board, Corey.
Well, thank you, Andrew. And what they say, lightning doesn't strike twice. We're back again.
Back again. I think that's either desperation or a semi-approval of the A- team's effort yesterday. I mean, the crowd were loving it.
I think we've been given the all clear. I know the fan zone were very excited to hear a new combination, but here come the two teams, and this should be an interesting contest. And the officials there, Stefan Gooch and Joe, well, good luck to them. And Pakai Care, they haven't lost yet, Andrew, but will they be feeling a little bit of nerves, or are they just supremely confident?
Well, I know you've got this theory that it's almost impossible to go through an entire week without a loss, and it's almost better having one now than having the massive choke in the final. I think if there's one team to do it, RBS Krijnhout, they are the most likely, and particularly with that man striding out to bat in the opening. Tobias Vise, how do you see the matchup between him and Mohamed Cameron?
Well, this is exciting. Hitman, who I like to call him, Cameron, look at his stats there, and he's 478 in his fantasy team, and Mohamed Baba, those two are having great tournaments, but Vise, we know how dangerous he can be. Look, Cammy won the chocolates round 1. He got Vise, he got Walbra, he got 30 Vic. He blew through them. We call it the old boxing analogy. It's it's match 2. It's like when you lose the first match and you go ask for a recontest. It's in the contract. You have to go again. So here we go.
Yep. This is not pay-per-view, though. This is all coming to you live and free on the European Cricket Network channel here on YouTube, and our many, many broadcast partners around the world. Thank you to them, and thank you to everyone who is joining us on the coverage of this European Cricket League. Brought to you by Bet2BALL. We're coming to the concluding stages of Group E. As I said, it's Day 4, Super Thursday, before we move into the big day Friday, in which we will crown the winner of Group E. And of course, that winner will push on to finals week. And next week, they will join the 4 returning teams coming from Groups A to D to try to crown the winner of the European Cricket League 2022. It's exciting stuff, Corey.
Yeah, it is, and here we go. This is the big contest we were looking forward to seeing again. Vise, he got a few away last time off Cameron, aka Hitman, and then he blew his stumps apart to a loose shot. Will it happen again? And, well, this is what you tune in for, contests like this.
Absolutely, and if my memory serves me correctly, and it regularly does, I think it was 16 off the Cameron over before he dismissed Vise, when Vise shifted across the crease and tried to play a shot around his legs. I'm not sure he's going to repeat the same thing, but this is big, big time T10 cricket. Cameron steaming in first ball.
Ooh.
Wow, slight letdown, swinging leg side, although did note in the game this morning, Corey, he probably actually slowed the wheels down a little bit and was focused on line and length and a bit of swing. Seemed to be the case there, hasn't got into his stride yet.
Yeah, no, he hasn't, but a positive sign for him. He swung that ball, because the one thing he hasn't done this tournament is swing it too much. He just stretches a little bit there, a bit of a loosener. But I'll tell you what, if Cameron gets the ball swinging as well, he's even more dangerous. Usually he swings it late.
Yeah, swung a couple back this morning, and when many bowlers weren't doing it with the ball that was just a touch wet, there's always been a bit of dew on the ground coming to the first game, which seems to have impacted what the bowlers can achieve. Cameron coming in. Oi, that has been lofted over the deep mid-wicket boundary. Well, Vise is just using the pace of Cameron, biffs him over the boundary for a 6. Corey, what a shot.
Well, that's the first punch of this round. That is a great shot from Tobias Vise, shaping back a little bit. What a short arm jab that is. Right to the midriff, 6 runs.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Just goes to show that you don't have to take a big swing, particularly when you've got a man coming on the speed and the heaviness of ball that Mohamed Cameron does. Just jolts it out, but carried the boundary by about 15 metres. Great shot from Vise.
Must be the first 6 he's been hit for all tournament, I reckon.
Yeah, good comeback from Cameron. An appeal from the keeper, Mohamed Issam. We saw him come up with approximately 35 appeals during the morning contest. So,
well, if you don't ask, you don't receive in this world.
Certainly don't, although I dare say that some of his efforts will be met with a level of scepticism by the experienced pair of umpires that we have out there. Stefan Gooch looking ominous in the square leg umpiring position.
Does look good. Fun stat for you, Cameron's taken a wicket in the first over 13 matches in a row.
Oh, he almost had, like clockwork, another appeal from Issam behind the stumps, but no edge there. He's an amazing wicket taker, isn't it? And we talked on the coverage this morning that so often on the last ball of the over, and I don't know whether it's players thinking they've got come to grips with him or alternatively actually the stress created by what he poses, but he's had a remarkable record of getting a wicket in the 6th ball of it over.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, here comes a little bit of a fielding change, bringing finally getting a deep square back. Might be wanting to try and get this up in that collarbone area. And, well, I think it just takes him a couple of balls to loosen up, like the best of us, and he gets quicker and quicker and quicker. But can he keep that remarkable statistic up? Keeps getting wickets in that first over.
Yeah, a bit of wind helping him with bring the ball back into the right-hander here as well. Shorter ball just bended off the Vise chest.
Well, since he pitched that one up and he got short arm jab for 6, he's gone short, short, short. And that was the best of a lot because he got it a bit straighter. Good work from first slip there. And yeah, this is the delivery. It just skids onto a lot. But pretty well played as well. Soft hands.
Yeah, good soft hands. If he had got a little bit harder at that, it probably would have carried to a man who's standing wider than first slip. They've almost engaged him there to get the flashing edge as well. They come into play. Cameron might try to push this one across him. Does exactly that, reading Mohamed Cameron like a book these days, but Vise had his weight sitting out to the leg side, didn't get near it. Good piece of bowling from Mohamed Cameron. Yeah,
it's a good comeback from the 6. He's definitely picked the speed up a little bit. Vise might be disappointed he didn't catch up with that one though. Any bit of bat that would have flown away. Well, this is the ball. He keeps taking wickets on the last ball of his first over. Surely it can't keep happening.
It's an inevitability.
Surely not.
Let's see. Oh yes, 7 for 9, 1 ball left in this first over.
Well played.
Oh, well.
Well, what's happening here?
Well, we talked about the axis being disturbed when we commentated yesterday as, oh yes, they're now 8 for 9 after the first over, but what has gone on here? Mohamed Cameron has gone through an entire over without taking a wicket.
Nice respect shown there as well. You saw Tobias and Cameron having a bit of a smile to each other. It's alpha versus alpha, and well, Tobias, he's done a good job for his team there. He gets through the first. Well, Pakai Care might be feeling like they're behind the 8 ball without getting an early wicket for once.
My word, they'll be wondering what to do next, although this man, Mohamed Babar, has been very effective throughout the tournament as well. A couple of clicks slower than Mohamed Cameron, but he's a very cagey bowler. Just having a look, please join us on the YouTube chat. Excellent reference from James Stewart, Corey, saying it's great to have Corey and Andrew back. An approved combination, which I don't think you can ask for much more than that.
I'll definitely take that as a positive as Tobias Vise respectfully blocks that down into the offside. So, yeah, it's good to be back up here with you. And this man has had a good tournament with the ball and with the bat. I mean, opening the bowling and opening the batting, he's been phenomenal, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's an excellent player. Probably the cleanest striker in this entire group. I know Vise has got a big range of shots, but
it's a big call.
When Babar wants to hit the ball, it just comes so sweetly off his bat. And he's not a 1 or 2 dimensional player. He can play all around the ground. Been really impressed with him. Oh, it's hit him in front. Finger goes up. Huge wicket, and Tobias Vise goes down on the front knee, trying to hook the ball to the vacant area, backward of square. Big wicket. Babar comes through.
Yeah, well, if Cameron can't get you, Bubba will, and that's exactly what he does. He goes for one of his favoured, like, lap sweep sort of shots. And there was no one on the patrolling the deep leg square boundary, and he gets the LBW decision. It looked pretty adjacent to me. Have a look at the replay. Yeah, that struck him dead in front. I reckon that's hitting the top of middle.
Yeah, good decision from the umpire. Stepagucci finger goes straight up. Don't blame Visay for playing that shot, though. I don't think that's a tactical error like he made when he was cleaned up by Cameron in the last game. There was a vacant spot down there. He's very, very confident with that shot. And it was just a dead straight ball, too. Didn't jag back off the deck at all. Yeah, well, that's the thing. You've got to take your risks, and sometimes it doesn't come off from then, and it costs him his wicket. Brings in the young man, Reece Mason, to the order. He's been promoted up to number 3. He's a deflection player. He's sort of similar to Tobes in a way, but not as high of a level. Loves his little ramps, his flicks, his cuts. Good player. Yeah, we'll see. We talked this morning about the fact that the Punjab Lions had 2 players of that similar ilk, those who are more likely to push the singles and manoeuvre the field around this morning. They actually got stuck a little bit at various times. Danger for RBS if these two get in the same rut. Nice full face of the bat, beats the man coming across from cover. Just a single, but good start from Mason. He looks to have a composed technique from what we've seen to date. Yeah, that's a nice little shot to get himself off the mark, but brings on a man on strike who needs to start stepping up with the bat. Teo Warburg probably hasn't had the runs he would have liked in this tournament. He is a good player. I just feel it's still, we haven't seen the best of him. And RBS, if they're going to go on and win this group, he needs to start clicking. If I was Warburg, I'd stop thinking about trying to biff balls down the ground, which is not his natural game, and pick out those points square of the wicket, particularly in the offside. Not a single fielder sweeping down there. Forward just pushes it to cover. There's no run. Yeah, just still trying to find his T10 form, isn't he? He's never played the format before. 4-day cricketer, 50-over cricketer, but T10, it's a different beast. It can be quite disorienting out in the middle when it's not your natural game. The instincts take over to keep the technique very solid. He's going to have to find a way to release. Geez, that's a good ball. Big appeal. Nod of the head from umpire Gooch. Mohamed Hassan, he's going to exhaust himself appealing for everything today. What? That's an absolute seed, though. That's angling in and just jags away late. I mean, Big Bubba's got it on a string here at the moment. That's beating anyone. That is Vernon Philander-esque. Just drawing the
huge raps
forward. Lovely bit of tail away. Great bowling.
Arguably better than Vernon. That is an absolute peach. Big Bubba, look, he looks like a quite innocuous character, but he just gets it to do enough.
Really good character. One just drifts on the leg stump, and Clay Warburg drives it down. This is his first run. He's now 1 off 3, and that's the end of the over. RBS, 10 for 1 off 2. Subdued start from them so far, Corey. Well, that's what happens when you lose your spearhead, and Visay going early, LBW in that over. So now we're going to see, well, Hitman come back into the attack, and Teo Warburg, he'll be facing him. But this is what the top 3 are playing for, and well, Pack at that net run rate, if they win this one, they guarantee the top 2. If you finish at the top 2 out of these 3, you get the double chance tomorrow, and that is massive, absolutely massive. In this T10 format, where winning consistently is very, very, very difficult, having the ability to drop one unexpectedly, great bonus. Camera comes in, lovely length ball, just shifting across with the angle. Bends at it, outside off stump, no edge, but lucky to still be there. Well, since he got hit for 6 off, I think was his first or second delivery, I think he's been the bat 4 times in a row. So he's building here, Teo Warburg, and that's been in for pace. I like the discipline from Cameron here. He knows this is a big game. He's not trying to overdo it. He's focusing on his areas. It's good stuff from the left-handed superstar. Nice ball, probably going over the top. No interest from the umpire, but once again, good location from him. Teo Warburg is now chewing up a few balls, not looking particularly comfortable. Well, it wouldn't surprise me if they've spoken about seeing him off here. That's a good ball, but you're right, a little bit too high. And it hits him on the back pad, but I think that's just sliding over the top of the stumps, but he is building here. What is building is the noise coming from the Pack Air circle. Probably some of the loudest infield chant we've had over the week to date. Nicely driven, straight down the ground. Good crisp timer of the ball when he plays his favoured shots. Warburg just struggling to beat the infield at the moment, and they're bowling to the areas where he probably hasn't got the same strength. Yeah, absolutely. So just another single. He hasn't got off to a fly. This will be a test for Reece Mason, though. First time I think he's faced Hitman. Oh, short one, he fends it off, goes straight to the slip fielder. That's a superb piece of bowling from the hitman, Mohammed Cameron. Second wicket falls, RBS 11 for 2.
It was a matter of time, wasn't it? I mean, we thought he couldn't go through a spell without not taking a wicket, and Hitman strikes again. He seems when he gets this bouncer, he doesn't miss the line of his bouncer. He doesn't waste the bouncer. He gets it on a perfect line again, which is going to hit him in the head. He gets his hands up, and the first slip, who's that at first slip? Because he snares everything. And brilliant catch. And well, Hitman strikes again, and I'm still amazed at the pace that he generates. I think that's Sikandar Ali at first slip. Good catch from him. And Pack Care, well, they're in control in this fixture.
It's an excellent point you made, Kerry. It's
Kerry?
Kerry.
Whoa!
Kerry, Corey. What do we know? But Mohammed Cameron, it's an easy thing to underestimate how difficult it is to continually get a bouncer right on the spot and to get it at a batsman's chest or throat where they're having to fend off and precisely on that line where it's still threatening. It's a really, really strong aspect of his bowling. He's pretty pumped. He's got a big smile across that dial, Mohammed Cameron. I reckon I was going to say he senses blood. I don't want to preempt what he might deliver here, but wouldn't be surprised if RBS are 3 down by the time he finishes this over.
It's a big call. It's a big call. I mean, his statistics for this tournament are remarkable. I think he's got 12 or 13 wickets now for maybe 40-odd runs. So he just keeps delivering. And, yeah, really impressed with his bouncer. He just gets it on the right line every time. And good captaincy as well from Pack Care to always have a slip in. I mean, they don't retreat. They're looking for wickets.
I think that he went for a 6 off his second ball at the hands of Tobias Vesey. He's now got figures of 1 for 9. It's been an excellent comeback.
Well, you put...
What was that? The sort of equivalent of when Julian DeMay came on yesterday and sent one of his left-arm orthodox off the pitch first ball, but Cameron's lost the radar completely.
You see him holding his glute there a little bit, so hopefully he's okay. But, yeah, well, we're just putting big raps on that he doesn't miss his bouncer, and he missed his bouncer's line by a long way. No chance for Ishan, the keeper there. And obviously he wanted to try to pin the batsman, but got his line all wrong, so 5 wides.
Seeing Andrew Batchelor in the chat, who's been at work meetings wanting to know who was eliminated between the Farmers and Corfu. Unfortunately, we're saying farewell to the Greek champions after they were fairly handily beaten. As Cameron comes in. Oh, well, Singh plays that somewhat leg side. I think there'd be a lot of club cricketers around the place who wouldn't blame him for that, but he manages to get through that ball. He's still got 1 to come from the hitman.
It's a top draw club cricket defensive that. Not getting the body in line and leaving the hands out there. It's the best way to play it sometimes.
Yeah, no judgment from the commentary box. It's been a while since I've faced someone hurling it down at 135 k's an hour. Cameron coming in, final delivery. Yeah, it's a pretty good ball, particularly to a batsman who's got his weight sitting on the back foot out to leg stump. No wicket there to add to his tally. I mean, Cameron ends up with 1 for 14 off his 2 overs, and RBS Greenut 16 for 2 after the power play.
You know a guy's good when you feel like 1 for 14's a bad day. You feel like he's not had a good day there, but 1 for 14 in a T10 is phenomenal figures, especially with 2 overs in the power play.
Basically came off 2 balls, didn't it? Yep. 1-6 and then one set of wides that went to the boundary. So
Luke Belgium's just jumped in the channels for the tournament. He's bowled 12 overs, 12 for 62. I mean, that's phenomenal. But big Bubba. I'd like to know Bubba's tournament figures as well, because they must be pretty remarkable.
Well, he's contributing with the bat as well. Very, very handy all-round cricketer. Punches that out to make it for deep point. Easy single.
Well, we've said all tournament, if RBS are going to go on and potentially win Group E, they need this middle order to stand up a little bit. And Majinder Singh showed glimpses, but he needs to show a big glimpse again today.
There's some immense chat going on in YouTube at the moment. I've just had a question from Shah Sultan Zihad, who's asked Luke Belgium, where are you from, Luke? Which it's one we'll ponder over.
One branch short of a tree.
Notice Luke Belgium hasn't replied to him yet. I think it might be self-explanatory, that one, but we'll see if he comes in with a bit of chat. But plenty happening in the YouTube chat at the European Cricket Network on YouTube, so get involved. It's where a lot of the dedicated community hang out, and that community is fascinated by what is going on here at the Cartama Oval here in the wonderful Andalusia region of Spain. Wide of off stump. Cardi's actually beat the fielder. They'll push 2. Fairly quick between the wicket, the two of them. Good throw coming in from the boundary. Had to hustle, but managed to make it home safely. A little bit of sloppy fielding. It's probably the one area they're not a particularly good team, Pack Care, isn't it? They're relatively safe when it comes to catching, but their ground fielding not quite as good.
Not the most agile bunch, but they make for it in the amount of sixes and wickets they take. But that's good aggressive running from Majinder Singh. He's off the mark now, and there's a lot of pressure on this partnership. One of these two you feel like is going to have to bat almost through the innings.
Wide ball, flash down to the same area. It's Atif Muhammad coming in. He pouches it safely. Well, Corey said these two needed to bat through the majority of the innings, and one ball later, Majinder Singh is on his way back to the Players' Pavilion. That's the 3rd wicket down, and RBS in some deep trouble now, 19 for 3.
Yeah, he gets width and he tries to put his hands through it, but unfortunately for him, he picks out deep cover, and they couldn't have picked him out any better. And you might feel a little bit unlucky there, but if you don't keep it on the ground or hit it for 6, you run the risk. Nice safe catch, and Pack Care, well, their strong tournament just continues. They don't have a blip at any stage at the moment.
Absolutely relentless, this group, and they've got so many weapons. We talked about in the first game the fact that they left Atif Muhammad to bowl just a solitary over the last over of the innings. I think he's one of the best pacemen in this group, actually, and to be honest, I think if they end up playing in the finals next week, he's going to be a really key component of that bowling lineup for them. And excellent in the field. Just saw him take the catch and almost affected a run out the previous ball with a throw fired in from the boundary. Just a good all-round cricketer. Now, this is your man, 30 Vink. He was pretty impressive with the ball yesterday. A couple of lusty blows, but he's going to have to do it over a elongated period.
Yeah, he's handy with the ball and handy with the bat. He's hit some pretty big sixes this tournament. He's in early, though. Not even at the end of the 4th yet. He needs to get going. Bubba, sensational figures.
Just push. It's going to be a tight one. Only just misses. Muhammad comes in to back up. That was a nice bit of fielding coming in from backward point. Shy at the stumps. We'll see the replay hopefully from side on. That cannot have missed by too much at all.
No, that was close. That was good fielding. He went straight away, though. I mean, I think he might have just made it anyway. When you leave straight away, you do get pretty close. Let's have a look here. I reckon he made it anyway. It's good running.
He's probably the quickest player in this group, Teo Warber, an outstanding athlete. Final ball of the 4th. Shot we've seen a lot from Teo this week, just driving straight down the ground. It's easily picked up, and RBS Cranehoot, they end up 20 for 4 after 4 overs. Well, Corey, this certainly would not have been in the plan for them to only have 20, not even just after the power play, but 4 overs in. So what are your thoughts at the moment? I know you know this Cranehoot side well. Do you think they've got the firepower down the order to still put a substantial total on?
Oh, it's going to be tough. Look, it's going to be really tough. Visay's been such the key for them at the top of the order, but I'm still waiting for Teo Warber to click. I mean, I've seen this man bat a lot. He is so talented, lots of experience around the world. He just hasn't got that T10 form yet. 30 Vink, though, we've seen what he can do as well. It's pretty much up to these two. If they lose another wicket through, Andrew, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I agree. We've seen Vink show some power in the previous couple of games. Really needs to bring it out today, and for a consistent period, he can't just do it for 2 overs. He's probably got to bat through to the 8th or the 9th.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they need 100 plus still.
Change of pace now. A little bit of spin. Dil Shafkat, he bowled an interesting over in the first game today, Corey. Came on, went for 6 first ball, just couldn't land his initial delivery. It was a full toss, slapped over mid-wicket, but then bowled an excellent over from then on, capped off with a clean ball, bowled in the last ball as Vink swipes across the line. Nicely swept though, just a single out there to Atif Muhammad. Certainly won't be a second on his arm.
Good fielding out there. They're playing pretty much as a collective group at the moment, Pack Care. Not many errors.
It's one that he just pushes out the front of the hand.
I do wonder if Teo feels a little bit too much pressure sometimes. It feels like he has to bat through and put a lot of emphasis on batting at the depth, but he's got to find ways to get boundaries as well.
Well, man who can find the boundary Bertie Vink unleashes his first maximum of the game. That's a great shot down the ground. Kept his shape well. Not much pace to work with from Shafkat.
Yeah, that's a good shot. I mean, coach's manual, they want you to try and hit the sight screen. That was basically perfect. Gets a ball back of a length. Gives himself a little bit of room and frees his hands. Good batting, 6 runs. You need more of that, do RBS. I mean, plenty to play for. You want that double chance, that's for sure.
Oh, nicely bowled. Well, Shafkat seems to have a capability to do this. Goes for a maximum. He doesn't get frazzled. He throws that one up nicely. Just pitches just on or around off stump. A little bit of turn. Excellent bowling.
Yeah, good comeback ball, that. Good contest at the moment.
A little bit quicker through the air. Not much turn. It's just pushed down. The man coming in from long off. That is the hit man. And that's a pretty good over from Shafkat, given that he went for a 6 amongst it, to only go for 10. It's nicely bowled. RBS Groenhood, they are 31 for 3 after 5.
Hopefully that over will give them a little bit of momentum, because you still feel they're right behind the 8 ball at the moment. We know how dangerous the Pack Care batting lineup is. Looking at the scorecard, well, Teo Warburg, he's been there since the start. 30 Vink, the key. And can these two muster a partnership together and get them maybe up to that 85-90 region?
So a friend, Luke Belgium, not sure where he's from, obviously, but he has come up with some aggregated bowling figures from Babar throughout the tournament. 8 for 82 off 13 overs.
Say that again.
8 for 82 off 13 overs.
So you've basically got an opening pair of 4 overs that are just dominating the comp. It'll be interesting to see if a team like maybe Farmers or Marlow or even the Cypriot team can get it through that opening pair and maybe set that might be the course to victory, the road to victory.
Yeah, I held the view that Farmers were actually one of the better placed teams to upset them, as we see Ahmed coming in for the second ball, just punch straight back, because they actually have players in the top 3 who are really, really technically proficient, have the capability to hit big as they go on throughout the innings, but the capability to survive those first overs. And when they did play the Pack Care side earlier in the tournament, they ended up, I think it was 3 wickets down after the first 3, but very, very late wickets in each Cameron over. So it was a slower ball. It's cracked out to point. It's better to see from Warburg, though. He's going to push back for 2. He's quick. I think that's his area. He's got to sweat on those balls, slightly short of a length outside, off stump, and see if he can carve a couple of boundaries, either in front of point, probably less so, but certainly behind point.
Yeah, good aggressive running as well. I mean, any misfield in the outfield, you should double back for 2. Maybe just starting to get his timing going.
Another short one. He's beaten the fielder coming in from short third man. He's relatively fine there, but still can't cut it off. Much needed boundary.
Yeah, much needed boundary. Maybe a little bit of luck. I think he was trying to hit that squarer, then it went, because it went quite fine, but 4 runs nonetheless, and that should get Teo going a little bit. Sparing dive from the fielder. Well, you can't fault the effort.
Can't fault the effort at all. Industrious team in the field, Pack Care, making up for a little bit of lack of enthusiasm, lack of athleticism compared to a few teams with no lack of effort. Warburg has found a bit of momentum. That's another one there that, for me, that's in the Teo Warburg wheelhouse, and I don't mean to try to launch over mid-wicket, but I think he's got a strong cut shot, as we just see the George Galanis, the leg-spinning superstar.
Is that the one you spotted?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I saw a few people out there. Look, the fan zone, they're all enjoying themselves. The Farmers supporters, good on them coming all the way out. The photographers are all here. It's good to have everyone there. I do like the Blazers, by the way. They look sensational. Waiting for them to give me one.
I'm just fascinated by the George Galanis hair. I just wish I had that much of a crop these days, as Ahmed spears it into middle and leg. Whipped around. They're thinking about the second, but they've seen Muhammad's arm. It's an absolute rocket. They're not going to take 2 on that, no matter how fast they are between the wickets. So the end of the over, RBS Groenhood, they are 40 for 3 after 6.
Oh, these two have put on a little bit of a partnership. And look, there's 24 balls left in this innings. Let's say they go 2 a ball. Best case scenario, I reckon. 48 more runs. That's going to take them to 88. That's defendable.
It's defendable. We've seen bigger totals than that reeled in by Pack Care. As you see their bowling analysis, Ahmed Cameron pretty good at the top, 1 for 14. A couple of wickets for Babar, who's I think continued to be their most effective player in this tournament.
Wow, big call.
Big swing across the line. Cameron, surprised to see him appeal, but they're going to send it upstairs to the third umpire.
Well, I tell you, Ishan, the keeper, has the quickest hands in the West. He's very, very quick. So this might be a lot closer than it looks from up here.
Oh, we'll see this from side on shortly on the BET2BALL replay. Big swing across the line. It looks like he's had the foot grounded as Cameron took off the stumps and then lifted it subsequently. I think he's probably safe, Corey.
Oh, they're going to have to slow this down. Remarkably, he might be too quick here. He might have actually taken them while the foot was behind and then he lifted it. Let's have a look. See how he takes it. He's probably safe.
Safe.
And
Breaks the stumps.
Keep rolling forward, then he lifts it. So that's actually unlucky for the keeper. He'd been, is there such a thing, too quick with his hands?
Well, he should have done the air swing on the first one. He would have had him on the second attempt.
Quick hands though, isn't it? It's impressive.
Very quick hands, almost Vinny Sandhu-like.
Oh, come on.
It's a short ball. It's hit very high. Bowler's getting under it. That's an easy catch and an incredibly disappointing end for Ferdy Vink. Well. He needed to carry on with this innings. Got what was a pretty ordinary ball from Shafkat. Unfortunately, can't do anything other than pop it up, and that's an unfortunate dismissal, Corey.
Yeah, he'll be really disappointed. You can see at the point of contact, his back releases out of the shot, and unfortunately for him, he skies it. That was there to go. He's a big wicket to fall in the contest because he's one of the few players from RBS we know can clear the pickets with will. He goes, good catch from the bowler, and Adil Shafkat, he wins that battle. And RBS, they're in a world of trouble.
Yeah, they really are. I think they would have come here with strong claims on trying to take down Pakai Kev. They're probably one of their main thoughts now too is that they don't want to get obliterated in this go, although it probably won't really matter because they'll end up in a 0-1 battle versus
yeah, so in the last few weeks we've seen all the top three teams go 1-1 and it goes on net run rate, but it won't matter too much because they'll play Cyprus later. If they lose, and the winner will get the double chance.
Well, you say that, but we did have rain in the final game of the top team three-way battle last week, which made quite an impact on the group involving Alton and Cluj. There's a few clouds around today, but given the way you're screwing your face up, Corey...
You weren't here. How do you know that?
Because I watch religiously at home. I occasionally do my normal job, but it's mainly focused on watching European Cricket League. As Teo Warborough has found the gap. That is precision placement. Excellent shot, and that they need more and more of that quality on display from him.
That's absolutely rocketed off the bat. That's a bit more like the Teo. I know he gets a juicy ball, he's still got to pull away, but that flew away. That's a vital boundary. While he's still there, RBS, they'll still feel okay.
Shafkat trying to get out of this over without leaking another boundary. Well bowled, just pushes it through the air a little bit. It's got some good variations. You don't get the same ball twice from him. In and over, he's got a good mixture of flight and pushing a few through quickly, the one that just goes on straight, and the big leg spinner.
Yeah, it's the key. I think that's the key as a spin bowler in this tournament. You've got to have the variety.
Just tuckled around corner by Singh for an easy one. Navjit Singh, he becomes pretty important to give Warborough some support. They're now up to the end of the 7th over. RBS Greyhound, they are 47 for 4. Corey, what do you think they're probably projecting back in the dressing room at the moment?
Well, they're probably projecting they need more runs, but we have a look. If they can go at 11s, they'll end up on 80. I think they want more than that, and here's the run rates throughout the weeks. And well, this week, 9.9 seems to be the average. So Group E, and first week, 106 was the average, and 99 Group B, 101 Group C, 97 Group D, and 99. So they're not going to get up to that many, maybe 85. But yeah, it's been a surprising tournament because in the national tournament in September, the ECC, the averages were like 130. So it's been a bowling tournament for me.
Yeah, we saw some brutal hitting during the ECC, didn't we? But the interesting thing about, draw a trend line through each of those groups, ABC have all trended upwards throughout the week when the players have gotten more and more used to how the pitch plays, where the run scoring opportunities are. It was only the group last week, as we see a little bit of confusion between the batsmen, where that line actually started to come down towards the back end of the tournament. Obviously, that was precipitated by what was a very, very low-scoring final and a couple of other lower-scoring games on day 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is such a tough group. Tough to call. Still not too sure who's going to win it.
Nicely floated up from Ali. Actually, he's found the gap. Oh, Teo Warborough is doing what we asked of him, trying to pick where those gaps are, and it wasn't a great quick move. That man who's fielding down at long on, it's a relatively straight one. It's Asada Bass pushed across to his right, didn't have the man come for a round from mid-wicket to give any support. Much needed boundary. And he's found the gap again. Well, it's almost like we've got an earpiece out to Teo. He's looked backward of point. There's a man standing on the 30. It's going to beat him there most times. Consecutive boundaries. Crayohood fighting back.
Just his last 3 boundary balls. The cover drive, the whip through mid-wicket, now the cut just shows the calibre of player he is, and he's timed the pants off them. So he's going now. This is exactly what RBS needed.
Ali under a bit of pressure. 8 off his 3 balls so far. Gives it some air. Brave bowling, and he gets a nod of appreciation from Warborough.
He gets a nod of appreciation from the umpire, Stefan Gooch, who signals a wide. So it was brave bowling, but just outside the tram line.
Thought that might have actually turned back a bit. You see it on the monitor. It's not the easiest position, being at 35 degrees in a commentary box, Corey.
No, it's not. We work long hours also.
It's a better directed ball from Ali. Just squeezed out. Goes to the man at backward point.
Well, Navjeet Singh here, I mean, there's 2 balls left in the over. I think, I know he wants to work the one to get Teo on strike, but not for the last. I think he's got to open his locker up here and maybe show us an aggressive shot.
Pushes that one wide of off stump. Umpire's arms stay down. Good call. Good bowling from Ali as well.
Yeah, good adjustment. You're right. Good adjustment. That was a bit flatter, but this is basically a free hit for me here. You don't want this to be a single. You might as well go at it. Get the boundary.
4 wickets down. Only 2 overs to go after this ball. Floats it. It was one to hit. Unfortunately, he's only just managed to swing it around, and Shiraz Ahmed picks it up. Deep mid-wicket boundary. Fires it in. It's just going to be a single. Well, that takes them to 59 for 4, Corey. That was a big 6-ball opportunity, wasn't it? Full toss from the spinner.
Yeah, it's a big difference as well, because the over ends up going for 11. And as a bowler, I think you're pretty happy with that. If it goes for 16, it's not okay. So an opportunity miss. Well, we got 12 balls left, 2 a ball. That'll take them to 83. Can they get more? Can Teo keep going?
Can they keep going? Can they put up a what is a defendable score that probably at least need to get to 85. They've got a reasonable bowling attack, Cranehood, but they also need to take early wickets. If Mohamed Hassan and Mohamed Baba in particular get going, then there's probably not many scores that they can actually defend.
Here's a young man that I know you like. You really do like the looks of this young man. He's a good, tall left-arm seamer.
Good off-speed ball. There's a lot to like about him, Corey. He's got couple of really decisive change-ups, that one, and also the one that's almost a bit of a slider that just tails away from the right-handers. And he executes plans, and he's very location-focused. And I think he'd be a delight to captain, actually.
Yeah, he's definitely on my radar on the Spanish cricket scene. And well, I think he's 21 years young and given the job of bowling at the death, so he's got some maturity on him.
That one's squeezed a little bit wide, but Warborough almost unable to reach it. Might have been better leaving it. But I like to think through in these situations, what is it that I'd least like to face coming in the latter overs? And
left arm seam.
Left arm seam. Not only that, left arm seam coming from very wide of the wicket, so very unlikely to get something in your power area. And the fact that he's able to take those off cutters and sliders away from you even further. It's a tough package. As it's swatted down to long off for just a single.
This Pakai Care attack, there's just such variety in it. Right arm seamers, left arm seamers, speed, off cutters, off spinner, leg spinner. And that's what I've sort of seen throughout this tournament. The teams that have that sort of balance have been able to control the fixtures, and they've gone on to win.
Yeah, it's a sage observation, Corey. They've got a lot in their arsenal.
Well bowled. See, that's the speed on one. Ishan goes for a cheeky run out. Maybe out. What did you say? That's a sage observation. What's sage mean?
Sage is in well thought through.
I did hear my vocabulary is going to improve if I commentate with you more. That's good. I like that.
That's all right. We can work on word for the day.
Yeah, sage. So that's good bowling. That's the pace on one. I mean, he does have maturity above his years, and he's definitely on my radar. I really like the look of him. He's a nice young man. I would like to see him bowl 2 overs in the game, though, just being spoiled. I don't like him just bowling the one. He's here to bowl. Give the kid 2.
Just unleash him. Oh, that that one just held up off the pitch a little bit. Just a small change up. And notice from that previous ball, Corey, I mean, he's got the wheels to beat batsmen, and particularly at this level on a regular basis. But the fact that he's got the discipline to probably only pull out his full-speed ball once per over and just give the batsman only a single look at every variation that he's got, it's really impressive stuff.
Yeah, he's above his age, that's for sure.
Oh, another off-speed ball, hit very high. Fielder's running back. It's managed to beat him, and the arms go up. Not badly bowled from Mohammed, to be fair, but excellent swing of the bat from Navjit Singh. That is a huge 6 in the context of this game for RBS. They're now up to 69 for 4. Off 9 overs, 6 balls to go.
It's good batting that. He made something of nothing. He shuffled across his stumps and, well, there was no deep backward square in place. He got enough bat on it to go for 6. A much-needed boundary. RBS, can they get a magical over right at the end here? And 69 for 4. They've been trying to break this Pakai Care bowling attack apart. They've just been held back in. This is a huge 6 balls. I mean, a couple of boundaries here. Teo's on strike. He's set. Must be one of the better names in the group as well, Teo.
Great name, great athlete, great technique.
Great man.
You talk about the fact that he made something out of nothing there. You could argue that actually the RBS Coronahout team have been guilty of making nothing out of something, even when they've had balls that were full tosses or wide and short of a length. They've just been unable to put it to the boundary most of the time in this innings, and it's probably their Achilles heel, that lack of power hitters throughout the lineup.
Good observation. Hassan Ali to finish.
Not a bad name to bring into the attack. Short ball, but it's cracked to the leg side boundary. Neither of the fielders there made any sort of reaction. He's managed to pit it directly between them, but the arms go up. Umpire Stefan Gooch just getting a little bit of a stretch there. And that's a much-needed 6. That's consecutive 6s, double Maximo.
Yeah, absolutely. You know you've hit it pretty well when both fielders just stare at each other and don't move. You know you've picked the gap pretty perfectly. So 6 runs to start. Like I said, 12 off the last 2. He's got the platform now. I think it's risky when you bring in a brand new bowler just to bowl 1 at the death. He's got no rhythm, and what if he's having an off day? It's hard to close like that, but a bit of pressure now. Any relation to the other Hassan Ali?
Not by the looks of that first ball, but Gibbon in the YouTube chat suggesting it could be a 36-run over, so that would be...
Early shout. Wow.
Big call, almost like Corey calling a golden ball for all he's out yesterday. Is Aubra's gone straight down the ground. Well, Gibbon's on for this. That is Maximo, including 2 consecutive ones of this over. Teo Warbra has woken up. It's like Mount Vesuvius erupting out of the batting crease. That's a superb strike.
I'll tell you what, if Gibbon gets this right in the YouTube chat, I'll send him my ECN cricket shirt. Good last 3 balls, those.
Corey will make you pay the customs charges for those as Hassan Ali comes to the crease. Wide, he's slapped it, he's going to beat the fielder again. 6-6-4 in this over. Teo Warbra is on fire.
Well, this is a bit more like the Teo Warbra I saw in the Netherlands last year. He decimated attacks. He played it so easily all around the ground, and that's a gorgeous cricket shot. When he hits it, it stays hit.
Talked about the power that he does possess over on that offside. He's got a good technique, and that fielder was no more than about 5 metres away from the ball, but couldn't keep up with it. Big stretch here for RBS. Partnership up to 45 off 19.
He absolutely smoked that.
Oh, an opportunity there, wide. Mohammed Hassan politely inquiring for the 23rd time in the innings.
Did you hear something? Because I did through the effects, Mike. I don't think he hit it. Might have been the big whoosh of the bat, but I did hear it. No, you can't tell from those. Do we have Snicko yet? When are we going for it? Are we investing?
I have to ask Vinny Sanjo on that.
I think you could help us out there. I've seen that little bag you've been carrying around. There's a few dollar signs in that.
Don't want to admit what's in there. Hassan Ali comes in, 5th ball. It's a length ball. Warbra unfortunately swats across it. Sacrifice yourself, Navjit. No, he's not.
You've got to go. You've got to go, because even if they cross there and Navi's... Look, you can throw it to the keeper's end. You get the throw wrong. I just think you've got to go there.
Teo Warbra, he's managed to hit 3 boundaries on this over already. Navjit Singh had to sacrifice himself.
Anyway.
Well, then again, he might hit a 6 off this final ball. Gibron's selection's all gone to dust, but Hassan Ali, he goes sideways. He swiped it for 6. Well, he's just said to the commentary box, Keep quiet. Let me get down the striker's end and I will do the job. Swivels around, pulls it for a 6, and what a finish for HBS Krienhout. Thanks to that late flourish, they end up 92 for 4 off their 10 overs. Corey, what a conclusion.
Yeah, brilliant. This has made a game of it. We needed that right at the back end from HBS to make this a contest, and good batting from Navjeet Singh. He set up on off stump, and he always wanted that length, and he got that length. He gets it for 6, and there's a little bit of pressure on this Pack Care team now to chase these runs down. I still think in this T10 format, every team has a blip, and HBS, well, they might have their noses in front just.
Certainly wouldn't have picked that partway through the innings. They were on a one-way walk down struggle street.
This is what we're playing for, that big, beautiful trophy.
Isn't it a beautiful sight over there, although it looks slightly like the leaning trophy of Cartama at the moment. I think we need to fix up the plinth, but either way, it's a magnificent specimen of a prize as we see the Pack Care team walk off the boundary. It's just been some good chat from the group. Adi Narayan, brilliant finish. This makes the match interesting. And Andrew Batchelor, good contest. This couldn't agree. Corey takes through the highlights.
Yeah, well, this was the contest we wanted to see again. It was Mohammed Cameron Hitman versus Tobias Vise, and Tobias Vise with a gorgeous short arm jab. And that was a great way to start this game. That went a good while for 6, but if Cameron can't get you, Big Bubba will. And he got him LBW the next over, and that was a huge wicket because we know how dangerous it can be. I tried to pretend it hit his hand, but we know for a fact that hit him in the pad and was absolutely palm. And you can see how ecstatic the Pack Care players were. And that brought young Reece Mason to the crease, and I don't think he was ready for this because Cameron does what Cameron does, and he gets another wicket there. And at the start, it was all Pack Care.
It was all Pack Care. Beautiful bouncer to the chest. That was excellent bowling from Cameron. I thought bowled with good control and no lack of thought today. He wasn't as successful in terms of the wicket columns. Disappointingly stopped his run of consecutive overs with a wicket, but either way, he lost the radar a little bit at one stage, flew off to the boundary for 5 wides. It's one of the 2 major scoring shots off his bowling, but in the end, he was still successful in picking up a wicket. Teef Mohammed, boy, he's just been impressive throughout this week. Great hands in the outfield, showing a rocket arm at times. Ferdy Vink threatened on a couple of occasions, swatted one down the ground for a mighty Maximo, which brought the crowd, and in particular the players' tent for HBS to their feet. But in the end, he could only pop one off Shafkat's bowling. He was pretty impressive. The leg spinner showed some really good variety and was well rewarded in the wickets column. But that was the beginning of a little bit of a revival from HBS, wasn't it? Teo Warbright found his footing.
Yeah, he did, and we've been saying all tournament, we've been waiting for him to really click with the bat, and he started to get his timing right, and he got some good he got a good partnership with Navjeet Singh, who was a really good support, and some of these shots that Teo was playing, he was just timing the ball beautifully. The fielders were left stunned, they weren't even moving, and it was good to see him have this flurry at the end because it made a contest of it. And you sort of feel HBS with these late boundaries take a bit of momentum into their bowling innings.
Yeah, possibly that half cut shot that he swung away and beat the cover fieldsman, probably the shot of the day. And then finishing off, Navjeet Singh, we thought he should have pushed back for the 2 to get Warber on strike, but that last ball, as you said, he set himself up slightly wide of off stump and also pushed right back into the crease, swivel and put a 6 on the board to finish things up. So from a slightly overcast Malaga, we'll have a look at the HBS Krienhout batting card. Tobias Vise, the main man at the top, he was LBW to Mohammed Babar, crucial wicket, but his opening partner, Teo Warbright, started slowly but really accelerated towards the end of the innings. Probably one of his best innings of the tournament, 46 off 27. Not too many others that are troubling the scorecard other than Navjeet Singh at the end, helped by that last minute 6. He was 17 off 9. Takes through the bowlers, Corey.
Well, the bowling was pretty good, and those 2 men at the top, Cameron and Bubba, they did their job, and Shafkat jumped in. What I want to point out here is they opted to go with 4 separate bowlers bowling 1, and the 2 boys at the end, Atif Mohammed and Hassan Ali, trying to close an innings and just bowling 1 without any rhythm or momentum. I'm not too sure that's the right area. I'd be going maybe 6 bowlers using 7 or 8. I'm not too sure, and you can see at the end, well, it cost them quite a bit because they did get that magical over in the 10th, and I don't know, I have a feeling HBS have got themselves to a score they can defend.
Yeah, I'd agree. Well, 23 came off that final over from Hassan Ali. Probably Atif Mohammed a little bit less, a little bit unlucky getting spotted for a 6 towards the end of his over. But as it is, HBS Krienhout, well, they have fought back 33 runs off the last 2, and 45 off the last 3, getting
Wow.
themselves out of a real hole. They end up 92 for 4 off their 10 overs, led by Teo Warborough. Excellent innings from him. They've at least got something to defend when we come back on the other end of this innings break. We'll see Pakai Care come out and see if they can chase this total down to end up 2-0 in pool play for the top sides here today. Super Thursday European Cricket League brought to you by BET2BALL. Come back and join Corey and I in a matter of minutes. European cricket fans, welcome back to the beautiful surrounds of Cartama Oval here in the Andalusia region of Spain. We've got the second innings for match 3 today. This is from the top section of the Super Thursday groups. These are the 3 teams with the best record throughout the first 3 days of the group stage. In the second game, it is Pack I Care coming up against HBS Crayon So Pack I Care, the Spanish representatives in this tournament. Seen them plenty on the European Cricket Series throughout the last couple of years, and HBS Crayon they are the second Dutch representative. Of course, VOC Rotterdam, the inaugural champions of the European Cricket League. They were the first Dutch representative, but they were unfortunately for the Dutch cricket fans knocked out of the competition, and therefore things are relying on HBS to have Dutch representation in the final week next week. And a man who knows Dutch cricket very well, Corey Rutgers, HBS Crayon, do you give them a chance in defending this total?
Yeah, I actually do, and thank you for welcoming me back. I think they have a chance, but the key to that success is breaking this partnership early, especially the man on the screen, Bubba, and actually also Ichan, because if either of them bat 20 balls, they hit 60. You got to break this opening partnership right away, and Julian DeMay, he could be the man to do it.
Well, he's really got to. He's the best bowler in this Dutch team. Nice ball. Far better than his first one yesterday, in which he managed to land one of his left-arm orthodox off the pitch to start with. So at least his radar is on today. Just tickled around for a single by Babar. He's certainly the more in form of these two batsmen. Hassan has been up and down throughout the tournament. Really struggled this morning. Didn't even get to a run a ball.
Yeah, sometimes in this T10 format, you can really get going. Sometimes you just feel yourself stuck out there. Can he get going in this one, though?
Oh, thrown up. Oh, put a dive in. You've got one of the opening batsmen. It was probably only a 10% chance, but that was the young man, Reece Mason, coming in. My word, there's times you just got to throw yourself at the ball. No words from Corey Rutgers. Good flight from DeMay, swung across the line. It's just going to be the fielder coming around for a fairly wide-ish long on. They've got the two fielders led outside the circle, one at deep mid-wicket, the other at the wide-ish mid-on. Tends to be the power zone for both these players.
Yeah, I was just composing my thoughts, and yeah, maybe he could have just thrown his body at that one. But good bowling from Julian DeMay, brave.
A nice flight, hasn't pushed one through. That's ripped off the pitch. That's a nice delivery, and a fair bit of respect coming from Babar. He's very selective when he does hit. He's not a man who's going to try to thrash at anything. That was good delivery, Corey.
Absolutely. Well, we haven't touched on HBS are the only team to open with spin consistently, and it does work for them, doesn't it?
Yeah, DeMay's become pretty experienced at this gig, as that one is into the wheelhouse of Babar, and he's sent it into the next commune. Wonderful strike, and continuing to find the middle of the bat.
When he hits it, it just stays here. You don't see him cloth it too much, where he sort of miscues and it bounces once to the fielder. It's either a 6 or a dot. I mean, look at this. He has huge levers. Bang!
It's a really simple batting technique. The hands start pretty low, and then just a quick cock of the wrist and such a clean swing. It's beautiful to watch. Well, DeMay has really given that some air. Full toss. He's probably fortunate to only end up with a single. That's the end of the over. Not a bad one for HBS. It only goes for 9. PRC 9 for none after 1.
Yeah, well, even for Pack I Care, let's say they do lose this game. If they get themselves close to this chase, their net run rate was so good from the win before, they almost do secure themselves the top 2. But they'll be definitely wanting to win this. And, well, the man coming in with the ball, Majinda Singh, he doesn't want them to win this. He's a bit of a maverick with the ball. Difficult to read. Lines it up pretty well. And that left-arm seam, we've seen a lot of left-arm seamers this week. They've been quite successful.
Yeah, he's a few clicks slower than Mohamed Kamran, but he's been pretty effective at times. Welcome to everyone who's on the YouTube chat as well. Still plenty of consternation trying to work out on the YouTube chat where Luke Belgium is from. We'll keep you updated on that as the day goes through. Sam Nick and Peter Handley wishing us good afternoon. Great to have you both there as Singh comes in. Fires one at the body of Babar. He just tucks it around for an easy single.
Yeah, and also, if you've just tuned back in, lightning does strike twice. Me and you in the commentary box again. Rico and Vinny, they're taking it easy. They're having siestas. No, they've been in Spain for a while now.
Well, I know there's been a lot of activity around Rico today. He's wearing an exquisite shirt. It's a wonderful purple that he's decked out in. I think I can also see Mr. Maximo looking fairly close to the trophy, giving us a wave over there. As that one goes down the leg side, it's a little bit of late swing. Unfortunately, the keeper's standing up. It's a brave move, but couldn't get the gloves down quick enough.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you're defending 92 and they need 93 for winning to win, 5 wides, that hurts. That really hurts. It takes away a bit of the pressure. He's actually getting the ball to shape here, so maybe Tabius Vise thinks about going back, because if he gets his line wrong at all, it's hard to catch up with.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Isan charging down the pitch is really the biggest concern of the batsman. And frankly, if anything comes off the edge, it's going to fly because he's such a hard swinger. I'm not sure that's the right move from Vise. I'm always against keepers standing up unless you have got someone who is just consistently charging out of the crease. Gets a little bit of in-swing. Vise does a better job. That's gone between the two legs.
Tell you
batsman.
what, that is, well, I know he's up at the stumps and we're not sure about, but he swung that through the legs. That's the old nutmeg. That's good hands. I mean, watch this. He does him, well, that's the wide 5 wides. That was the ball before. That ball just there went through his legs, and Tabius Vise was good enough to get his hands on it. A lot of keepers would have missed that. He's getting quite a bit of shape here.
Just needs to get his location. That one swung it again. Big appeal going down the leg side, but suddenly a little bit of pressure on Mohamed Hassan. He can't be batting with too much confidence at the moment, and his late swing.
Oh, gosh.
Well, speaking of someone who's giving something a polish, Mr. Maximo.
One thing he could polish is the top of that head, because that's looking pretty shiny as well. And, well, no, he's enjoying his game off. He's working half the hours these days. Look at him. Loves a bit of air time, doesn't he?
Missing a bit on that left side, Vinny. Swings in the toes again. Well, Singh probably giving an example of actually how to keep Mohamed Hassan quiet. He's really not adjusting his footwork. He's got quite heavy feet, to be honest, and actually the late swing from the left-hander is just getting him a little bit uncomfortable.
Well, I've not seen Majinda swing. Majinda swing, I was going to say, well, the swing king. I haven't seen him move it this much all tournament. He's really getting it to go late here.
Feels like maybe he's got his wrist in a better position today. Once again, hits the front foot, going down leg side by about a foot, but nonetheless, good bowling.
Bubba, well, that hurts. That's hit him right on that big toe, and I imagine he does have a big toe. That almost blew it apart.
To be honest, I'm more concerned about the condition of the ball, given the big feet of Babar. Hopefully that pill is still in one piece.
I'll have to call for a new ball. And, well, good running, though. He's really getting it to go here. Can he just get his line a little bit more on off stump?
Well, he can, but it's swatted down the ground very powerfully by Hassan. That was probably the one he was searching for, just maybe a little bit on length rather than in Yorker level. And Hassan doesn't need a second invitation, spanks it down the ground. Pack Care, 21 for none after 2.
Yeah, there's some faithful supporters enjoying themselves out there. And, well, good shot for 4. And this is what I mean with Pack Care. I would say RBS have started this really well with the ball, and yet they're on 21 for none off 2. They just find a way to go at 10s at least. They have so much firepower, and they punish anything. I mean, they need to get a wicket early. Ferdy Vink coming in, he's very good. Away swing, slower balls. He seems to have a good T10 method.
Yeah, he does. We see the standings for Group E, the Super 3. This is Pack Care Badalona. They've won their first game today. A pretty powerful display against the Punjab Lions from Nicosia, the Cypriot champions. As Vink comes in, that swings big, but it's gone very, very wide. And once again, Visay does pretty well with the gloves.
Did you ever play Nintendo 64 GoldenEye?
Not GoldenEye, I think.
Do you remember the cheat code DK mode and that had the big head and the big player?
No.
Because Bubba is huge. Just reminds me of Bubba. When he hits it, it stays hit.
Well, there was someone in the YouTube chat asking whether or not he's wearing a children's batting helmet. I think it's more the fact that he's a fairly sizable human being, and it's a man-sized lid that just looks like a youth's one on him, but he's been powerful with the bat, very impressive with the ball.
He's been sensational all tournament. Both these two have been sensational.
As Khan asking you for the chat for a wicket, please. Well, he may have his wish now. DeMay's a little bit on the back foot coming in from the boundary. I think he'll regret not moving a little bit more quickly.
I don't think he read it at first. I think his first movement was to the left instead of straight, and then he actually misses a run-out chance as well, so it's half a chance gone. Well, they need to take every chance if they're going to upset Pack Care here.
He's only about 15 minutes from our commentary box. Corey might give him a little bit of advice as Babar swats that across to the man coming in from Deep mid-wicket, Teo Warburton in his usual position, riding the boundary.
Teo Warburton and Julian DeMay, they do a good job at deep mid on deep mid-wicket. They've got to take every opportunity here if they're going to try and win this game.
About over from Vink. He's certainly managed to get a few mishits out of the Pack Care batsman. Final over of the power play. Good swing. Getting a bit of movement outside off stump. Nicely gloved again from Visay.
Yeah, good hands from Visay. And he and Latin in the chat enjoying the DK64 reference. Golden Knight. There'll be plenty more of that coming.
Just managed to hold his balance. Visay sweating on the stumps. Another one that swings out. Zahn just drops the hands.
There's something about this game at the moment, isn't there? They just feel it brewing a little bit. One wicket here just might give RBS that little bit of belief they need.
I feel like Mohamed Hassan is percolating at the moment, and he's either going to boil and go on a bit of a 6 rampage, or he's going to go for a rash shot.
I'm calling rash shot. I think this is a slow ball.
Oh, Corey Rutgers. Well, I noticed a few comments in the chat suggesting that you hadn't been so accurate with your predictions today, but absolutely on the money, and a nicely executed slow ball too. It's very, very well bowled. And these Pack Care Badalona 25 for none after 3 overs. So they haven't lost any wickets, but certainly haven't gone on their opening overs rampage as they've tended throughout this week.
No, absolutely. They just haven't really got flying. You can see the power play there. They're nice over in the middle. But the key is no red dots. And if there's no red dots, you've still got that firepower to keep going. Stefan Vink, the brother of 30, he gets his opportunity now. And he needs to keep it tight.
Some good tunes pumping out. As that swung around, Julian DeMay, he makes no mistake on this occasion. Huge wicket for Vink, comes on first ball, and that is the man they wanted. Mohamed Babar pointing in the direction of the pavilion. That's exactly where RBS wanted him to go. Huge scalp.
Yeah, that's a huge scalp, and I reckon they deserve that scalp as well. Stefan Vink comes in, it's pace off, it's floaty. Sometimes that does work, and he cloths it straight to deep mid on. Julian DeMay doesn't make a mistake here. You can see here, inner half of the bat, a bit of a short arm jab, simple catch, big wicket, and this game is right on.
Yeah, DeMay, good hands out there. He'd probably be disappointed with his effort in the last over, just misjudged what was probably a 50-50 catching opportunity, but makes absolutely no mistake there, and that's the man they want to back in the pavilion. Mohamed Babar, not his most impactful innings, 11 off 9. It leaves Pack Care Badalona 25 for 1.
So they've sent in Hitman, and now this is interesting because in the last few days he batted at 11. They didn't bat him, they've rested him, but I'm telling you, you're impressed with his bowling. He's actually a very talented batsman, multifaceted. And he's out at 3 because they're not messing around in this game. They know it's very important.
Yeah, if I didn't know any better, Corey, I'd think he's one of your favourite cricketers in the tournament as Vink comes in, swings way down the leg side, showing the batsman he's got the capability of moving it sideways. That's gone a long way.
Well, we pulled out a new batch of balls because the ball is hooping at the moment. It is going sideways. That swung a mile. And, well, it hasn't swung as much this week compared to the other groups, but that is really going.
Is that Stefan Vink or is that Conrad Greenshields out there bowling?
Stop it. Stop it. Please, no more Conrad Greenshields suggestions. He's garbage.
Well, we'll get to see as he takes the field for Marlow in the next game. Suspect he's probably listening to the coverage up in the players' tent at the moment, and may want to show Corey Rutgers a thing or two when he strides out in the next game as Stefan Vink continues his spell. Nice change up, wide of off stump, gets Cameron thrashing at it.
I'm going to go an early call here. Golden ball game. This has the feeling of it. I always like to shoot off early.
Leave that one alone. Middle of the day. The kids watching. Stefan Vink comes in, rolls the one out of the back of the hand. That's lovely striking from Mohamed Cameron. Just dropped it a little bit short, not much pace to work with, but he's gently caressed it through wide of cover for 4.
Imagine being able to bowl 140 left arm seam and then just being a number 3 bat as well. It'd be pretty handy if you liked cricket.
I would say you could make a career, and he's obviously impressed the selectors at Pack Care Badalona to be included in the squad here and possibly featuring for the Spanish national team in coming times. Good to have a young buck like him at your disposal, Corey.
Always those young ones. You keep an eye on them, that's for sure.
Good developing player. Stefan Vink once again. The one comes out of the back of the hand, but it swung quite a significant amount. He's got the 2 in-swingers to hoop. poor Tobias Vise, he's had a fair bit of work to do leg side.
And the winds are starting to stack up, and the winds are what going to hurt you. I mean, they're still going at a good rate here.
A bit of a blustery wind as that one's wide of off stump. Thrashed by Hassan out to fielder. I think that's Bodendijk. May see him at the bowling crease later in this game. The wind does feel like it's whipping up a little bit. It's probably helping the straight hit.
Yeah, I like to see Ishan do more of that. When he hits it on the offside, he's still good enough, isn't he?
Another off-speed ball from Vink. Geez, the backyard cricket games in the Vink household must have just been nothing but slower balls to each other for the last 10 years.
Yeah, they only had a small corridor there, so they had to bowl slow, and well, they're doing a good job. I mean, it brings us to the end of the fourth. It's 36 for 1, and this game is right on. I think it's going to be really tight. What can RBS do to keep this as a match, do you think, Andrew?
Well, I think the two things they have in their bowling lineup, they don't have a huge amount of express pace, but they do have variety. They've got the left-armers, they've got the Vink boys, who are both good change-up bowlers. And I think the two things that at least need to put the Paco Care team off, it's those change-ups to keep them off balance and swing the ball as much as possible. They've shown the capacity to do that so far in the first few overs. I suspect they'll keep that plan up.
And I really like this decision. So the captain's kept himself on for his second, and I think that's the right call because you don't want to let this game drift. They need to get this pair out. You have to get these two. If these two keep batting, they will win the game. So brave captaincy. He takes the opportunity, and can he get another wicket for his team?
Yeah, well, neither of these two have exploded just yet. Issan 9 off 12, Cameron 6 off 4. Vink, they can get a few consecutive dot balls. Another one that's just held out of the back of the hand. He's got good control of that range of slow balls. You were talking yesterday about the fact that he's got a couple in the Vink kit bag.
Yeah, the key is as well that he can swing his slower ball. When he keeps his thumb tucked in behind it, he really swings it as well, and that's really difficult to read as a batsman.
Keeping the batsman vinking. Oh, that one swung away, but Cameron has gone with the swing and hit a beautiful maximum over cover.
Oh, mate, when you open the bowling like he does and you bat at 3, that is a gorgeous cricket shot. He gets that slow wide one and he lofts it over extra cover with ease. Good batting, and Paco Care, they're just so dangerous. How can you stop them?
Well, Ronald Pillay in the chat asking Corey, is Cameron part of the Spanish setup?
Well,
oh, well, what has happened here? There's an appeal.
He had both feet behind. Definitely had both feet behind. You got caught up in the moment there. You can see here, look, he goes for a lofted drive, but he had both feet behind the crease. One of those ones, it's oh, I tell you, it's a closer. Oh, I tell you what, it's closer than you think.
Yeah, who was not concentrating, Corey? Just the instinct.
Here we go. Maybe they're gonna have another quick look at this because this is a lot closer than you think. Here we go. So he's in.
I think what saves him is possibly that front foot actually.
Is that down?
On the crease.
I don't know if that's down. He's gone.
Oh, I think he's out.
I think he's gone here. This is an unbelievable stumping. This is going to be given out. This is one of the most ridiculous things I've seen.
Well, the next time Corey Ruckers alleges that Andrew Ryan is getting caught up in the moment, doesn't he need to check the replay more closely? That is stone cold gone. And umpire Stefan Gooch, his instinct is that this needs a check. And the third umpire reviewing this closely.
So what happens here if the on-field umpire hasn't called for the third? Can the third then come on and overrule the decision?
Well, whatever's happened, it sounds from the cheers like he has been dismissed. Umpire Stefan Gooch just radioing into the third umpire, puts the finger up. That is a big, big moment, and the big, big paceman is on his way back to the pavilion. Tobias Vise, what a bit of work with the gloves.
Well, it looks so, is innocuous the word?
Innocuous is a word.
Is it the right word to use?
Oh, possibly, depending on what context you want to use it.
Well, I can't believe that. It was one of those funny things. The keeper's taking him just in a moment. I reckon they've heard us from the commentary box because his back foot lifted, his front foot I thought was in, but that was also slightly arced up. And he goes, and well, we might look back at that. That's a huge moment in the game. And Toby Vise, he gets a cheeky stumping.
Well, he stood up to the stumps bravely throughout every over.
Did they appeal?
I don't know if they did. Maybe they're taking the opposite approach to Mohamed Hassan.
Let me watch here.
Look, I think your call of innocuous was pretty fair, Corey. There wasn't a huge amount happening. And in fact, Vise was not even really that excited. I think Umpire Gooch at square leg. Fair play. He's radioed that in back to home base. It's been checked, and Cameron is on his way.
Wow. Well, that does change the game quite a bit. If they go on to win this, we'll look back at that moment as a huge moment in the context of this match.
Well, if there were any pigeons around this ground, then a kitty cat has just been thrown in amongst them. Dismissal of Cameron when they're still only halfway to the total. It's floated. Ihsan's gone big. He's gone very big. That's carried the boundary by 20 metres, and he is unleashed for the first time today. Pack I Care now reach 51 for 2 after 5.
You might as well call them Pack I Don't Care, because, I mean, they lose a wicket, and I tell you, a lot of other teams would then just nudge a one or play defensively, and they just keep going on their merry way and bombing sixes. It's just remarkable hitting. It's just this freedom, this complete freedom. They don't worry about getting out. They just believe they can hit more boundaries than any other team.
And which is essentially what T10's all about. Just a quick look at that batting card. Two Mohammed's at the top, and this one's gone high. Coming in off the infield, they'll leave it to DeMay. That's a good call from Vink. Safest hands in the squad. And hear that rapturous cheer from the boundary line. The Dutch fans are getting on board the RBS Express. And after a up and down performance with the bat, they are a real shout in this contest now.
Well, it's called living and dying by the sword, and that's exactly what they do. They won't worry they lost a wicket here. Good catch from Julian DeMay, who calls out his captain, Ferdy Vink. Another wicket for Stefan Vink, who's bowling these leg-rolling slower balls, and they're keeping themselves in this game. This is a really enthralling contest.
This is a great contest, Corey. RBS, if they can maybe just take one more wicket quickly, get into the teeth of the middle order, they are a very good chance. Just having the more wickets they can get down, the more someone like Ihsan is going to feel the pressure. It's a really, really crucial stage of the match, and
what a game! What a game! This does have a golden ball feel.
You're right, Ihsan. Just floated outside. Stefan Vink. The Vink boys. This is the 4th consecutive over. Been very effective.
Well, yeah, the big thing is who's going to be their 5th bowler, and that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. Someone has to bowl good as the 5th bowler. Maybe Teo Warburg can roll his arm over.
Haven't seen him yet in this tournament, I don't think. One's out of the back of the hand. Pitches. Moves a little bit. Umpire keeps the arms down. Good line from Vink.
No, look, if you look on your right there, if the camera goes a little bit more to the right, we've got all the RBS faithful. And it's good to have them all here. They've flown all the way in to watch their team, and they're really competing.
Another slower ball, swatted around. Singh comes in from cover, has a shy. Not a bad effort. Very quick bit of backing up too. Navjit Singh coming in from deep square.
There they are. There's the RBS faithful on your screen. Robert Van Oostrum at the back. Plenty of ODI cricket for him, so they're enjoying what they're seeing. Good running. Majinder Singh, he's a pretty laboured customer at best. Just lopes to it and a little easy throw in.
Well, it's swatted straight down to May. Makes a dive. The ball's still there. Feverishly gets back to it. That's a tremendous effort. Partner on the outfield, Teo Warburg, comes in, gives a congratulatory hug to DeMay. That would have been the catch of the tournament. Ihsan's cracked it. He's moved forward, but just falls short of him.
Yeah, unbelievable effort. That would have been a certain 4. Saves 3.
Well, this one's put up in the air. I think he's found the gap. Super batting. Well, he's gotten through the Bermuda Triangle of Crayon Hoot fielders, and Mahboob. Big shot.
Big shot, big player, Mahboob. Great batting. Lofts it over the extra offside, gets it over extra cover, and they're continuing on. And that's what they do, Pack I Care. They just find boundaries at the right time, and they don't stop trucking. What a team they are to watch. 36 off 24. It's 57 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, it looks like Benno Bodendijk coming to the bowling crease. He's got a big job to do. Vink boys have bowled very well the last 4 overs. Still got DeMay to come on at the end. Another left armer here. He's smashed over the deep mid-wicket boundary. Well, Mohamed Hassan, who has been snoozing the last 2 games, the little wicket-keeper has suddenly come to life with a massive maximum.
I'll tell you what he does have is this unbelievable ability to hit a long ball, and that is just a great cricket shot. That's not slogging, that is just gorgeous power hitting. That 6, well, that relaxes the pressure just a little bit.
Well, Benno Bodendijk was a pretty good ball. First ball, probably a little bit on length, and he gets smoked. Comes up with short of a length, wide of off stump. And second ball, played and missed from Hassan. T10 cricket, it doesn't always reward what you might think of as quintessentially good bowling, but we'll be happy to have the dot.
Is this a preview to the final, you think?
Ooh,
could be.
Controversial question. I mean,
it is.
The top 2 qualifiers, it's not much of a stretch. Bodendijk, he gets hammered again over the offside. 2 Maximos in the space of 3 balls. Pakai Care, the team up in the dugout, really, really pumped now that Hassan is getting them back on top. They're 69 for 3, and this target is getting closer and closer with every maximum.
What a ridiculous shot that is. I mean, that is glorious. You're telling Benno to bowl wide of off stump, take it across him, and he goes, okay, I'm just going to hit you over extra cover for 6.
Stayed with it. Brilliant batting. Benno drops short. This is mistimed. It's head straight down the throat. Navjit Singh on the boundary, safe as houses. And after poor Benno Bodendijk's been pumped twice in his first 3 balls, he gets revenge. And the man they most needed to see the back of, Mohamed Hassan, he is on his way back to the pavilion. 24 still needed off 21 balls. Corey, this game continues to fluctuate.
Yeah, it does fluctuate a lot. They needed that wicket. That ball could have gone. He gets it a bit flatter this time. He doesn't get the elevation. It's a nice safe catch by Navjit Singh out there. RBS, they won't go die wondering. And, well, for Ishan, he'll be disappointed not to see his team through. But I think his little cameo there has put Pakai Care well in control.
Yeah, he ended up 29 off 19 after being a long way behind a 100 strike rate for the better part of his innings. Some powerful blows towards the end there. And not sure the captain would have gone up to Benno Bodendijk and suggested that he bowls a half tracker on leg stump at relatively moderate pace, but it's gotten the wicket.
Oh, it's funny, the ones that do get the wickets, and Ishan not getting enough elevation, and it looks like it's Ahmed now's walked out to the crease as well. So can these two get them across the line? I still think RBS need a couple more wickets here.
Bodendijk swiped across.
I love it. I have to admit, I love just the thought process or lack thereof of just, it's T10, we're going. If you miss your margins, we're trying to hit a 6 from the first ball. It's unselfish cricket.
Very unselfish cricket. Great to watch too. They're a team of entertainers. 23 still required. Another short ball, it's popped up. Navjit Singh's lost his footing at the crucial moment. Dived forward, couldn't quite get there. Suggested if he didn't stumble, he would have had at least a play on that ball. And Bodendijk, his eyes would have lit up. So he's sent back to the boundary. It's the end of the over. This game is just back and forth. As you see, Singh just coming in. Second last step, just lost his balance a touch. Pakai Care 71 for 4 after 7.
Yep, 71 for 4. It is still tight. I mean, it only says 7.33, but it feels a lot closer than that. Julian DeMate, they've gone to their spearhead now. They need him to bowl an over that goes for not many, and they need a wicket or 2 still. Look at the fixture coming up. Well, that's a do-or-die clash, the second eliminator.
Bit of flight from DeMay, left wide of off stump.
Who are you calling in this one? Marlow Farmers go.
Oh, Marlowe's got the momentum, but Farmers have already played. I think Farmers will be benefiting from having played one game today, actually. Oh, big appeal from the keeper. The finger goes up and DeMay comes back for his second over. Mahbub tickles one through to the keeper. Tobias Vasey continuing an outstanding game with his gloves. That's another big twist in this tail, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely, because it brings another batsman to the crease who hasn't spent time there. And the little tickle through to the keeper. Big decision out. And I didn't hear anything through the effects mic, but you can see how confident they were. And the decision is given out. So big start this by Julian DeMay at RBS. They keep fighting in this fixture. And it is so tight to call. I mean, you could just sit on a fence here. Mahboob, he'll go. One glorious shot in there. 6 off 7. He'll be disappointed to get out.
Yeah, very disappointed. Saw Antor Ahmed on the YouTube chat saying that the drama starts now. Well, I think the drama's been going for the better part of the last 10 minutes. This game has gone from one way to the other. We've always felt that Pack Care probably had the upper hand, but a flurry of wickets in the last couple of overs. The RBS Crayon team have got their tails up. They've got their #1 bowler at the crease. Feels like they've got some momentum.
Oh, yeah. You're calling it right, and this is right on. It's going to be exciting to see Pack Care, how that lower order responds yet. They haven't had too much time at the crease in this tournament.
Oh, wide called. Visay tried to sell it with the gloves. I don't think it's necessarily a bad ball from DeMay. He's trying to find that corridor outside off stump. Wide of off stump again, just cut down for the single. They'll be happy with that.
It's good bowling because it's almost impossible for a new batsman to loft it over extra cover for 6. It's a really difficult shot to play earlier in your innings. So he's basically saying, well, hit it on the offside. We'll take a 1 here. That feels like a win for us.
Yeah, great. It's good analysis, Corey. Another fly one. They tried to swing that down the ground. Fielder's got a play on it. I think he's over the boundary. Done a great job in trying to keep it in, but you had a good view of that one, Corey. I think that's going to be signalled 6.
Yeah, I just tried to poke my head out from around the box. You see Ferdy Vink saying he's not sure, but we're going to go to the third umpire. I think his feet touched the line. I think he's jumped from behind the line.
I think he has.
Well, I tell you what, he's okay there. Okay, release it. Release it.
He's almost Matrix-esque.
Oh, I'll tell you what, if that's not that...
If he's jumped from within the boundary, I think he's actually kept it in the play.
I don't know where he's jumped from. I have a feeling he jumped from on the rope. I don't think this is what we have to look at. That's fine, but we need to see landing point. That's unbelievable. That is Matrix.
It's almost like an NFL wide receiver doing the opposite of, instead of trying to catch it, he's trying to get rid of it.
We need to bring it back.
We need to rock it back to see where he's elevated from.
I have a feeling he elevated from the rope. This is a huge moment in the game. Oh, wow, they've given it only 2.
Oh, wow.
It's saved 4 runs. What a moment. This game is small margins.
Oh, this is awesome stuff, Corey. That is brilliant fielding.
More importantly, do we know where Luke Belgium's from?
I don't think we do, and I don't think anyone can focus on geographical locations at the moment. Julian DeMay needs to focus on his ball locations. He's just got a massive wide. Floats that one off stump. Vink's going to have, I thought, a chance at catching that. As it was mistimed badly enough that it's dropped 10 metres in front of him.
Can we just talk about that bit of fielding again? That is one of the best bits, because he's falling like about to take a seat, and he's got it off just, he saves 4 crucial runs. Unbelievable.
He actually stuck his feet forwards to end up still in the field of play. It's nicely dabbed down to the short third man. It's just going to be a single. It was a brilliant bit of fielding.
Yeah, unbelievable. Brings an end to the 8th. 78 for 5. This game's had it all. And, well, go on. Don't sit on the fence. Who at the moment's ahead?
I would normally say Pack Care, but what concerns me is how little batting that their middle order has had throughout the tournament.
Well, controversial moment maybe. They've gone to the slow leg spinner, Adil Ahmed.
I will give a clap emoji to this. I think he's going to be much harder to deal with than the leg spinner. I think there is
Majinder Singh. You go your spearhead in the 9th, surely.
I suspect they'll bring Majinder back for the last one. Big call. Floats it up. Hits it straight. Vink decides to take the conservative approach. I think you're down to the 6 and 7 batsmen here, Corey. I think they're going to have a much bigger difficulty trying to launch the leg spinner. They really probably only need 1 or 2 boundaries from here.
Can't bowl a long hop.
He cannot bowl a long hop.
Oh boy, what a call.
Floats it up, gone straight down the ground. Vink's coming through, both he and DeMay are good fielders. They're going to push the second.
Well, that was a pure misfield. There was never 2 there. He needed to keep his feet. So they steal the second.
Well, not only have they got the leg spinner on, he is showing some guts. He is throwing the ball up.
He always flights it. He doesn't know how to bowl quicker. This is brave. 1-6 kills this game, though. Oh.
Oh, he's mistimed
It's a no-y. It's a no-y.
Oh, no.
This is why you had to go to Majinder Singh in the ninth. This is too crucial. Surely, it's a huge no-y. It's over waist high. It's the right call. It's a massive no-y. And it's a free hit now.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do a Corey Rutgers. I reckon he's going to throw this one up and the batsman's going to charge and miss it.
I don't like that you can get stumped off a free hit and it's not out. It just always looks a bit weird.
Oh, man, big pressure on him. Well, he's certainly thrown it up. Batsman's come down the track, hit it straight down the throat of DeMay. He fires it in. There's going to be a chance. Takes the stumps off. I think he's home, but he dropped the bat over the crease. It's terrible running from a technical perspective.
What are they doing? He hit it to deep long on and they forgot to run. Oh, what a huge error. Here we go. He runs on a bit of an angle. Pop. Oh, I reckon this is going to be more tight than you think. Gone. I reckon he's going to be gone. His bat plugs. This is really close. Let's have a look. Slowing it down. Oh, this is crazy cricket if this is out. Oh, this game's had it all, Andrew. I can't handle this. He gets it. Watch his bat plug. Plug. Gets...
It's plugged over the line.
Oh, my word. That might be the in by a Skerrick. Oh.
Well, the scratchy Cartama Oval turf has probably helped him. He's just managed to slide it about 3 centimetres. The desperate dive of Emil Ahmed taking the stumps off. He's safe.
Well,
big swing.
Is that good running? When you know you're over the line, you might as well pull the bat back up.
Oh, what is going on? As you say, this match has had it all.
I can't handle this. My little heart hurts.
Gets the dot. Throws it up again. It's a big swing. That's gone high. That's gone very long. And unfortunately, Julian DeMay has to watch it carry over his head. That might be the decisive shot in this game. A huge Maximo from Ahmed.
What a shot for 6. And look, they shouldn't have bowled the spinner in the 9th. It was too risky. You go to your spearhead in the 9th to take it to the 10th. Come on.
It's a gutsy decision. I liked it. But he said goodbye again to that ball, which has been deposited for consecutive 6s. It was a gutsy call with Adil Ahmed, but a wonderful response from Ahmed. He's gone for 18 off his first over. Corey Rutgers is shaking his head. They can't take it through for the 10th. I think it's aggressive and gutsy captaincy. Corey is absolutely
I'm not happy
on the other side of the fence, but at the end of the day, that's a well-deserved victory for Pack Eye Care. They have taken this one down to the wire with some slightly shady shot selection at times and some excellent feeling by the RBS Cranehood team. They'll no doubt gain a bit of confidence from the fact that they didn't bat particularly well throughout the majority of the innings, but still managed to put a defendable total on. And I think they've probably put the Pack Eye Care batting lineup under more pressure than they have all tournament so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And well done to Shiraz Ahmed there, the captain, who hit those 2 big blows right at the end to get Pack Eye Care over the line. They were deserved winners in what was a chaos game of cricket.
Absolute chaos. And I see from the YouTube chat, Corey, we've had Cameron Sanders come in and say, I agree with Corey on that bad call. Well,
any relation to Colonel?
Well, I don't think the Colonel's watching too much cricket at the moment. But speaking of great nuggets, look at that golden trophy being tended to by Mr. Maximo, showing that he does just about every job within the European Cricket Network. And speaking of doing a job, Mohammad Babar kept on his immense batting form in this tournament, but actually it was his opening partner today, Mohammad Hassan, who was probably the more important contributor. Babar holed out to Julian DeMay. He was excellent in the outfield, and his catching combined with the off-speed bowling of the Vink brothers really brought RBS Cranehood back to the game. The hitman, what a dismissal that was, lifting his back foot, admonishing himself for missing a cut shot, Corey.
Yeah, I've never seen a dismissal like that. That was quite amazing, but the small wicketkeeper Ishan, the opening batsman, he got a couple of lofty blows away until he was dismissed, and you sort of felt like, can RBS crawl their way back into this contest? It was to and fro, and then it led us to these last few overs, which can only be described as chaos. Ishan continued his merry way. He hits a long ball. When he does hit it, it stays hit. And this was not my favourite shot of the innings, the shot over extra cover to go all the way for 6. But this one, caught by Navjeet Singh, this was the moment when the game sort of got back to 50-50.
It got back to 50-50, and I'm not sure whether we'll see it on the highlights, but there was a moment not long after when Navjeet Singh actually stumbled going for an outfield catch. They had to have had one of the 2 final batsmen back in the pavilion that could have made a difference, but there was the stop from Vink, which was one of the best pieces of fielding we've seen all tournament. Another moment where Deal almost managed to run out the Pakai Care batsman who only just got his bat over the line, but it was ended with a pair of mighty blows. Ahmed continuing to throw it up, but he gets smoked straight back down the ground for a pair of 6s, and ultimately that was enough to take Pakai Care to the victory, and they end up 2-0 out of the Super 3 here on Super Thursday. Corey takes through Marlow versus Farmers coming up in Game 4.
Yeah, it's the second eliminator, and this is going to be a close one. Farmers, are they timing their run correctly? You've got the Tribe brothers obviously doing a good job, but obviously for Marlow, Conrad Greenshield's been a breath of fresh air. He's doing a really good job, as well as Adnan Gondal right there with the left arm off spin. Can they get up over the farm? I'm not too sure. That's a tough one to call. I mean, Mallow beat them yesterday. I think Farmers might get the chocolates today.
Do you think Farmers have a little bit of an advantage having played a game already today, just having their eye in, or do you think they'll actually have a little bit less energy than Marlow, who are coming in fresh?
A little bit less energy, because Marlow, this happened last week where the 2 teams finishing 4th kicked on. We take a look at the batting scorecard, and well, Mohamed Ishan at the top, that 29 off 19, those big 6s at the back end of his innings really were coming. I mean, Shiraz Ahmed coming out at number 6, just those big 6s, they just have too much firepower. We'll give credit to this bowling attack though. The top 4 did really well, and when I spoke about it, that 5th bowler is a bit of a hoodoo for RBS. If they don't figure out who's going to bowl that extra 2 overs, they're in trouble.
Yeah, Bodendijk and Ahmed going for 32 between them. Probably not any other options that they've got at the moment, but looking at the Manhattan, well, that last over, Deal Ahmed, he'd done a good job until those final 2 balls. Fortunately, they went for 12, and that was enough to take Pakai Care Badalona, the Spanish representatives, to a second victory today here on Super Thursday. They ended up 96 for 5, chasing 92 for 4. In the end, you could say a comfortable victory. They still had an over to go, but 5 wickets down, they were into the teeth of the middle order, and the skipper Shiraz Ahmed coming up with a couple of big bombs when they needed it most, and that leaves them out and out front runners, and they will qualify as the #1 team through to the Friday finals of Group E. RBS Crane, who they have a matchup coming up with Punjab Lions, Nick Sear, the Cypriot superstars and the Cypriot champions. Both of those teams losing their single contest to Pakai Care today, so the winner of that match this afternoon, they will qualify in second place and certainly have a bigger advantage when it comes to finals Friday.
Yeah, that's a really big match now, because it's just a straight shootout for second place and get to the double chance. And well, RBS lost to them yesterday as well, so the Cypriots, they will believe they can sneak their way into a second chance. At the start of the week, if you had told me that, I would have said no way, but this was my match of the week. I really enjoyed this. That went back and forth. Good to see a team stand up to Pakai Care, but overall their class saw them through.
I think it's lucky neither of us are calling the next game. Corey, I need to go and have a good sit down, maybe a warm Horlicks. Cold shower, just calm down in the Spanish sun for a little bit, but there's plenty happening the next game. We have Marlow, the Portuguese champions. They have momentum. They've won their last 2 games, and saw the guys earlier today. They're looking very, very confident. They're up against Farmers from Jersey. Certainly one of the people's favourite teams in this Group E this week. They've made a lot of friends in and amongst the players' entrance and the fan forum down there. They will have plenty of support as they take on the Portuguese champions in Eliminator 2 here at Cartama Oval in the beautiful Andalusia region of Spain. This is the European Cricket League, brought to you by BET2BALL. We have Game 4 coming up with you, and that will be on in approximately 20 minutes time. Corey, it's farewell to you today from the commentary box. It's been great sharing it again with you.
Yep, in and out, my 1 game a day. That's all you need. 1 dose a day, they say.
It's just, it's quality, not quantity.
Thank you.
It's been great to share the commentary box with you again today. I'm Andrew Ryan. I'll be back with you for Game 5, where we have Punjab Lions up against RBS Crane Hood. But until then, come back and join us for Marlow versus Farmers in just a tick under 20 minutes.
play cricket.
On the Crossford song.
welcome back to Cartama Oval on this Super Thursday. Well, it's been a very exciting day so far, and now we are going to have to say goodbye to another team from ECL 22 at the end of this game. It's eliminator number 2. It's match 19 in Group E, and it's Marlow who finished 4th. They are taking on Farmers of Jersey. So Portugal against Jersey. Let's see who wins the giant coin toss.
Okay, change. You're cool. That's a ball. BET2BALL.
So it is BET2BALL, and that means that James Pershad, the Jersey captain, the Farmers have decided they're going to field. Well, Farmers field, it makes sense to me, and it certainly worked for them this morning as they were able to account for Yet Corfu in their first eliminator. But that is just the first of 5 consecutive games that Farmers would have to win if they're going to be the qualifiers out of this Group E. But they're playing some good cricket, and it's just clicking at the right time, it would seem, for them. Marlow, slightly easier for them. They just have to win 4 straight, but still, it will be a tough game, I think. Conrad Greenshields has been a bit of a revelation as he has been swinging the ball around corners. Good conditions for him today. I think we're probably likely to see him get the new ball. Najam Shazad for Marlow, the Portuguese champions. Always very, very exciting to watch, and he's able to pull off that screaming catch as well in the field, as well as being important with the bat and the ball. But for the Jersey champions, I think that we're likely to see Reece Palmer coming back into the side, and so he adds that spin dimension that they were missing this morning. So once again, we'll see 2 teams show. 1 will stay, 1 will go, as we look forward to eliminator number 2. It is Farmers fielding first, and Rico Full, he is in his natural habitat. He's in the commentary box as we get ready for the first ball. Let's get ready for some cricket.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. And also thank you to Andrew Ryan and also to Corey Ruckus for bringing us that last match. What a classic that was. Pakakea Badalona just holding out by 5 wickets against RBS crying out. And this one, well, this one also promises to be a classic. It's another rematch. Yesterday, Marlow were victorious in emphatic style over the Farmers, posting 110 on the board. Thanks to Zulfikar Shah, he'll be key in this match, and also Conrad Greenshields. Farmers were disappointing with the bat. They were skittled out for 67. So they'll be wanting to prove a point here. This, of course, is eliminator number 2. One of these teams will come back tomorrow. The other will be booking their flights home. So everything to play for. A very warm welcome to everyone, our global cricket family around the world. Cricket lovers, wherever you're watching from. And also to everybody in the fan zone. The fan zone is looking pretty full at the moment. People enjoying the refreshments as well as the quality cricket that is going to be on show here. And welcome to everybody that's on the YouTube chat as well. Now Maya's on there now. Egan, hello Egan. The ground looks so good. You're absolutely right. It looks absolutely fantastic. And Diesel, Bruno is there as well. Good afternoon to you. And of course he'll be supporting the champions of Portugal, Marlow, in this contest as we get ready to start. It is going to be Mien on strike, so a slight change. Captain. And Zulfikar, the man who's in good form in this contest yesterday, is at the non-strike as the left-hander. And it will be Charles Pershad to start. Here we go. Straps the captain, Min Shahid of Marlow on the pads. No runs there. Juggy doing the fielding himself. Minch, captain of the Portuguese champions, Marlow, looking to give his team a good start. Oh, well, this is a spicy delivery. Bit of extra pace generated here from Charles Pershad. And doesn't miss by too much from his reaction. Oh, look at the movement on that. Really comes in a long way. You'll appreciate it more this angle. Look at that come in. Oh, that's only just missed. What a delivery that would have been. But that's a good sign, an encouraging sign for him. The swing is back. Oh, and this one takes a little bit of the inside edge. that goes down, makes the stop. Joel Richardson. Staying in the side, but how can he get rid of him the way he's bowling at the moment? The oldest member of the squad, 45 years old. And, he mixes it up well with the youth in the side. The two Tribe brothers, Zach and Asa. And also you've got George there as well, really. And William Pershard. Good mixture of young and old. First up to the left-hander, will take the single. And as always, the Farmers are one team. It's lovely actually to watch them in the field, because I do like watching the teams that every time the ball comes out to them, I always shine at the stumps, as we see a nice shot off a quite a busy and energetic fan zone. A lot of supporters for Farmers there, giving us a wave. Hello, gentlemen. With those smiles to be on those faces after this match. We shall wait and see. They've been absolutely terrific. They've been here all week, cheering on their boys and supporting the other teams as well. So well done to the supporters and the travellers from Farmers that have travelled here from Jersey. Chuggy would love to get one here, last of the first. And this one will be called a wide. So, well, I suppose he will get a chance to bowl that one again, though he does give up one run. Ball moves on to 3, so you won't mind that. You can see what he's trying to do here. And when it's been quite a tidy over so far, as long as this one doesn't go to the boundary, he'll be fairly satisfied with the start. Oh, that's a really good delivery. I think he's going to be gone here. This is plumb. And that's the swing again from the swing master, from Chuggy. He gets the wicket. This is a superb delivery. And after bowling one outside of your stump, I think he cheekily fires this one in. You'll see the swing on this one again. Absolutely superb. And Mian has to go. That's plumb. There's no other word for it. And there you go. The umpire, Tyrone Peters, takes his time and puts the finger up in the air. Hello to Amy. Amy, I'm sure, is watching her man, and he's doing a very good job. And another man doing a very good job. Here's the bowler here. Chuggy says, come on, umps, put it in the air. You know I got him. And up went the finger. First wicket down. And it's Mian Shazid, the captain of Milo, departs for one of the 5 deliveries that he faced. End of the over as well. So 3 for 1, and a fine time to welcome back the man. Well, he's multi-talented. That trophy is sparkling over there, and what a trophy it is. Been given it a bit of a polish, like he polishes his shoes every morning. Mr. Maximo, welcome.
Doing my chores in my game off. Yep, hello to you, Rico, and of course all of our viewers, whether you're watching on Fancode in India or on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or any of the other various broadcast partners we have all around the world, globally. As Joel Richardson comes into the attack, over number 2. Tempted pull shot. Sylvia Shark can't catch up with it. Yeah, I was just saying hello to a few people, including Janine, who's watching in South Africa, and Tarek, who's watching in Australia. To Avinash Pai as well. Egan. To everybody in there, whether you're just lurking or actively chatting, hello to you. Richardson gets this one past the outside edge. Yeah, some interesting stats. I mean, watch Pakai Care just make it 7 in a row. Magnificent 7 from them. Now the only side to not bowl a no ball this week. Probably in the whole competition. The only side not to bowl a no ball. It shows you the discipline that they've been applying. As this is in the air, it's not going to quite be close enough to the fielder for James Smith to make an attempt. So nice bit of work there to at least keep it to 1. But yeah, we do have Reece Palmer back in the side, so that's a spin variety to Farmers. But yeah, 10th times for supporters of both these sides. Because one of them, their ECL dream will be over at the end of this match.
Yeah, it's a pressure situation, isn't it? And it's where you got to especially as far as farmers are concerned, you've got to focus on their last game and not what happened last time.
Well, direct hit would be interesting, but he throws a bouncer. That's your one for the over. So, it goes over the stumps. In the LBW, I'm going to say, seemed to me like it was going on to hit the stumps. But you always got to be worried about the movement that Chuggy gets in. It seemed to me it was more likely than not to hit the stumps.
Yeah, I think it's also hitting the batter deep inside the crease as well. I think if he's coming out and it's hitting him sort of way outside the crease, you could argue that it's going to probably do a little bit more. Joel Richardson comes in once more.
This is upish, but through the offside, and I think this will be a tough one to stop. Well, he escorts it across the line. It was 10 points for effort, 0 points for result. Kinman, he finds himself with some improvised shorts instead of trousers halfway up the jungle. The result is 4 runs for Marlow.
Yeah, be careful out there, Kinman. Or Binman. Because, well, you know, when you get into rough, funny things happen. Like maybe getting your foot stuck in a rabbit hole.
He actually gets there. But, yeah, actually, that does remind me of something that I heard about the Kinman family.
It is absolutely true. And Tour de Turville, he jumps over the fence to retrieve a ball and goes straight into a rabbit hole and breaks his ankle. But there you go. So be careful out there.
What happened to the best of us? Joel Richardson. Oh, pretty close and gone. So Zulfikar Shah just gets caught on the crease here. I think he is trying to make a case that he might have got a little inside edge, but if not, I tell you what, this was very adjacent, and that's going to be a second wicket. Joel Richardson does the trick, 9 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing right across, and if this doesn't make any contact with the bat, I think you've got to go with the decision. You can see their height is not a problem, so I think that is going to go on to hit.
I think the height is the only issue if he hasn't hit it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, again, more likely than not, that's hitting the stumps, I think. And so, well, you miss a straight one, you do it at your own peril. Because that's one thing I've liked about the umpiring. They're not afraid to give these marginal LBWs. I think in this form of the game, it's the right thing to do. Tell that to Zulfikar Shah, though. He has to walk off for just 6. And Joel Richardson, once again, strikes in his first over. 9 for 2 after 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, look, the only thing I think that can save him here is if it does hit the bat. I mean, it's one of those, you can't, a lot of batters will say, well, I hit it, didn't you hear the noise? You can't go by the noise. The same way you can't go by the noise if a bowler's going for a caught behind. You've got to go with what you see.
Yeah.
And I certainly didn't, I don't know about yourself, I certainly didn't see anything there to indicate there was bat on it.
And the thing is, if you got a little sliver on it, I mean, you should have got more on it. It's a straight delivery. Yeah, giving the umpire a chance to send you packing.
9 for 2.
Yeah, Chuggy comes back for his second over. See some respect there from Conrad Greenshields, who comes to the crease with Amir Zaib, who has had some injury concerns. There's Amir right there. He can really go like the clappers with the bat, but we just haven't seen the best of him. Like I say, hasn't been 100% fit. So let's see if these two can put together a partnership.
Yeah, it's a big player. I mean, Zaib, I mean, you're talking about his batting, but don't forget he's also a man that's got a hat-trick in this BET2BALL European Cricket League, so he's a terrific all-rounder.
This one comes in to Greenshields, but makes the adjustment, just clips it almost literally off his toes for a single. And Rajiv Sharma saying in the chat that he's seen some really exciting cricketers in this tournament, such as Visay, such as Hitman, Greenfields, Ari Carvelis as well. And some of them we didn't see in the ECC last year. Well, there's a few reasons for that. Greece didn't have a team in the ECC. Kamran, we believe that he will be qualified sometime this year, but it wasn't available for Spain last year. Ooh. Another good in-swinger. It's really getting the ball to talk. And Pershad, he did start the week across seamers and leg cutters, but I think he now knows his biggest weapon is that big hooping in-swinger.
Yeah, I mean, you see it there. Look at the swing he gets on it. Well played, though. You have to say behind the batter as well. Amir Zaib.
Tarek's keeping everyone amused with a few cricket-related jokes in the chat. Oh, gets this one a bit wrong.
It was pretty high there.
Yeah, it was pretty high, just the way he played it. I think this is borderline, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, I mean, see those called more often than not, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, that one, I think the umpire there, Square Asad Ali, is just saying, well, okay, it's there or thereabout. Maybe it was just dipping a little.
Playing for the in-swing again. Amir Zaib gets off the mark this time. Yeah, so some of these jokes about this one. There's why are outfielders so well behaved. Do you know the answer to that one, Rico?
I've read it now, so I'm not going to spoil it for you. Go on.
Because they know their boundaries and can stay within them. I think they've got your joke book, Rico, available at all good bookstores.
There's always some out there, isn't there? You heard me saying some of the farmer jokes yesterday. Well, there you go. Look, now the chats are in a jokey mood today. Super Thursday. Let's have some super jokes as well. Keep them decent, keep them clean, though. That's all I ask.
Oh, it's a good one. I think he hits the ground here. Don't think he's hit this, but still, very good couple of overs from Chuggy, who only concedes 5, picks up a wicket as well. After 3 overs, 11 for 2. Just didn't seem quite right there. It was a bit of a noise, but it seemed like, to me, it was the bat hitting the ground. A real deflection away from the outside edge. So 11 for 2. Got to say, huge shout out hello to Paul from Corby Northerns in the UK, who's watching in the chat. Hello to you. And if you do like a shout out, then why don't you get in the chat? ECN European Cricket Network. It's a great community, isn't it? It's been building, it's been growing. We pretty much tripled our YouTube subscribers over the last 12 months or so. But of course, it's only one of the ways you can watch the ECL. Yes, unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to another team after this match. We lost yet Corfu from Greece in the previous eliminator. That was match 2 of the day. Marlow on the ropes here, 11 for 2. When they played 24 hours ago, Marlow really turned it on. Yesterday was a great day for the Portuguese club after a horrendous first couple of days. Farmers, they seem to be getting going yesterday after that win over Corfu, but this is where they stumbled on Wednesday. This one is going to be wide, swinging a long way after the bat of Zaib. Yeah, so pretty much for Farmers, it's a carbon copy of the fixtures they played yesterday. In Game 2, they played Corfu, and in Game 4, they played Marlow. And yesterday, they were fine in the first one. Today, they were fine in the first one.
Yeah.
And they'll be hoping they can turn the tables here, because if they don't, it'll be home time. Here's Will Pershard. My down leg side, and James Pershard able to knock it down. Just concedes the extra one. So, yeah, we're still seeing good swing. It was a conscious decision from them to bowl more swingers. And, yeah, I think their bowling side of things has been much improved as a result.
Yeah, it certainly has been. I think they've gained confidence, I think, with each match. That's certainly what the players and also their sport has been saying.
Oh, this time I think a little bit of an edge. Greenshields was filthy with himself. He missed out on this.
Yeah, he's a little bit cagey here for me at the moment. It's kind of Greenshields. Yeah, he knows he's missed out on this. I think this is a shot he would normally like to put away.
Right, bit of tension. As you'd imagine at this stage, this partnership not quite getting going yet. And he chops on, and the in-swinger does it again. Greenshields has got to go, and Will Pershard gets the key wicket. The ball has been hooping around. Greenshields, that movement just taken to the inside edge of the bat, down onto the stumps. Marlow in wicket trouble now. 4th over, it is 14 for 3.
That is a huge wicket. That's one that they wanted. You can hear the roar when this one is played onto the stumps. I don't think it does too much. I think it's the wrong shot. I think he's probably looking just to get into a position to guide this to third man. I think that's what he's trying to do there. But he doesn't get himself into position. It's not as wide as he thought it was. It probably comes onto him a little bit quicker, and all he does is place it back onto his stump.
I still think it's a little bit of the shape that does him there. I mean, we saw one that swung down the leg side, and then the previous one kind of slid into the pads but was heading down the leg
it's
side.
Probably more, I think the shape comes into it, but it could be the fact that he more played. He was expecting it maybe to do more, because he was looking to play it down to third, and in the end, just played it on stump. It's going to, well, either way, he's going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
That's a big wicket to get.
Well, he's playing away from his body because it was wider, so it gets the batter reaching. And so if you don't get that back foot across, I still think it's the fact that it just comes in half a bat or so. Takes it from the middle of the bat of Greenshields into the inside edge and onto the stumps. So Najam Shazad, another very accomplished player. And these two actually both represented Portugal at the European Cricket Championship last year in 2021. They had some key partnerships. Well, it's no more important time now, because otherwise it could be their last dance at Cartama for a while.
Yeah, 14, 3 wickets down and 3 big wickets. And Mizufika, who scored runs for them. Conrad Greenshields has gone as well. these two have to perform.
Excellent delivery. Shazad knocks it down. They need to attack, though. That's the thing. Saw that partnership used up a few balls, didn't it? But didn't really go anywhere. They were hoping to build a foundation to come good later, but now Creenshields is gone. Now
I think they've got to take heart and positiveness, Marlo, from the fact that they did bowl this team out for 67 yesterday. So even though they're not looking to get perhaps a big score, as we see this one thumped away, well, maybe the man who's got different ideas about that is Nadam Shazad. That's a lovely shot, hits it on the up, 4 runs, and that'll do, and that's what both of these batters have to do. But just going back to the point I'm making, they need to be thinking, oh, it may not be a big score, but if it's a score around about the 90, well, that's still 20 plus what they gave yesterday that they allowed the team to get. So
true.
They've got to think about what they can defend and what they've done before.
It's interesting to me that Farmer's elected to chase again, especially how this game played out yesterday. Worked away by Shazad. So obviously backing themselves. I mean, I think it might be to do with the fact that something to do with the fact that they want to know how to pace their batting innings. So they can only really do that if they know how many they're chasing, how aggressive they want to be, how many risks they want to take up front.
Push hard, full of delivery, and this is being clouded. Over it goes. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona shaka lagya.
Yeah, nice shot. The counter-attack is on, and again, fairly straight through the line, that one. That had landing point near us. We heard that one reach terra firma with a thud. It's the end of the 4th over. The score now is 24 for 3. So despite that big hit, it's still only run a ball pace. So not the greatest start, losing 3 wickets in the power play. There's a lot of stats Corey will tell you about the winning percentages of teams that lose 3 in the power play. Not very good at all. But still, we've seen games turn around, haven't we? And I never call them too early because a lot of cricket still to be played. Just a reminder, you can follow us on social media as well. And you can follow us at European Cricket. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel as well. You get me at Mr. Maximo, and of course get Rico on the Insta now, as this one is chopped down and up and over. James Pershard. And I mentioned earlier that there's a beautiful cricket ground in Jersey, Farmers Field, they call it, and they take touring teams all the time. So if you're kind of in the UK, perhaps, just a nice little journey, or even anywhere in Europe, really. Yeah. If you like to play at Farmers Field, get in touch with them. Just look them up. Jersey Cricket Club.
Strike. Well, this is an umpire killer, and well, the umpire goes down, and he gets up, and he gives the 4, and he's got a smile on his face. Don't worry, Amy. Don't worry, Amy. He's fine. We'll have to dust him down a little bit, but he's okay. He's got a long way to go down, hasn't he, Tyrone?
Takes a little deflection, but just watch Tyrone here. He does a full push-up, and that was heading for him, and he was up as quick as you like. Great work, Tyrone. Good reactions, because, that definitely got the end of the finger of Joel Richardson then. Another chop shot. And, I mean, it's not easy as an umpire. One thing if they're whacked at you, but if you see it off the bat and then there's a little deflection, it makes it even more difficult, and it's almost nothing you can do. You see there, Tyrone just dusting himself off.
You missed a bit, Tyrone. You missed a bit.
He's enjoying his ECL experience, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Partner Amy has been
tuning in. Have him on board as well.
Little off cutter. Joel Richardson's just been accurate. That's been his weapon. He's got little variations. He rolls his fingers on that one, which takes away from the right-hander. Marlo in recovery mode. So hello to Maya in the chat as well. I know that Maya was here with us last week. I'm missing you at the ground, but good to see you still in the chat. Pushes this one a bit wider. He's kind of got the ball on the string. Richardson, he reminds me of the kind of guy in suburban Australian cricket that would come on and pretty much bowl all the overs at one end all day. Doesn't seem to get tired.
That's right.
It's an 80 over game. You can put Joel Richardson on for 40 of them and probably switch to spin in the middle. Getting his money's worth. Last ball of his over. His spell, actually. He's only gone for 12. It's a good effort. Going to come around the wicket for the last delivery. Oh, he gets it just right. So that's a very, very good execution of limited overs bowling skills from Joel Richardson. As that one just sneaks in. Picture perfect at the end of 5 overs. Marlowe, still that runnable pace. It's 30 for 3.
Interesting here. I mean, what would you do? 30 for 3. They haven't really. We've seen a couple of big hits, but not too many. Do you go for Reece Palmer here now? Do you stay with William Pershard? You've got options as a captain, haven't you?
Yeah, I think if the pace is working, then I'd probably stick with it. And now they've got someone like George Richardson to go to, and he's going to bowl the next over. And hasn't he bowled well over the last couple of days? Took a triple wicket maiden yesterday. Also struck early today when he was brought on. So I think it's fair enough. In fact, they do have these kind of options. It's a good problem to have.
Yeah, it is.
Sometimes you think there's no one that you can bowl. They've got multiple options here.
Yeah, good options. Going with the pace, like you said. I mean, one thing I will say with George Richardson, I mean, especially in the match today, though he did go for a few runs, I believe 28, but the 2 wickets he took were the top batters.
Yeah, exactly right. Now here he is, young George. So he can go from facing father to son in consecutive overs. And I think they need to counterpunch here. And I'm not saying you have to go at everything, but they need to be brave. I think they need to have a bit more of an attacking mindset here. They've got both these, so even if they lose a wicket, they still have one of them there. They can both go big. They've got batting to come as well, Marlowe. So, yeah, I think it's now or never. Don't think that he will be batting next. Worked away. Just be one. So again, I get that you don't want to lose another wicket because you're in a lot of trouble, but also I think these balls, that's a 50-50 one. You can either really go after that, try and clip it off your toes for 6, or you can just take the soft option, take the safer option and just take the one. So
it's also clever field setting because look, they've left that open behind square, so they're almost saying to the batter, look, take me on.
I think they're going to have to. Zaib on strike. Yeah, nice little uppercut, and this will be 4. Well, this is good shot selection from Omar Zaib. Maybe if he can get going, we know that he made a very high quality 80-odd against the Netherlands last year. He's a good player of pace and spin. He's just had some injury concerns, but that'll be a confidence booster for him.
Yeah, this is a lovely shot. I mean, it wasn't that wide either, was it? I mean, it's okay, yeah, it was short, but he had a lot to do to manoeuvre this into the shot that he did, and that's just a shot of a classy player.
Yeah, just a bit too short and wide from Richardson, allowed that. It's a fairly safe shot as well once he got it past the infielder. Richardson, halfway through his first over. Yeah, this is struck nicely as well. Good work from the sweeper out there. Here's James Smith, does a good job out there to keep it to 1.
Yeah, well picked up and cleanly done. And if you were thinking maybe of trying to take 2 to him, well, once you've seen that arm, you're probably thinking, nah, don't think so.
That score, I remember Zaib making was actually 72 against Romania, in fact, but he struck the ball very crisply on that occasion. Shazad gets something to hook, and he does, and that one's going to hang out in the giant ice cube. Maximo, half a dozen to Marlowe.
Yeah, this is a great shot, and I think this is the one that they were looking for. They wanted to take on one of these batters with the short delivery, and it's Richardson that goes for it. They left that area open to tempt them to go for it. They do go for it, but Shazad, he nails it. One hand coming off the bat, but in it goes. And, well,
There should be extra points for the giant ice cube.
I reckon when it goes in there, it should all light up and all sorts of things should happen, yeah.
There should be a refrigerated ball that comes back that you have to play with. Well, goes again. Now, is this the second for the over? Yeah, it's no ball.
No ball.
Yeah, so I think the first one was above. This one was even higher. So things just swinging the way of the Portuguese now. And you talked about continuing with pace. I mean, it seemed a good option to me to bowl Richardson here, but now he's got a free hit to deal with.
Yeah, see, I mean, he's a young man and he'll learn. I don't see the point of that because you've just basically given another run away. Now this is a free hit, so you could bowl a really good delivery here now. It won't count.
I wonder how intentional it was or otherwise. So, well, gets away with it. It's not quite a wide. Well, Shazad swings himself off his feet and he can take a seat because that's the end of the over. Marlowe are 43 for 3.
कहता मैं मिस कर गया लेकिन थोड़ी देर में लम्बा पै जामा थोड़ा रेस्ट कर लमा fair मैं उठ के फिर मारूंगा. Well, okay, good luck with that. He's saying I just have a little lie down here, get a bit of rest, get a breather, but I'll come back and start hitting again in a minute. Well, he's got a few seconds to compose himself as that over comes to an end. Just having a look at those bowling figures. Joe Richardson, I think he bowled superbly, 1 for 12. And Charles Pershard, Chuggy, well, just 5 runs conceded, 1 wicket that he picked up. Really got that ball to seam around. And George Richardson, yeah, he will go for a few because he tries a lot of different things, but he will get you wickets as well.
He's a proven wicket taker. Here's a man who's back, Reece Palmer. Now it's time for him to come into the attack with his off spin. So again, gives them that variety. 4 overs to go. Okay, 6 over check-in. If they get 2 a ball from here, they get 91. They'll probably take that at this stage. Nice little cut, finds the fielder. Good backing up and running from Shazad, who gets through for the single.
Yeah, you just get the feeling here that one of these 2 batters do need to go after the spin now. And Shazad, 22 of 12. I think he's the one. He's just having a look around. Once again, bravely moving that man, keeping him inside the square leg. Goes for it.
Yeah, this is going to be 4. Nice shot down the ground. Fairly safe shot. Long on and off. They weren't particularly wide, but they certainly did have that gap down the ground. This one bounces off the side screen. 4 more.
Yeah, I think this is a big over for the champions of Portugal, Marlow. They need things to happen, and I think Shazad, when he's standing tall and hitting like that, is probably thinking this is the one. I'd like to see Palmer just slow this down a little. He's darting him in. I'd go for a bit of flight, take the chance.
Shazad is up and going now, 26 at 2 a ball pace. Once more, finds the bowler. Good fielding by Palmer. Just bringing out the fingers, making sure they're all there, but they all count, especially at this stage where you're trying to counter this insurgency from Marlow, the Portuguese champions. It goes this time, and this is a supersonic blast. And that one has landed in the future. Big hit, Maximo. Shazad swings his way into the 30s.
Que grande. Well, they're doing a little bit of Bhangra dancing there in the dugout. Manos arriba and chuck the fatte style. Well, this one has gone a long way. Que guay, que grande. Esta pelota no volver. Esta pelota va para playa.
Yeah, maybe it has gone all the way to the beach, Rico, because he got the length he wanted there. Shazad drove through it. I talked about it earlier, I thought maybe he was a little bit conservative, but I think now you can see that he's dialing it up. And that was a ball. If you want, you can just wait. You can punch that down the ground for 1. But I think they know it's time to go.
Yeah.
And look, they've got this field. Sometimes we call it the baseball field, but it's basically all of the outfielders are in front of the batter. So you've got, yeah, a bit unusual. You've got deep cover, deep extra cover, long off, really straight, long on, really straight, and deep mid wicket. Doesn't care, goes anyway. This time a bit squarer. It's a long chase, and because that man is so straight, he won't catch it. Ben Kinman was the man patrolling the jungle, but that one is into the snakes. 4 more to Shazad.
Yeah, this is good hitting from Shazad. But what are your thoughts on the? I mean, different people have different views about spin bowlers. Whether you dart them in at this pace or whether you slow it down.
You got to mix it up.
Yeah,
that's what I think. You can't be too one-paced. It's all about upsetting batters' rhythm. This is the innings they needed to crawl out of this hole. Once more, and he's going to get more. He's going to get 6 more. Maximo Shazad turning it on. He's 42 off 17, and Marlow, they passed 60 at the end of 7 overs. They are 64 for 3.
Yeah, superb over if you're a Marlow supporter. And Shazad, I just had the feeling that they were going to go for the spin here. And when that single was taken on the first delivery by Amir Zahaib, I thought, well, this is it. This is the signal. He's basically saying, look, the spin's coming on. I know you like it. Show the world what you can do.
Yeah, 21. A magical 7th over for Marlow. And this is where we are. Eliminator number 2, which is match 19. The winner of this match will go through with the other 3 teams that we know are going to take part in finals Friday. And so a lot on this match. Now, that last match today, match 20, playoff 3, that's crucial as well, because that essentially is a shootout for the double chance. Yeah. We know Pakakare, they will finish as the top seed, but whoever wins that match tonight, well, that gives you a bit of insurance tomorrow, and especially in such a competitive group, that double chance could be crucial.
Yeah, that's a massive game. And this is a massive over after a magical one.
Will Pershard back into the attack. And wide, full delivery, driven nicely. I think that one's good here. I think that Shazad, the way he's going, you want him facing.
Yeah, I mean, the only difference is back to pace on now, and if Pershard, William Pershard, that is, can just get this to do a little. He's got to bowl intelligently now here, the youngster. A lot of pressure on him.
He's not expressed though, is he? Pershard. William Pershard, that is. Yeah, gets something length, and he summarily dispatches this one out of the ground. Maximo! Shazad eyeing off a half century. He moves to 48, and Marlowe, they needed something. And Najam Shazad, who captained Portugal last year in the ECC, well, he is really delivering.
Oh, what a shot this is. Here we go. Boom! Shaka Lagia! He absolutely belts this out of the ground, and they're loving it. All of a sudden, there's something to be up about. There's something to be dancing for joy about.
Here's a comeback from Will Pershard. Goes that wide full delivery again. Couldn't get across in time. Shazad, yeah, I told you, that's why we don't really call games too early, do we, Rico? Because you know that a lot can turn around. I mean, it took them 5 overs to reach 30, but it took them just 3 more overs, or 2 more overs, I should say.
2, yeah.
2 more overs to double it. So, yeah, the acceleration is coming. It's mostly off the bat of Shazad. Full toss. Not a good delivery, but doesn't quite get it out of the middle. So this will just be one. It's a bit of a let-off. Shazad moves to 49.
Yeah, I think that's if you can keep it down, that's not a bad delivery to someone like Shazad, who likes to get right under the ball. So he saw Shazad coming at him, and he thought, well, okay, I'll give you this one. You're not going to get under this. And it obviously, when you're coming towards the bowler, it's going to make the ball that much quicker as well.
What's Saib's approach here? He might as well go too. He does. Hits this pretty well down the ground into the gap, 4 runs. Well, this is dangerous. If there's a dual attack as Zaib, he's been a little bit circumspect so far. This is a sign of what he can do. He moves into double figures with that straight 4.
Yeah, nice shot. Both batters there. Good shot of them having a little chat and just saying, okay, what do we do here now? And I think that's probably Shazad saying, look, you know, you've seen it pretty well now. Let's just play our shots. Ball to go in this one on Pershard.
Gets the cover, drivable ball, does just that. Zaib will retain the strike. I think Shazad wants it back, but he's not going to get it. Still, good signs. This partnership has flourished, and after 8 overs, the score is 77 for 3. Hey, just a reminder that if you're watching us here maybe for the first time, we have cricket all through the year. We plan a 44-week season this year, and this is just the beginning. So if you stay with us after the ECL, we'll be having Fan Code European Cricket Series cricket. These are domestic series starting here in Spain. Then we go to Portugal for a couple of weeks before we hit the Netherlands, Bulgaria and Romania. And then after that, plenty more destinations. I know probably spending a bit of time in Sweden. You can always watch us on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on Fan Code in India. Join us, Rico. I'm certainly looking forward to having an ECS here for the first time, seeing some of the domestic clubs and some of the guys that we've seen working so hard, volunteering around the grounds.
Yeah, they're looking forward to it themselves. I heard 1 or 2 of them talking yesterday and early this morning, and so saying, yeah, I'll be playing, and yeah, I'll be there. I'm playing for this team. So yeah, they're looking forward to it.
It's a unique, special opportunity to watch cricket all day, every day. Mondays to Saturdays anyway. As we see, here's George, 9th over. Wide full toss. Probably just get 1 here. This is why I don't want to get into rule chat, because we always leave it really late in the innings. I think in our cricket, I like the line being the line. We're seeing a lot of wide Yorkers, okay? And as a batter, I think the batter should be able to stand over there and go, okay, I'm taking that away from you. So now bowl at the stumps rather than just keep bowling wider Yorkers. I think in our cricket it works. The rule change they brought in a couple of days ago is kind of the opposite of that.
Yeah, the batter can still do it.
Yeah, but my point is, if the batter sneaks across, the bowler can then bowl it wider again. He's bowling around him. I want to see challenges. I want to see the batter being able to say, all right, you're nailing that wide Yorker. I'm going to go sneak outside the off stump a bit and come on, bowl at the stumps then. But at the moment, what the bowler can do, and look, I can understand on every form of cricket this would probably work, but at the moment the bowler can go, okay, you're going to stand there? Fine, I'm going to bowl an even wider Yorker.
Yeah, but within reason, can't bowl it off the pitch. So a batter can go all the way to the end of the pitch.
Bowl at the stumps. I want to see a contest.
George.
Here we go. Shazad on 49. And he won't go any further. This one just sneaks in off the pitch, and George does it again. So he gets the big wicket of Shazad, who won't reach his half century, but still he has set Marlow up for a total that will put them in this contest. It's 78 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, George Richardson, I think there was a little bit of a gamble, but a good call, a good shout out from James Perchard, the captain. He saw what happened with Palmer, that 1 over, and he thought, right, who do I go with? Okay, it could be expensive. He may go for a few, but he may give us the wicket that we need to sort of stop this onslaught. And he has. He's cleverly bowled. He doesn't pitch it up into the zone. He gets this to cut inside. You have a look there, the way that Shazad finishes, it looks like he's got everything covered. He thinks he's got everything covered, but smart bowling there from Richardson. And that brings to the end of a partnership which was good for 64 runs, so they certainly put the recovery in. Remember, these two came together with the score on 14 for 3, so that's a remarkable turnaround.
He said it was big trouble. That was about halfway through the 4th over. But Shazad, good innings by him. Brings another good hitter to the crease, Azim Sarwar. But yeah, I think that was the seam movement that did Shazad on that occasion. So important if you can move the ball sideways. That's what made the ball sneak between the bat and the pad.
No, don't forget Sarwar. This man can hit the ball big. That's Sarwar, tall left-hander.
Here's Richardson. This will be a wide. So left-hander can just throw the bowler off a little bit as well. Again, he was, for the most part, a lot of wide Yorkers been hitting, but now you've got to hit a different spot on the other side of the pitch. So still from here, have to push up into the 90s. I think I said at the 6 over mark. If they could have got to a ball, would have taken them to 91. So they're all still on that kind of pace. Angled in at the body. This will just be 1.
Take it away, Vinny. What's Bruno Diesel talking about? He said he's got a good green wine. A green wine?
Green wine?
Come on, you know about these
green
things.
Wine.
Green
Is
wine?
this? Well, in Portugal, they did give us this concoction. I knew you couldn't buy it in shops. I was expecting it to come in a bottle that had all these X's on it, you know, like the olden days.
The old skull.
Yeah. It's pretty potent stuff. Diesel, they called it.
Yeah,
tried a little bit of it.
Richardson.
I think that's actually how Corey lost all his brain cells on that Portugal tour. Wide. Yeah, good effort, but just getting too much of the line.
Yeah, you can say, look, you don't mind this really, do you? But, I mean, the ball's not sailing to the boundary at the moment. Richardson is trying to do things. He's trying to get this just inside. He's done it well a couple of times, but on this occasion, just a tad. And you can see him looking back in anguish to the umpire saying, umps, come on, give me this one.
Yeah.
And Tiran saying, 1 for 17 so far. Still 2 to bowl in his spell.
Can you avoid being hit for a boundary? Richardson, well, not sure. This is in the air though. Fielder going back and does very well. Takes the catch, keeps his composure. That's a really good piece of decision making on the boundary by Zach Tribe, who grabbed it. He thought he could stick the landing. Doesn't try and throw it away. He takes the catch, and that's the best case scenario for Farmers in that situation. And it removes the dangerous Amir Zaib from the equation. 81 for 5.
This is a great catch. It really is. He makes it look easy. But you have a look at this. He needs to get his balance absolutely right. He can't go backwards. It'd be 6. And he takes that wonderfully. We've seen some outstanding catching in front of us here. I mean, Zach Tribe has been brilliant. Tajwinder Singh as well. But the man who's taken most catches in this BET2BALL European Cricket League so far has been, come and tell me who it is.
Is it?
Played the last game.
In the last game, is it Julian DeMay?
Julian DeMay, yeah. He's been superb in that area. And the one he took, I know we were off that game, but when he called it, he had all the work to do. It was going to a fielder. He wanted it. We could hear him while we were sipping our Victoria saying, mine, I want it. And he takes a great catch. Been some great fielding. It's a little bit different to what we saw last week down below here.
Oh, yeah. This is the fun zone. This is the third man from last week. Take a 1 if you're watching. Hopefully you're out of therapy. They had a great week, MSC Frankfurt, falling just short of qualification. But it was a good catch. And he sticks the landing there.
Yeah.
I think you don't want to be too keen to throw it away unless you're certain you're going over the boundary. Last ball of the over. Ikram's in. And he swings away to the leg side. Might try and get 2 here, but I don't think it's on. So just a single to finish the over. Pretty good one from Richardson. Good effort from him. 2 for 18 off his allotted 2 overs. 9 overs down, it's 82 for 5.
Yeah, and look, I like that. He gets not just a good round of applause from his teammates. but also from the spectators. They knew this was going to be an important over, and the captain, well, James Purshard, says, yeah, I'm going to go with you, George. Come on, I trust in you, and he delivered. And after seeing a couple of expensive overs, we saw the last 3 overs before that one went for 13, 21 and 13.
Yeah.
And that one only goes for 5.
Yeah, so now, despite Palmer being available and back in the lineup, they're not going to use him for a second over. Probably not surprising, seeing the spin go for 21. But I guess different batters, so maybe you could make the argument that you could bring him back, but I suppose it's more for choice. And they have used Ben Kinman in this role, haven't they? As a bit of a closer. 82 on the board. Strap yourselves in, it's last overtime. Goes for this, but doesn't get it. And 4 fielders converge. Kinman takes the catch. What an amazing catch that is. Well, he had plenty of traffic coming the wrong way. He was the wrong way down a one-way street. Matt the binman. Now, he holds on. Nothing was escaping him. And he does the work of his own bowling to remove Ikram. Now it's 82 for 6.
What a superb catch this is. I mean, we've seen so many good catches this week that really you lose track of them. This one is sensational because he knows that the only person who's going to get anywhere near this, if possible, is him. He just turns around, look, off he goes, he's sprinting, and then to take that, well, that's the sort of thing that you practice with your coaches all the time, don't you? I wonder how many times they've done that with John T. Jenner. He hits it over them, off they go, take the catch. Well, I tell you what, even in practice, you probably get them 2 times out of 10, but to do it in the pressure situation, that is a great catch. And more importantly, look, that was all about trying to get Sawa onto strike because Sawa is a big hitter. He can thump the ball, but get the wicket. That law we talk about, new batter has to go on strike.
Exactly. Well, Kinman, better catcher than his dad. And what I will say also is he had 3 people there to help him get up, so that was pretty useful. I think he just identified really quickly there, Ben Kinman, that it wasn't going to carry to the outfielders. They'll be coming in, but it'll be just short. They came from everywhere. But, yeah, excellent catch with the flight. That can be important, you know. And, yeah, take your point as well that it keeps Sawa at the other end, but not a bad batter to come out at number 8 in Umair Farouk, another left-hander. Edged and gone. So 2 and 2. Kinman on a perfect over. And there's the little celebration. It is a little shuffle. And I'm sure his mother's very proud of Ben right now as he gets 2 in 2. He's on a hat-trick. And Marlowe, a bit of mini collapse starting off this over. It's 82 for 7. All right, so Rico, are we going to do the shuffle? Let's have a look first. It was edged, it was taken, and you can see he's got the little shuffle on. And, that's all to do. A little tribute to his mum, and then he's into it. Watch this. He's got the little pot celebration. And well, wishing you all the best in your recovery as well, because we are also doing it up here. So, well, it could be a hat-trick celebration.
Could be, I like this. Me and you look a bit like the Teletubbies with the colours on.
I'm actually a real...
these colours, the Teletubbies?
Actually a level 7 tap dancer, but you just can't tell from that. I'm advanced.
You've done everything. Yeah. Yesterday you were a trumpet player, and now you're... Oh, I don't know. Oh. I want to see the credentials. I want to see the certificates. Anyway, look, hat-trick, right?
Yeah, well, not yet. Could be.
Could be. That's
because
what I
tell you what, you got the number 9 coming outside Mysom, who is better than your average number 9.
I'm going to remind these people. Here we go, hat-trick ball.
Yeah, hat-trick ball. And he's going to be going for it, Mysom. Here's Kinman. Well, it could be a hat-trick. Well, this is miles in the air. Pershard's after it. And he's taken it. Absolute blocker.
Oh, my word.
The best hat-trick I've ever seen. What a great catch for the moment. This is an unbelievable piece of wicket keeping as he goes full stretch. A hat-trick to Kinman. He's got 3 for none. He's only bowled 3 balls. But for me, how about that catch by the captain, James Pershard?
Oh, this is sensational. This is showtime at the Cartama Oval. Cartamania, well, that one is going to take the world by storm. I'm telling you, this is outstanding. There is not even Superman would have got to this catch. Have a look at this. This is out of this world. This is a catch from another planet. He's not human. He's an alien.
Unbelievable work. Unbelievable. Not often you have to go with the one glove on those high balls. The only way he was going to get there was with one. It was the emergency manual. He had to pull it out. Have a look at this, and then slow this down right here. I mean, he grabs it, and he is thrilled. He gets himself up, almost kicks his teammate in the face. He's so excited. And the supporters, well, they can't believe what they see. That let's get this, bang.
Oh,
and well,
you're right. That is the best hat trick I've ever seen. That is the only better hat trick out of that is a quick bowler ripping out the middle stump 3 times. That is superb.
Well,
starts with the cordon bowl. Well, he ain't finished yet.
82 for 8. We could get 4 and 4 here. No, we don't. Well, they're going to run anyway.
Could be 4. Oh, well, he decides against it.
He's still replaying the catch in his mind, I think.
Sawa gets to the other end.
Yeah, that's, I was going to say the way James Pershard, the keeper, approached that high ball was a bit of what we used to call cricket zombie, because he was kind of just like, his arms were just kind of floating in front of him, like in the zombie.
I keep saying,
movies.
Just the catching we've seen, there's so many, they keep getting better and better. I hope there's somebody that's put it, look, get them all together. I want to see all these catches at some point.
Right. It'll be done. All right, Sawa back on strike. He gets a big wide, and well, even Superman on Super Thursday isn't getting this. So for all his good work, Kinman finally concedes some runs. And this is 5 carreras, and it's 5 for 3, really.
Okay, look, I'll give him this one for one reason. He is now bowling to the left-hander, who's they did switch. Maybe he didn't realise that. Because he's on cloud 9, isn't he? He's all over the place. He can't believe the amazing thing he's just done. Okay, get focused again. I did remember I was saying at one point when we were 14 for 3, if they can get to 90.
It slices this up. This could be a 4th wicket, and it should be. And it's taken. So he's got 4 in 5 legal deliveries now, and he's got 4 for 5. And Marlowe on their last legs, they're 88 for 9.
Oh, this is great. Well, he's got 4 for 5. Where did those 5 runs come from?
Yeah, they're all self-inflicted. In fact, we had 6 in this over because we had the bye as well. But now he removes Sawa. I mean, what a last over this is.
Wow.
And do you want to talk about big collapses? I know they got the 5 there, but at one point they were just kind of cruising. They were 78 for 3. So now they've lost 9 wickets for 10 runs. I can be more specific. They've lost, so they've actually lost 5 wickets for 7 runs. Of those, 6 were extras in this over.
Well, would you believe it? Sawa did get to the other end, and he wanted to be there because he wanted to strike. Hits it pretty well, but, well, no surprises. The catch is taken. Zach Tribe takes the catch, trying to get into the 90s. That gives them something. Remember, they have bowled the Farmers out for a low total. Yesterday got them all out for 67, so they'll take some encouragement in that.
Could this be the second time we've ever seen 5 wickets in an over? Dinesh Banekar is the guy who took a quintuple wicket maiden back in Switzerland back in June 2020. Andrew Ryan, he'd remember that. But Kinman, he's on a 5 for here in his first over. Last ball. Oh, no. No, not that kind of 5 for.
Oh, that's the wrong.
You know what? In the end, you'd probably take an 11-run over, even though you lost like a million wickets, because it doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, would you believe that?
If I'm batting to Ben Kinman, I'm not left-handed, but I'm batting left-handed. I think just hoping for the best. He's on fire at the moment.
Would you believe? You know what?
It's a weird over.
All of the runs, we've had 10 from wides
and
a leg bite. There's been no runs off the bat in this one over. And there's also been 4 wickets. Have you ever seen an over like this?
No, I don't think so. Not a single run off the bat, but 11 scored in the 10th. And Marlowe, they do get up in the 90s. I mean, it's been a weird way to get there. I still think you could take 5 for 10 off this over because it's the last ball. No, it's not. It's going to be another white, and you can't run now because they're 9 out. This is weird. So we had 12 off the last over.
The sort of over this has been, it will be a wicket.
Yeah.
It just will. This will never be seen again.
You could just have a look, and someone would say, how is it possible to take 5 for 11 off one over? If you just look at the figures, I really want a wicket here. Sorry, Naveed. Last ball. Well, probably will be, or will it? No, it's not going to carry. They might as well run. So they're probably going to get bowled out here. Has a lot of work to do, the keeper, but he does get past. And
bit of argy-bargy.
Accidental collision. They've gone upstairs here. I think he was out by some distance.
Yeah.
But according to me, I think that'll be all out 95. So 5 wickets do fall in the last over. They're bowled out off the last ball, but still, I think that's probably the best over for a batting team where they've ever lost 5 wickets in it, because they do get, how many is that? Like 13 runs, I think. I think they're just checking maybe he had the ball there. accidentally came
12,
together.
right? 12 off the over?
Oh, well, they get 13 because they'll also get that one off the last ball, right? So we had Dubai as well.
Dubai, yeah. Got to count Dubai.
So, well, count them up. We'll have to get the accountants in. You see, the decision will be given. It will be out. And so it'll be all out 95. And all things considered, considering their start, where they were 11 for 2 off the power play, the fact that they were able to get 84 off the last 7, well, that is, what's that? That's 12 and over pace.
But
so they got to a ball
30
there.
at the halfway point,
Yeah,
right?
30
for 3.
30 for 3 at the halfway point, and they got 65 off the last up. So at least they're in the game, and Farmers, they're in the game as well. All of their supporters. I don't know who's looking after the fields at home, but doesn't matter because the sun's out here in Spain. Early LBW, Mount Shahid, it was an important game. The captain put himself back at the top of the order. Didn't really work out, and it was a good start for Farmers in the power play. They were up and away.
Yeah, and Chuggy getting the ball to move all over the place. Well, we know that man, Conrad Greenshields, he was going to be key if they were going to score good big runs early on. And so was this man. Well, first who had to go, it was Zulfikar. He thought maybe Zulfikar that he got a bit of something on this. The umpire decided, no, you had to go. And Zulfikar did have to go. And Joel just sort of said, yeah, you're out, buddy, you got to go. So he listened, he went. Greenshields, he didn't look the part today. He just couldn't get going. And this one, he chopped onto his stumps. He had to depart. At that point, they were in all sorts of trouble. 14 for 3. But then two men we know very well. We've seen them represent Portugal in the national team. And that's Amir Ziab and Najam Shazad. They came together and they put a 64-run partnership together. And, well, be careful because the ball was going all over the place. That was Tyrone Peters having to take evasive action. And, well, there were nice shots being played. That one was put in the giant ice cube as well. Najam Shazad batted really well and he thoroughly deserved a half century. He did everything right, but then, well, you'd have to go for the secret weapon once more because the spin of Palmer didn't work. That was the most expensive over, with that one going for 21 runs. So they did go back to George Richardson. It was always going to be a gamble. Richardson came on and he did get his wicket, even though there were a couple of big shots from it. They were all smiles at one point. This partnership kept going and going and going, and something had to eventually give. And this was the wicket, and George Richardson, no, he was pumped up for this one. And then things just started to slow down a little, didn't they? And this is what Billy was talking about when that mega collapse came. But somehow they still managed to get themselves into the 90s. They finished on 95. That was a sensational catch. When you want to see sensational catches, well, that was good. But there was one that you saw, the hat-trick catch from James Pershard was out of this world. It was hat-trick time, but this was the first excellent individual solo effort, you'd have to say, from Kinman. Did absolutely brilliantly, Ben did there. And then, well, there was 2 catches from Pershard. This one was pretty straightforward. Just thought, yeah, I'll gobble those up every day of the week. And there was the celebration, and I think me and Vinny had a little go at it as well. But what we did do, we inspired him to get a hat-trick. How about that? That was sensational. Well, there was almost a karate kick to the fielder as he went up, but he couldn't believe it himself. I think he just stood there. That was, I'm telling you this now, that was Ben Kinman watching to see if this is going to go to the boundary. But it was taken brilliantly, and there was more to come as well because he then took a 4th. The only thing was, he was also bowling wides in that over. He bowled 2 that went down the leg side to the left-hander for 5 wides, and this was one of them. And then he got a wide out on the offside as well. But to finish off things, it ended up with a run out. So there were 5 wickets in the over. And you're going to see the most strangest Manhattan, I think, if we get to see it, because that last over does contain 5 wickets. One of them a run out, 4 of them going down to Kinman. It's an unbelievable innings, really is. I don't think I've seen anything like that as we have a look at that scorecard. I'm just going to take a breath. Whew, that was something special. Najam Shazad, his innings was special as well. He certainly did rescue his team. 49 of 22 deliveries, helping his side get to 95. And the bowling figures, well, there was some expensive ones. Winning Pershard, he does pick a wicket up, he goes for 26. But there were some good ones as well. Charles Pershard was brilliant. Joel was good as well. And then his son, George Richardson, picked up 2 wickets for 18. He does pick up important wickets, but right there at the end, well, Ben, they call him Binman. We'll take him out of the bin because we'll have some more of that. 4 wickets he picked up, and the amazing thing is all of those runs that came off him were wise. And have a look at that. I said it's going to be a strange Manhattan. Count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, 7 wickets fell in the last 2 overs. 5 of them in the last. Absolutely sensational. Well, those sort of things you don't see too often. But what that does mean is that leaves this match, this eliminator. Remember, one of these 2 teams, either whether be the champions of Portugal, Marlow, or will it be the champions of Jersey? One of them will be eliminated, will play no more part in this BET2BALL European Cricket League. The other one will come back to fight again tomorrow. It's not going to be easy for any one of these 2 teams to make it through and come back again in finals week next week. They've got to win every single match that they're playing, including this one. They're going to have to do it the hard way. Well, Marlow, they have got the runs on the board, and they also probably have the mental victory as well, knowing that they restricted Farmers to a low score yesterday of 67. But the Farmers, they'll be wanting to come back with a bang. Will they open up with the 2 Tribe brothers again? Well, you'll have to wait and see. You'll have to join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo as we come back to resume the second innings of this match. Volvemos in 10 minutos.
Welcome back to the BET2BALL European Cricket League. It's the Champions League of European Cricket. Only one team will get to lift that trophy. First held aloft by VOC Rotterdam from the Netherlands in 2019. This is the second edition of the tournament. It's come back bigger, brighter, stronger. And together we are bringing you 144 matches over 6 weeks here on the Costa del Sol on the south coast of Spain. Pretty as a picture at the Cartama Oval as we near the end of what we like to call Super Thursday. It's the top 3 teams battling for position and the bottom 3 playing for their ECL lives. And this is an eliminator. It's the 2 teams that finished 4th and 5th respectively after the round robin stage. And right now, Farmers of Jersey, they are going out there to stay in the competition. To do so, they'll need 96 runs off their innings. Certainly the sort of score that will test their batting. They've had some chases go well, they've had some that have gone awry. Which jersey will we see? The corresponding fixture yesterday, just 24 hours ago, they were chasing 111 against Marlow. On that occasion, they were bowled out for 67. Marlow, the Portuguese champions, they'll be hoping that they can reproduce that kind of form with the ball and in the field. And here's very experienced cricketer to start things off, Najam Shazad, captain Portugal in last year's ECC. He's in to bowl the first ball. 96 to win for Jersey. Starts with a wide. We've had a few of those, haven't we? Going back to the last over of the last innings. But I think we're seeing more bowlers prepared to give the ball a chance to swing. See, that one just goes out and just takes the ball away from that allowable zone, which you can kind of see is denoted on the offside by that blue tram line. This one's short, it's wide. It might have been a wide, in fact. Zach Tribe punches this out on the bounce to deep point. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Always my pleasure to spend some time with this man. Spanish cricket aficionado, 22 years in this country. Before that, an accomplished career in England. And now an accomplished career behind the mic. Rico Full, welcome back, Rico.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, and welcome back to everybody as well. What an exciting conclusion this is going to be to this eliminator.
Ace the Tribe on strike now. Who punches. Now, sells his brother down the pitch a little bit, but no run.
Yeah, big battle, isn't it? And Najam Shazad takes the ball after scoring 49 with the bat. Just no stellar performance from him. Not only could help his team survive and get into tomorrow's finals day, but we'll get in the Player of the Match award as well. Played into the ground once more. The fielder out in the deep and have to do the work.
And the innings break, which wasn't too long because all those wickets and wides kind of ran over a bit in the 10th over. But I just remembered that hat trick was focusing on the catch of James Pershid, but the catch that started the hat trick was an incredible catch as well.
Yeah. I mean,
it was bookended by classic catches.
Yeah, the cordon bowl was just amazing.
And the little nick off in the middle just seemed boring.
Yeah.
It was an incredible hat trick, wasn't it? I don't think you'll ever see another hat trick like it. Had some doozies, haven't we? Here's Shazad. Short, this time pull shot. Just be one. It's a good bit of fielding by Said Meissen coming around to his right. Yeah, I mean, we've seen some strange hat tricks. We saw one last week where it included a hit wicket in the middle. So I'd never seen that before.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, we could talk about it now with a smile on our face. At the time, it was a bit horrific. Maybe is that the right word? But it was the longest. I think it's the longest. That's got to go down as the longest hat trick ever in history in that one over.
Exactly. Pitches up, driven down the ground, driven so well into the ground that gets over the bowler. Najam Shazad. So important, I think, for Marlow that they don't let Farmers get away in the power play. Yeah. They themselves had pretty bad power play. 11 for 2 they were after 3 overs, but I think it's just important you try and keep in the game, pick up a wicket or two, and that rate required 9.5 and over or so at the start of this, so they'd want to have them kind of mid-20s or less, I think, from the bowling side's point of view. This one's too short, and finally this one is going to go. It's going to whack off the Sports World side. That one was out of this world from Zach Tribe, who goes Maximo. They can't escape the first over without a boundary, Marlow. Because Farmers, they're up and away. It's 11 for no loss.
Yeah, and these two boys, I mean, what I like about them and the brothers, they just always seem to be playing with a smile on their face, not showing any signs of pressure. And, well, that Sports World sign there, at least that does bring the ball back into play without any damage. Yeah, it's a good finish to the over. And, of course, the hat-trick we're talking about was the one taken by Adil Diwan Ali. And it was long because the second wicket, so this was when he bowled the bouncer to Al Mohammed. Yeah. Took him sort of on the neck area and under on the cheekbone sort of thing. And as he went down, he went down swinging. He knocked his own stumps over, so he was out hit wicket. And of course, then there was a long delay while he was being treated, and then helped off the field of play. Fortunately, he was okay. That's the good news about it.
Explain the final.
And then Khan comes in, and he was a hat-trick victim.
Yeah, down. He was down and out, wasn't he, in the middle of that hat-trick? Gondal to bowl the second over. Little edge. But they do have the third man in place. I think that's a pretty good position. It's a bit out of fashion these days, but I think in the power play, a lot of balls fly in that area. Also can be a bit of an attacking position. If the batters are going really hard, you see some edges flying in that direction. Gone for a deep point and deep third man. I think this is all about the mode of attack for Gondal. Often we see him bowling at the end of innings. We saw that domestically, but he's bowling up front now. But he will bowl in that offside channel. There's only 3 fielders defending the onside. None of them are back. But this one comes back, and it's going to disappear. Maximo! Well, this is the danger, isn't it? With only 3 on the leg side. Well, you could have had 11 on the leg side. Wouldn't have made a difference that time. But this one just comes back off the pitch and into the wheelhouse of Zach Tribe, who sends this one into the jungle. 6 more.
Yeah, the older brother, Zach, smashes this hard. He is a hard hitter, and he's just trying to prove that point. Both of these guys batted well today earlier, and they're just looking to continue from there on. So I think here you've got to try and get the drive into play, try and get the ball pitched up.
Yeah. Mundell. Waits on this. They make a late decision to go, but they'll get away with it. Just thinking about brothers as an opening pair. Do you think of any other opening partnerships that are brothers? I mean, a couple spring to mind for me. About Gary and Peter Kirsten in South Africa, maybe early 90s.
Kirsten's, yeah.
I had another one on the top of my head. I was going to say maybe Andy Grant Flower maybe would have occasionally batted together for Zimbabwe. Give us some others.
Yeah, and let us know about any hat-tricks that come to your mind that you've seen, whether strange ones or good ones.
Works this way. I think they've got the big shot of the over. And I think sometimes it'll just cause them to not shut up shop, but just be a bit more risk-averse for the rest of the over, because they know if they can have a good opening partnership here, stay with the rate, it does set them up in the box seat to chase these runs down. Bruno in the chat, recognising it's going to be a very tight game. I think so. Remember what they did to the batting lineup yesterday of Farmers?
Yep.
This one again sneaks in, inside edge onto the back leg. So maybe a little bit lucky to get away with that. This is the thing, Gondal's getting this movement that is coming left to right on your screen. So it's pitching, and most of the time it's hitting the seam and coming back. See this one, just comes back a little bit, but it opens up that onside where they don't really have any protection. So I think he's either got to pitch it up or move it more outside the off stump with this field that he's got.
Are you surprised that Greenshields didn't bowl the second over?
Yeah, it's a really good point. We've seen him swinging the ball around corners. Now they do make a change. They bring deep point up. They bring push back deep square, but still only 3 on the leg side. See him now. I think he does try and adjust the line, but overdoes it. This will be a wide. Yeah, Greenshields. A bit surprised we haven't seen him bowling. The Jersey flags flying high there in the fan zone. They've been good value, haven't they, the Jersey fans?
They've been absolutely wonderful. I mean, we've had good supporters coming from all over the place. There they are there.
I think there's more people here than in Jersey now that are from Jersey.
Who's feeding the animals then?
Cows are roaming the streets. Last ball off the thigh pad. This won't be a wide. It will be the end of the over. It's 21 for no loss.
Yeah, look, they've been wonderful spectators. They've been absolutely a pleasure to be chatting amongst them and hearing their stories and them telling us stories about that, their famous cricket ground there. And I think, you know, again, I encourage everybody, every cricket lover should go and read the story about that ground. I think, do you have the link of it? Or
yeah, I'll post the link in the chat again, because that is a really good article from ESPN Cricket Info about the story behind that Farmer CC ground. And remember, they do tours. So if you're a team perhaps in England and you'd like to go have a game, go to the club's website. You can find it. Just look them up on your search engine. Just look up Farmers CC Jersey. I can't find that one now. Isn't the chat great? I mean, you take it for granted, but how many other international sporting events can people ask us things and we can deliver on the air? Yeah. I love it. Now, still not going for Greenshields. I wonder if he's got a bit of an injury concern. Pretty surprised not to see him bowling in the power play. Instead, they've gone for spin, and Azim Sawa, it's the batter reaching. They go straight away, so they do get through for a single.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a risky call. I think what they... I hate to say it, but it's almost like they're trying to buy a wicket here to try and break this partnership, and then maybe the trump card is for Conrad to come in once one of these two have been dismissed. That one's gone through. It's a violent effort there from the fielder. I think that's Amiri Kram who goes down trying to smother this, but not able to. 4 runs. It's a nicely timed shot. Plays it powerfully. Plays it into the ground. That's what makes it harder for the fielder. So he gets right on top of it. And, well, maybe, perhaps, you feel he should have done better. But it was certainly travelling pretty quickly. And, well, that's the man we were talking about, the man of the moment, James Burshard, the captain. He took that catch, the hat-trick catch. Short, Gundy.
Adios, Pelota. This one's gone a long way. That one might cut down a tree at the top of the jungle. So Tribe, he's so quick on anything short. This one disappears, 6 runs.
Yeah, loving Damage over there. Damage, he looks at the umpire and says, that ain't coming back, forget it. He's like one of those guys that directs the aircrafts at the runway. He just said, nah, forget it, it ain't coming.
Look how we get deep in his crease there, and so he makes it shorter than it actually is. Just has to be careful he doesn't overbalance onto his stumps, but yeah, very good bit of footwork set up that shot from Zach Tribe. Good comeback. I think it's going to call it a wide. It was so 50-50. This gets a fair piece of the line, though. I think it probably is a wide in the end. They have been consistent on these, the umpires. They are strict but consistent. Yeah, I think that is a wide.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be chasing those, though, does he?
Bang. This one hits the shin bone of Sawa. Then a slight misfield. Almost coaxes him into a second run that's not there. And lucky they didn't go because the throw eventually hits the middle stump. Is that good fielding or bad fielding?
That's good fielding.
Okay.
Good fielding.
What about the fumble?
It was very good from Sawa as well, because that ball, if he don't touch it, it's 4 runs.
Yeah.
And, both the batters deciding they wouldn't take on the second run, and that's good.
Yeah.
They know they don't need to take the risk.
They say never run on a misfield, but I don't think that's right either. But yeah, you do have to kind of think on your feet when there's a misfield, because it disrupts the speed of the ball and the position of the ball. It's pretty well bowled by Sawa. Punched away this time. They do get down. Just keep it to a single. But yeah, remember I talked about a while ago in the power play, if you're Marlow, you don't really want them getting more than 25, let's say, but already up to, what's that, 35 now with the ball to go. So certainly in the box seat. It's theirs to lose now, Farmers. Goes for it, but he crunches it, and it's going to be caught. Now, almost a too many cooks spoil the broth situation. Mian Shahid, now, I'm no lip reader, but I think he's saying, I had that covered. Amri Zaib, he was lurking for a rebound, but it wasn't required. And so, finally, the wicket that Marlow wanted, and they needed something to spark them. It's Tribe that has to go for 26, but another bright start from him after 3 overs. It's 35 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, they've got that breakthrough, and these two did what they sort of did the last time they played. That time round, it was Zach got to 28 or 14 before he went. This time it's 26 of 11. He still will be disappointed. You can understand, when you see the Tribe brothers batting, you can understand why the Farmers like the chase, because the way they go about things is they seem to time it really well. When they're in good nick, they get off to a good start. But this is now going to be the tricky part for them, because they will remember what happened against Marlow last time. So they know that they've got it. This next little partnership is key. I mean, Asa Tribe, he has to stay there and do exactly what he did against Yakul Fu, and that is to keep batting and go all the way unbeaten. And hopefully, this time round, maybe that man Julius Sumaria, who comes in, is going to be able to perform.
He's due.
He's had about four mishaps on the trot.
Julius is due, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, this is kind of how it played out last time. Zach Tribe scored heavily early.
Yeah.
When he got out, Asa Tribe kind of took over. So showing a lot of flexibility, what I'd call gears in his batting, Asa Tribe. Sumaria is there, but he's at the non-strikers end because it's a change of over. First one down leg side will be called a wide. Side Mysom into the bowling lineup. Again, he's another one alongside Gondal. Remember the ECS in Portugal, Gondal and Mysom, they were pretty much untouchable bowling over 7, 8, 9 and 10. I think they know in this game, we can't leave it that late. We've got to put our gun bowlers on earlier.
Yeah, but exactly. So where's Conor Greenshield? If he's not injured, he's got to be bowling here now. You've just got a wicket, so you've now got a new batter that comes in there. You also got a little bit of pressure on the young Asa Tribe. He's got to stay there. You've got to have Greenshields coming on now.
Straight pull, just one here.
Take the single. So, this is going to be important. I mean, you can probably almost sense that Sumaria is thinking, right, this one, I've got to make this one count. You did, remember, start opening the batting before they went with the two Tribe brothers. Gets a nice one to get off the mark with, just rocks back and places out to the man out, sweeping the offside boundary. So gets off the mark with a single. I think the other thing here is, and it was very similar to the last match, he doesn't have to play big shots. That rate is just under 9. So take your singles, look for the bad balls. Played nicely. This is going to be 4 runs. Plays this really well. It's all about getting the ball in the gap, in the right place. And Asa, he's feeling pretty good out there now, and now he's probably just thinking, like you said, Vinny, it's his turn to take charge and responsibility.
Remember when I grew up, everything was about footwork. And look, footwork is important, but also having good hands and a good eye. especially on a surface like this. He doesn't really move his feet or move that back foot across, but what he does do is he hits the ball pretty close to the middle of the bat, and he gets 4. Nice just to sort it out. Similar sort of delivery. This time just chopped down for 1. So there's this offside attack. And we do have 4 on the leg side. So you've got 9 available fielders. When I'm talking about fields, like 5-4 fields and things like that, there's 11 people on your team. 1 is bowling, 1 is behind the stumps as the wicket keeper, and that leaves 9 fielders. So we're talking about how many are on each side of the ground. It's a slow ball, and this one is gone into the jungle. Simmerat, I said he's due, and he times this one nicely. Attempted slow ball from Myson. Pays the penalty, 6 runs.
Yeah, this is a lovely shot. You say into the jungle, it does go into the jungle. Boom, shaka lag gaya, and somebody's got to go in after that. Look, I always talk about the snakes, that part of the ground. David Cooper was telling me, forget the snakes. He said, worry about the scorpions. There are plenty of scorpions there as well.
Yeah, man, it's a pretty good shot, because if you missed it, I think he was probably an LBW candidate. Now, attempted pull, but it wasn't quite there for Simmerat. Yeah, I mean, that shot that he sweeps into the jungle, it's not an easy shot. It's a slow ball, you've got to time it just right. Anyway, halfway, not quite halfway, but after 4 overs, it's 49 for 1. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Fool. And yeah, questioning the chat, saying, you know, Jersey, they do have a lot of native players, and that's a benefit. You know, it's interesting to see. And what do I think about that compared to some of the other teams that have a bit more of a subcontinental feel about their team with their backgrounds? To me, I don't know how you feel, Rico, but to me, I just encourage anyone that's living in Europe to get involved in cricket. It doesn't matter whether you've just moved there or whether you're born there or where you come from at all. The more it's played, the bigger it'll get. Honestly, I think it's great no matter where you come from.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Couldn't put it better myself. It's all about playing cricket and at the same time, not just playing yourself, but encouraging others to play. And I think the more cricket that is played in these European countries, we could be talking about the 30 countries that are being represented here. The more cricket that's being played, the more visible it will be out there, and the more it will attract other players and other people to play. So yeah.
Simmerat, not quite there. The bowling of Sarwar, left arm spinner. And the other thing is Jersey have a bit more of a traditional cricketing history, being so closely tied to the UK, right?
Yeah.
So it's a luxury that some countries don't have. I mean, some countries don't even have nets. They don't really have cricket as known sport. Chop down for 1, I think they'll get there. They do. Yeah, so, I mean, there's challenges of being a European cricketer. Again, no matter what your background, take a country like Romania, for example, where they have to sometimes drive 8 or 9 hours to play a game of cricket, or they don't have pitches, or it's hard to get funding from the government because it's not considered an established sport. It's crunched. And I think this will go for 4. Nice shot by Tribe. And Simmerat's just fighting his way, but Tribe, he's full-throatedly now trying to chase these runs down. The 50's up, and this score is climbing.
Beautiful shot. This is top draw. It really is. We've seen him play the cut shot this time. Look at that. He just waits for it, gets down on one knee, bang. Says, hello to the chakka. Kitcho media photo.
Little careful dab. They have to try and cut off this single. They seem to be getting that one at will at the moment. Fairly safe shot. Yeah, so, I mean, I just like to take a moment to thank all the European cricketers for the sacrifices that they make in what is an amateur pursuit, in time, in money, in family time as well. Reverse is on. I think this one will be okay. End of the over. And it's 56 for 1. So 40 required off the second half for Farmers. But I think it's something that gets overlooked sometimes when people are watching. Yeah. Because, okay, these guys aren't professional cricketers. They don't have the ability, most of them, to have the access to kind of practice facilities and even time. So I just think it's a big effort, and that's why I think it means so much to them if they do win their national championship to be able to come to the ECL. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. So yeah, I mean, yeah, credit to all the cricketers and the players, but also not just the players, but the federations as well, and the volunteers. That's what we forget.
Yeah.
European cricket, yeah, you've got the federations there that work hard, people who volunteer to do a lot of work, and outside of that, like we see around this ground, a lot of volunteers. If it weren't for the dedication and the sacrifices that those people make, European cricket would not be developing the way that it is.
Yeah, I say it's a thankless task, so I'm going to say thank you. Yeah. Let's move on with the second half of this innings, and Gondal has the ball in his hand. They just need to pull something from somewhere. You know what I normally say though, anytime the runs required is still over the balls remaining, fielding side does have a chance. But I suppose the issue here, you've got Asa Tribe who's hit the ball really well today, hasn't been dismissed yet. He scored 63 runs without being dismissed. Samaria, well, he's dangerous. He's not quite in form, you'd say, but he's certainly a very, very capable batter, better than capable. So Farmers will be pretty happy where they're at the present. And now he steps across, and this is a dismissive stroke from Samaria. Well, he's tried it a couple of times, but this one was a smashing sweep. Another one into the jungle. Maximo, 6 to Farmers.
Yeah, look, this is a great shot, but just have a look at his stance. Now, when you're coming into bowl with a batter that's got that stance, well, you already know where you cannot be bowling the ball to him. And he's waiting, the stance is there, and as soon as he's there, one knee goes down, bang, over it goes, big hit. You've got to try and get in to try to cut the ball. I mean, if he plays that ball, dabs it out the third man, it's only a single, that's where you've got to be.
There's an element of premeditation from that stroke from Samaria, who faces up again. This time, well, eventually they'll decide to go. Shahid going to have a ping. Safely home for one. Yeah, so I mean, those sixes, any boundaries really at this stage, make it really tough for Marlowe to work back into the match. Still would mention no green shields with the ball. So still tense times. Remember, the loser of this game, ECL on the field, is over. Well, this is smashed. It's high, and it's not going to carry too far. Shazad's under the ball, and he holds onto it. Well, he's got such a good pair of hands, doesn't he? Najam Shazad. We've seen him do the spectacular. This time, a more regulation effort. Gondal gets the wicket. And, well, can they spark something? That's an important one to get. Both tribes now back in the pavilion. The score, 64 for 2.
Big wicket that. Mr. Tribe will be disappointed. He knows what his job was. Once the wicket of Zach went down, he knows he's got to stay there and see things through. He just gets that shuffle across. I think he does everything right, but he loses his shape. The head goes up in the air, and because it does, he doesn't time the ball properly. And, well, that's an easy catch for a man of the ability of Najam Shazad. Gets the wicket, that gets a breakthrough, and I wonder now if they'll start to apply the pressure. Will that be the signal? Is that what they've been waiting for? Maybe for Conrad Greenshields now to come into the attack.
Yeah, well, I just think it must be some sort of injury concern with Greenshields. But, I mean, yeah, you said he did everything right. Yeah, just the point of impact, I think, is a little bit early. And because he's a little bit early, as we see on the RBS guys, getting ready for their very important match.
Huge
last match of the
it?
day, because basically playing for the double chance on Super Thursday, doing a few of the, what do you call those, sumos. Used to do those in the warm-up.
Yeah, sumos, yeah.
Not too many sumos out there. But yeah, he's a bit early, and that's why the ball goes up in the air. Didn't go that far this time. Chuggy is going to get a look at the ball, a pretty close look. Just watch this one. Gondal just let the ball slip out prior to the delivery stride. So it's nice to get your eye on as a batter, isn't it? He's shaping up to hit it. So, yeah, Chuggy, probably an ideal man to come into this situation and read the game. He's the Jersey national team captain. Edgy one first up, though. Good areas from Gondal. You know, it's funny. I was just chatting to some of the Jersey guys earlier this week, and they said, yeah, look, Finney, we've watched a lot of European cricket. Obviously, we've been watching it intently in the last few weeks, and what they see on social media previously, they say, oh, you know, you see all these bloopers and you see all these different things. They actually didn't realise the standard that it would be. They said, you know, everyone that kind of has a laugh at times, get out there, get in the middle and see what it's like. This one's just one which gets Chuggy off the mark. Yeah, so it's a really interesting observation. They said, you know, these guys, some serious players out there, you see how they hit the ball and their fearless approach, I think is something that I think the Jersey team have admired. As we get to the end of the 6th over, Farmer 65 for 2. So 31 required of the last 4 overs.
Yeah, you're right, and that's basically the sort of vibes that I get from a lot of these sides, is they just can't believe that some of these batters just go out there and from the very first ball start smashing huge big sixes. It's a concept they're not used to, and I can understand it, having played in the UK, having been coached out there as well. You know, batters you go in and you're encouraged to just stroke the ball around, get yourself in, get your eye in. And here, there's none of that. You're encouraged to hit the ball big for 6 straight away.
So here is Mohammed Naveed, who's coming on in over number 7. Important over. Can they push that rate up? Oh, this is a bit too short, and it's going to go the journey. Maximal. 6 runs. Naveed just bangs it in. It's not a particularly good first ball, and Shuggy sends this one out of the ground.
Yeah, well, there's nothing like a delivery like this. If you've just gone out there in the middle, you've got to run to your name. You're not quite fine in the middle. He gets himself into position early, smashes it away, and he's probably thinking, okay, I'm feeling good. I tell you who's not feeling good is the bowler, because all of a sudden Naveed, after bowling that one, is thinking, right, okay, I can't afford to put it there again.
But he does. It's same length, probably a little bit more outside off. Yeah, here's the thing, at the moment, they're going at 115 pace, Farmers, so they have to slow down significantly to mess this up. Couldn't imagine it, but of course, I've seen some epic collapses. I've seen, remember the Helsinki Titans in the Eliminator 1 back in Group A. Uh-oh, that's a hit me ball. But, well, get away with it with just a single. And I've seen, back in Sweden last year, we had a team that I think they needed, it was 13 off the last 3 overs. They were 2 down, 13 off 18. They ended up losing 8 wickets for 4, and they were bowled out with the ball to spare. So I've seen a few things. A couple of wickets go, they can just get the nerves jangling. This one's a wide. Even though he comes at the ball, it is significantly wide.
Well, you just have to have a look at the last over in the first innings of this match.
Yeah.
5 wickets fell in it. I mean, that sums up what could happen at any point.
I think it was actually still a good over for the batting team because they got 13 somehow. This one won't be a wide. He just sneaks inside the line. Also takes up a stance outside the off stump.
Yeah, see, what he won't help himself with is making that early movement, because the umpire's just saying, well, look, the line's going to go with you, even though that was perfectly fine.
Oh, it's a pretty good stop from the keeper to knock this down. My fruit behind the stumps. We'll get a single.
Yeah, it's done well there, Umar. And I think otherwise this is going to go past him to the boundary.
Yeah, and it flew pretty quickly. It's almost like a goalkeeper having to knock it away here. Well, hello to Muhammad Multan Ali in the chat, who says that he is an agriculture officer. Does that make him a farmer's supporter?
Ooh, yeah.
Or is he meant to keep the farmers in line? I don't know. 22 off 20. Short. He's gotten away with a few of these. And he'll get away with this one as well. Just a single. It's really good fielding out there from Said Meissen. Yeah. He's just been a bit too short here for me in that over.
He's got away with a few though.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, concedes 11, so it's 7 overs down. The score is 76 for 2. Coming up, well, very, very important match. Last match of Super Thursday, HBS Krinehout against Punjab Lions Nicosia. So it's been a long day for the Cyprus team from Nicosia because they played in the first game. They'll play the last of the day. And both these teams, identical records. They're 3-3. Neither one of them have been able to knock over Pakai Care so far in a couple of attempts. But the reason this is such an important game is that the winner, they will get the 2 seed tomorrow. That means they get the double chance. It means they can afford to lose a game in the morning but still be in the tournament. The loser of this game, well, it means it's sudden death all the way for them tomorrow. They will actually play the winner of this match in another eliminator tomorrow. So stay tuned for that one, starting in about half an hour's time. Back to the action. Here's Shazad. He's their key bowler to bring back at this stage.
And he's coming on now. I think probably coming on a little bit earlier than he would have liked, but he senses that with 20 required, well 19 now with that single, he needs to get a wicket. And you can see the difference when he comes to the bowl, he's attacking the stumps. That one was pitched up, and the batters have to play straight. You can't go across the line to him. If you do, well, you die sink.
Pretty nice shot. One's the call from Chuggy Pershard. Yeah, the thing is, it's one thing I've observed with the Jersey middle order. It's not kind of the traditional T10 middle order that we see a team like Pakai Care, for example, say traditional T10, which is pretty funny tautology. But what I would say is, get him in at this stage. I think you can rattle him a little bit just because of what's on the line. Out! And so, well, this one gets to Moran, who hits across this. he'll be disappointed with the stroke. He's pretty leg side conscious in this innings. Shazad, they bring back their kingpin to get a wicket, and he does. He gets number 3. And that's also wicket number 3. Farmers 78 for 3. Will this be a wobble in the chase, Rico?
Well, look, this is what I was talking about with Shazad. I said he attacks the stumps. We haven't seen too many bowlers do that. And we know that somewhere he likes to eye up that shot. You see he's playing it there again. He's got that stance. That's what he's looking to do. So if you can get that ball pitched up like that on off stump, you're always going to be in with a chance. And Shazad, he takes a wicket. Can there be a wobble here? They certainly can. But one man who's still there is Chuggy. Chuggy Pershard will probably now sense the need maybe to get onto strike, play a couple of hefty blows and make this match safe. That's all it will take. But, well, a wicket or 2 will make things interesting.
You see, this is where I'd probably gamble bringing the field up a little bit. Just looking at the situation, there's 3 to come in the over. If you can sneak some dots on James Smith, who's coming out at number 5, and you just tighten the equation a bit. At the moment, it's 18 runs required off 15 balls. If you get that to something like 18 off 12, you're pretty happy with where you're at. Oh, gets lucky. And gets extremely lucky because this is going to be a horrendous misfield from Gondal, and it's going to go for 4.
No, you can't afford to do that. I mean, this is just, when you see how many runs are required, well, that 18 goes to 14, and I was saying that's what Charles Pershard will want to do, get to the other end, play a couple of boundaries to bring this match home. This will hurt, and it will hurt for a long time.
Yeah, it will. I mean, shades of last week, where we saw a misfield being very, very costly. That one takes it down to run a ball. Smith, well, I said he got lucky. I didn't even realise when I said it the first time how lucky he'd be as he starts with a fortunate boundary. Shazad with the comeback ball. Now Smith is busy. He's looking for 2 here. They might take this on, and they're going to get it. As long as that doesn't hit. That's really good running because they recognised that the fielder still had some distance to go to pick up the ball, and really good communication created that double for Jersey.
Yeah, excellent. Look how quickly you can see where, once the ball is released, that Chuggy is away, and then he says, let's go again, bud. And a direct hit here would have had him in trouble.
But balance the probabilities. You're probably not going to get a direct hit from side on at about 25, 30 yards. So that takes it under a runner ball. How long can they hang in this game, Marlo? The longer they can, the more that they'll believe. Last ball for Shazad. Attacks the stumps. Smith is up to the task. Gets some bat on it. He'll retain the strike. That's 8 overs down. The score is 85 for 3. 11 runs required off the last 2.
Yeah, it was get a single. So the good thing about that, if there is for Marlow, the champions of Portugal, means that Smith will be the man that has to go back on strike, so they can still continue to attack him.
We had so many wins in the last over.
It's not even on the scale.
Doesn't even fit on the screen. It'd probably go up the top of the screen. 5 wickets in the 10th. Yeah, that worm has a few issues. It's almost like, you know, the fielders now, sometimes they're wearing 3 or 4 hats. That 10th over is wearing 5 hats.
Hey, listen, I found out a little bit more about Ilias. I was talking to Tassos, and he was telling me about Ilias, and he said, do you know, I mean, what his main job is back in Greece is he still delivers fruit and veg.
Right.
And he said one of the things he's consistently doing, if there's any rotten apples, he's just bowling.
He's throwing
just bowling and bowling, yeah. So he says if you're ever in Greece and you get hit by an apple or an orange, you know that Ilias is around somewhere.
A few customers probably lacking an apple or an orange
or
something like that.
The balance, you know, just the balance.
I bet
he puts them in the Kinman.
He's pulling out the marginal ones. Anyway, 9th over. They need something to go their way. And this will be a difficult stop, and it's not going to be stopped.
Did you say difficult stop?
Yeah, I think it was a difficult stop. Shazad had to come a long way. He's just bowled an over, so he's probably puffing. And I think, you know, he should have stopped it, but he didn't. I think it was just the extra distance. Just misses the stumps. I thought for a second the stumps might come to...
If you got a touch on that,
yeah,
it would be another...
Doesn't show you how far he ran. Now only 7 to win. Now they're feeling pretty confident, I think, Farmers. They were too good a team to be down the bottom of the table, weren't they, Rico, when we saw them at one point dead last. We thought it was a matter of time until they click. Now they're within 1 big hit of sending Portugal home and booking their place on finals day. Myson trying to stay alive. Going down leg side by 7 or 8 stumps. They do get a single.
Stumps. matchsticks. I don't think that many stumps.
We don't have enough stumps
Maxi.
to say. Look at this. Yeah, stand by what I said.
What, 7 or 8? Okay.
Depends how they were spaced.
Keep running. I'm liking what Smith's done as he come out here. He's played some nice shots.
Gone. And so Smith tries to end it in style, but it's only the off stump which feels the brunt of that blow from Mysom. And so look, here's a wicket, brings a new batter to the crease. If you're Marlow, you just have to believe that it's possible. We have seen some last overs. I think we haven't seen maidens in the last over. Probably bring the field up. He gets cartwheeled. Good bowling by Mysom. Probably not the best shot from Smith. Yeah. I think had visions of ending this one. That is his innings that's ended, but still nice little mini contribution from him of a dozen. It's 91 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, he's played some nice shots. I was just saying he played nice straight, and then he decides he's not going to play straight to that one. He sees his off stump spectacularly rooted out of the ground. And that's always a nice sight for a bowler. And of course, Saeed will be hoping that he can produce 1 or 2 more of those and get the win. He doesn't want to be sitting on an aeroplane tomorrow. He wants to be playing more matches. He wants to be seeing if Marlow can pull off something sensational first in this match, and then maybe tomorrow. But they've got to be there first. They've got to earn the right. And the only way they can do it is to win this match.
I like this. They brought Mian Shahid into a really short mid-on, trying to save a single. I think this ball, you want to gamble to get a dot, and then you don't mind conceding 1 to Pershad if he takes the strike, and then you Will Pershad I'm talking about, who's new to the crease. I think they really want a dot here. Marlow, they get one.
What good delivery that is.
I think now I probably consider just pushing the field back, and if he gets one, it's fine, and it also increases your chance of stopping a boundary. So, you know, boundary kills you here. 4 ties the game, 6 loses the game for the Portuguese team.
Oh, it's interesting. It looks like we are definitely going to the last here, Vinny.
I think you'd rather have Will Pershad on strike, needing 4, than Chuggy on strike, needing 5. Just eyeballing this one. Last ball of the 9th.
Wild swing. Has to have a swing.
Yeah, had a free shot, didn't he, to go for it. This one has to be stopped. And so they will get the 1. So we're going to the last over. And trust me, that might look easy on the scoreboard, but things in the middle, they're tense, because one of these 2 teams, they're going home. One of them is going to finals day. 4 required at the last over. It's 92 for 4.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, my thoughts on that one. And then I know it's a horrible thing to say about winning Pershad, but if I was Charles there, I would have gone for the second. You're running to the safe end, you go back and strike.
That's true. I think it just flew so fast that he felt, I don't know whether he felt maybe they wouldn't have crossed or something like that. But yeah, I think you're right. It's the kind of heads-up play that, I'm sure the Jersey team, they played a few T10s at home, but not too many. I think we'd probably see other teams probably taking that second, and so we have another striker. Now it looks like Mian Shahid is going to bowl the last over. We haven't seen him bowling, I think, at all. Just the 1 over in the series.
Will the captain be the hero? And well, how close was this to being a dot ball? Because if that was out, that's what it would have been. Oh, this is really close, Vinny.
Yeah, well, it is. And that would have been a real game breaker. More for saving the run than the wicket, right?
He was gone.
Yeah, he was
for
gone.
the run.
So now, any boundary will do it. I think you can still be a little bit defensive, because the 1 doesn't kill you at this stage. They want to go? No, they're not. So it's a dot ball. Ooh. Chuggy. He's had a couple of brain snaps in this tournament, hasn't he? So I wonder what he's thinking out there. 3 or 4, they really should get these. Mian Shahid, what a time for him to come to the bowling crease.
Just keep an eye on this field.
Now this one is going to be game over. It'll be 4 runs, and well, it will be the end of this, and it will be the Farmers that will be able to progress to finals day. And well, commiserations to Marlow of Portugal. They certainly were able to put up a very, very good fight. In the end, I think it was just the start of the game which crippled their ability to put that triple figure score on the board. If they had it, well, maybe the result would have been different. But in the end, it is Farmers CC of Jersey that will be on finals day with those other teams, Pakai Care, RBS, as well as Punjab Lions Nicosia. And now we know that Jersey, well, they'll be represented on finals day.
Yeah, I mean, well done to the Farmers. Well done to the champions of Jersey. That was a winning shot, and goes for 4 runs. And any boundary would have done it. 4 was the one that does. So absolutely splendid for them. And they're celebrating. But look, you gotta, as you see, they're huddled together. It's the champions of Portugal, Marlow. And look, they're going to be disappointed, of course they are, but they've got to take a lot of heart of what they did. Remember, they started badly, but then yesterday they had a fantastic day, didn't they? They got 2 victories, and remember those victories. Remember the style they did it in. They thrashed the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia, bowling them all out for 45, and then in another crunch match, they beat, you could say they thrashed the Farmers as well, bowling them all out. They're the only team that I can remember that have on 2 consecutive matches have bowled out an opposition. So they really will take a lot of heart from this. Just falling those few runs short, look, we knew when they were 14 for 3 in their innings that they were going to struggle. They did still somehow get to a score of 95, but we've always said between 110 and 120 is a par score. They fell short on that, and that's why they fell short. They're getting a good round of applause as they come back, and they deservedly do deserve those, and we will see more often, no doubt. But as we look at these highlights, well, it was the Tribe brothers once more that did all the work early on, and it was Zach Tribe doing the big hitting earlier on, and he did exactly what he did in their earlier match when they had that victory against Yakofu. He scored the runs early, and when he went, well, he was hoping that maybe his brother as a Tribe was going to carry things on. Well, there was a catch that was taken by the captain, Mian Shazad, and getting that breakthrough, you thought, well, maybe here that if we get 1 or 2 earlier one and 1 or 2 more early wickets, we're going to be back in the hunt. Well, Sumer came out, and he did play some nice shots, and we thought, well, maybe he's finally going to come good again. Made a good start to this championship, but that was his shot. That's what he liked doing, putting his foot down and playing those shots away, which is all very fine if the ball is sort of there around middle and leg. But if it's on the off stump, well, you're going to struggle. And one man that was able to expose that was that man there. Well, Najam Shazad seems to do everything. You rely on him to score the runs. He scored 49, and then you rely on him to take the catches, and then you also rely on him to take the wickets, and this was the one. Boom! Chuck the fat there.
Yeah, and I just thought that may give them a glimmer of hope, and they were kind of holding on, but they were on a nice edge, weren't they? The Portuguese team, they just knew that this run of ball pace, it was going to be difficult to defend, especially with fielding like that. Well, there's 2 that, you know, there's 6 runs they would have had back when you consider how deep the game went. And then Smith, well, he was trying to finish things with a bang. The only thing getting banged was the off stump out of the screenshot. Oh, Mian Shahid, well, he took on the responsibility, the captain, probably his last series for Marlow. So maybe that'll be the last time we'll see him in a Marlow shirt. He couldn't pull off the miracle. What a story it would have been. But Farmers, well, they are up and about, and they will be joining the top 3 teams from the round robin stage by way of the eliminators. And look, we've seen teams win from 4th last week and the week before. Well, maybe they could win from 5th. It would be incredible. Now, these are 2 teams we will see on finals day. HBS Krinehout versus Punjab Lions Nicosia. HBS, well, they've won the toss. They're going to bat first. It's a real chance for Visay to go out and make some runs, Rico.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we're talking about Sumer. He's not really got going yet. We thought he's due some. He sort of got going here. Another man who's due some runs is Visay Tobias. He really does have to. I mean, he's got so much talent. I can't quite understand why he hasn't got back to his best, but he's had plenty of opportunities. Maybe, and this is a big maybe, Vinny, maybe somebody like Majinder Singh and maybe even Navjot Singh, maybe they can be elevated higher up the order to just give them some stability, get them a good start, and Visay come in to bat a little bit lower down. Maybe that could be the call they're going to make.
Yeah, it could be something, but I do think he's out and out opener. He can just dominate a game from ball 1. So I think you've got to get him out there. He just has to stick around a bit longer. Maybe he has to be a bit more conservative early on. It's not really his game. Yeah, so you do see now that we have had to say goodbye to Marlow, but certainly really enjoyed them during the week, and I think they had a horrendous start. You think about how far they came. They bowled out for 33 on the first day, and you're thinking, oh dear, what's going to happen here? But we know they're fighters. We know they've had a lot of success domestically, and certainly wishing them all the best. And particularly the captain, Mian Shahid, who he may be retiring after this game. But Mian, we really appreciate all you've done for your club and for cricket in Portugal.
Absolutely.
He's been a great role model, I know, for all the other players in the team.
Yeah.
And he may be handing the baton on. So I'm sure he was thrilled to be a part of this ECL, even if you didn't quite get the results on the field. But obviously the reason that Marlow are here has a lot to do with their captains. So wishing you all the best. So now we know on Super Thursday that we've lost 2 teams. We've lost Yet Corfu, who go out in 6th place in the group. We've lost Marlow now, who effectively will finish in 5th place in the group. And that leaves 4. And coming up that match, well, it's really crucial, isn't it, Rico? Because the double chance is on the line. And in a group that's so even where anything can happen, I think, especially with a potential meeting with Pakai Care on the cards in the morning, that double chance could be very important.
Yeah, it's massive. And I think that's one of the things a lot of people that are watching, I think now, going into Group E, when they've seen the format, they're starting to understand just how important it is, where you finish in the round robin, and how important these matches that the top 3 have today. That double chance is huge.
Yeah, it sure is. Thanks again to all of our viewers from all around the world, particularly those from Jersey, who I think are pretty happy about that. Well, Jersey, they needed to win 5. They need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've done 1, 2, 2 down, 3 to go, but the 3 biggest fish still need to be caught for Jersey if they're going to progress from Group E. Well, I'm going to step out for the last game of the day. I'm going to leave you and Rhino to take you through it, but I'll be watching intently because I want to see who gets this double chance. But from me and everyone at the European Cricket Network, hopefully you can join us shortly at the top of the hour. We will be back with the last game of the day. So back in about 10 minutes. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full on behalf of Corey. And of course, Rhino, who'll be back shortly. We'll see you then for more Bet2BALL European Cricket League. And welcome back to Cartama Oval. The Costa del Sol is the host of ECL 22. And what a cricket extravaganza we've had so far. Almost at the end of week 5, just championship week to come next week. So make sure you join us for that. But we still have to fill in the pieces and find out who will qualify from this Group E. And that's what makes this a pretty important game. It's essentially 2 versus 3 after the round robin stage. It's HBS Krijnhout of the Netherlands taking on Punjab Lions Nicosia of Cyprus. Now the winner of this game, they will get a crucial double chance tomorrow morning, which really could make all the difference in a group that is so even. So let's get over to the toss now with Rob Kemming and the 2 captains.
Your call. Keep us cool. We have a bet. Yeah.
Keeper was the call, but it's been a good day for BET2BALL as it falls that way, and the Dutch, they decide that they want to bat first. Look, didn't really work out for them in the last game, but I think gives another opportunity for Tobias Wiese at the top of the order. We talked a lot about him. He just looks like he could be anything at all, but he's finding a way to get out early at this stage. This is a great opportunity for him to make some runs. Teo Walbra as well, you know, sometimes takes a little while to get going, but looks like a very powerful striker with the ball. Manjinda, I mean, they've got a good batting lineup. They just haven't really clicked so far today, so this is an opportunity for them to get the runs required to secure that double chance. But the men from Cyprus, well, they're led by their captain Gurpratap Singh, and he is a colossus. Again, he finds a way to get out early lately, but when he doesn't, he can go very large. Let's see how he handles the spin of Julian DeMay first up. I think that will be a good battle, but we'll have to wait because the news from playoff 3, it is the Dutch. It's HBS Krijnhout that have won the toss and are batting first. As we go up into the commentary box, let's hand over to Rico Full to take you home today. Let's see who gets this double chance.
Hello and welcome back to the magnificent Cartama Oval. What a lovely sight that is, and you never get tired of that. Well, into the 5th week here, and every time I see that and the surroundings around us here, you just have to take a deep breath and say, I can't believe I'm here and watching this fantastic Champions League of cricket. These teams coming together, 30 national club champions, all fighting for one thing, and that's to make it through the finals week next week, and then on the 18th of March to see if they can be the kings of Europe 144 matches later. Well, this one is an all-important one. It's as simple as this. The winner of this match will get the double chance tomorrow, and if they're not able to get past the likes of Pakakea Badalonas in the first match, again, another chance. It is huge. This is Rico Full, and joining me for this one is my good friend Andrew Ryan.
Rico Full, what an absolute treat to be in the commentary box with you for this final game today. It's the last of the Super 3 games. Should be a good contest. These two have both had the ignominy of losing to Pakai Care during the first part of the day, although both put up spirited performances. This should be a really good contest, and I think, in all honesty, this is a good result for the HBS team, getting to bat first after calling correctly at the giant coin toss. Tobias Wiese been a little bit subdued the last couple of innings when they've been chasing reasonable targets. I think he'll enjoy the freedom of getting to set a target for the Punjab Lions of Nicosia to chase. As usual, we have Tajinder Singh, who's going to open the bowling for the Lions. He's been very good throughout the tournament, both with bat and ball. Opening the bowling, he swings the ball. Capacity to swing it both ways. Enjoy these late afternoon conditions here at Cartama Oval. Rico, I think this is going to be a good one.
It's going to be an exciting match, and I think the one thing everybody's asking is, can Wiese, who's been a bit out of touch, bounce back into form going into finals day tomorrow? White ball to start off with. The umpires for this match is Asad Ali and Joe Foster.
A bit of wide ball, Rico, but Tajinder Singh will be enthused by the amount of away swing he got on that first delivery. It started reasonably wide and was taken even further away, but it's clearly giving him something to work with. He's got a little bit of a helpful breeze.
Tajinder once more. That's well bowled, and that's a bit nippy as well. We're not talking about the weather because it's nice and sunny here this afternoon. That's a good delivery. Get some torque on this, eh, Andrew?
Yeah, he does. It's really good length, actually. He gets a bit of pop off the pitch. He's a very strong upper body Punjab Singh, in fact, matches a couple of bowlers in this Punjab Lions side. His skipper Guri Singh, another similar one, similar body shape, really pushing the ball through to the keeper.
Well, I'm not sure what they're appealing for here. Are they thinking that's a bit of a touch on this?
He must have, I haven't seen a wide signal from the umpire, so it must have flicked his pad. It's coming back a little way, started outside leg stump, but certainly no chance of an LBW.
Yeah, I think it just takes a little, brushes the pad slightly. Wicketkeeper Mazumdar doing well. This is good bowling, good variations. He hasn't bowled the same sort of ball twice, has he? Just keeping the batter guessing.
Well, they went a little bit short of a length, and Visay's missed 2 of those in this over. Normally he's pretty powerful over that offside, not a leg side dominant player necessarily like a lot of the other opening batsmen. Needs to cash in here at some point with his balls outside off stump.
Next contact here, but they've got a man back on the long off position. We'll fill that. 2 men out at the moment. So, like I said, that man that long off, and then you've also got a man patrolling the offside boundary. But they do get a single. Other than the wide, first runs of the bat on the board, and Visay is up and running. And didn't this man tie out that well against Pakai Keir Badalona earlier today? Nice looking shot, and be looking, of course, to stay in that sort of form. He made a fantastic 46 of 27 deliveries. Teo Ulberg.
The technician Rico doesn't lose his shape too often. Takes a while to get into his innings in this T10 format, and a few games he's chewed up some balls at the top of the order, but he was really, really good. Match 3 today.
This one ends up hitting the batter. I'm not sure if he's managed to play this onto himself or totally missed it. But the frustration is starting to show, I think, on Visay. I think he's probably, I mean, I think that's hurt. That's why he's going down here.
He started the tournament on fire. That one's coming big inside edge to a tender area of the Visay body. Great hoot there. 3 for none after the first over. Not often you see Tobias Visay 1 off 5 after the opening exchanges. I'm sure he's got plenty of time to catch up though. Yeah, the Teo Walbros looked composed for his 1 off 1.
Guri starts with a full delivery, and that's a really good stop, I should say. The shot wasn't bad either, but the stop is incredible. He's a big man, isn't he?
Alvinder Singh there, the just backward of point position. It's flayed away, nicely timed shot from Walbro, but big man got down, stopped it well.
Well, he's saved runs there, saved 3. That's what you've got to do in these tough matches. You know what you're playing for. Guri, he's a top performer, and nice to see that the plenty of spectators there in the fan zone enjoying this match. That's nicely struck, but it's in the air, and it's been taken. They've got a wicket, and Guri takes one. And you know who's taking the cash, don't you? Come on, it's our man.
It's your man, Rico. Stone cold. Scotty Austin. Great grab. He actually came sprinting off the boundary. I think that ball was a little bit flatter. As it was, it's almost gone straight into his forehead, but great catch that was travelling at some knots. Visay smashed the cover off it, but huge wicket for the captain, Guri Singh.
Yeah, I mean, this is fantastic. This is what they need to do, don't they? And the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia, the champions of Cyprus, they need to take the big guns out early, and they don't get any bigger than that. And I'm liking it's from Scotty Austin. He does the chuck the foot there as well, when you can see he's spending a lot of time with these boys. He's learning all the signals and the celebrations as well.
Well, probably the biggest story here, I mean, obviously the team that wins this game gets the double chance tomorrow, which is a big thing, but Tobias Visay is now in a bit of a rut with his batting. He looks like he's lost confidence, his timing's a bit out of whack, and when it comes to finals day tomorrow, that's a big problem for Javier Skryhood. Some of their second-tier players have come better across the week, but they need him to fire if they're going to take down likely Pakai Care as a likely finalist tomorrow. So they need him in form.
Yeah, look, you're making a very good point, because when you start to look at the teams going into finals day now, each of those teams, I would say, probably apart from RBS Granite, have got players, big players, that they will rely on who are now finding the form. You can talk about the Farmers, the Tribe brothers there getting their form back. I think Chuggy, Charles Purshard is finding his form here as well. And you can say the same maybe about the Lions. As this one goes out, I mean, Guri's been good. Tajwinder scored good runs for them. The only team that are struggling a little bit, maybe apart from the man who's still out there at the moment, Teo, there's nobody that's been outstanding with the bat.
No, I agree. And actually, probably that man on screen at the moment for the Punjabi Lions, they'd love for him to get a few runs when they come out to bat this afternoon. He's had a couple of misfires in the last few games, but he's doing a good job with the ball. 1 for 1 off 3 balls so far.
Jinder Singh, left-hander, comes out. I mean, he's been one bright light, hasn't he, for RBS. He's bowled very well. I think I can only think of one match where he did get taken apart, but other than that, he's been consistent. He's taken wickets, he's fielded well and taken some key catches as well, and he's made good contributions with the bat too. So these two together, a partnership, could get their team into a good position. Well played.
Yeah, he does worry me a little bit as their number 3, though, Rico. Number 3 batsman in addition to the top 2 most important positions in a T10 squad. He's had a couple of really good innings. I mean, against Pakai Care a couple of days ago, came out and smacked the ball, particularly very strongly to the leg side, but hasn't done it consistently enough. And you come up against the big teams, the likelihood that your opening pair is going to be able to consistently score big runs against good bowling attacks. Juices in likelihood, they need him to step up. Big swing, Guri Singh. Nice length ball, just pops over the top of off stump, but that's an excellent over from the Punjab Lions, Nick Osir, captain. He gets 1 wicket for 3 runs, and that's a pretty good start for the Lions.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of shots, and nice little smile there from Guri. And well, there's a battle of the Singhs out there at the moment. Jinder Singh doing the batting, and Guri Singh getting that one to go through. But a little bit of extra zip pace means it does go over the stumps. Very good first couple of overs. You can see, look here, Pakai Care battling on it. They've won both their matches, so they are going to be playing in that first match tomorrow. But one of these two, who will be joining them? Who is going to get that double chance? And that also means that the other thing is, of course, one of these two teams will be playing Farmers as well. And with Farmers getting better all the time, well, look, you know, you'd like the double chance, wouldn't you?
Certainly would. Farmers feel they're resurgent at the moment as Kumar comes in. Judged wide, a little bit of late movement. The Farmers are a team that feels like they've just worked themselves into this competition. Their bowling has gotten better and better. They started very well against Marlow today. And their batting's just seemingly adjusting at the right time to this T10 format.
Shouts a catch, and well, it was Majinder. He backs up. It's his call, really. I mean, Majinder goes, I think, as the, well, you can see there, Teo saying, I didn't hear you at all. I think if the non-striker's coming your way and saying, yeah, let's go, you've got to go.
Showing the advantage of having third man in the circle too. That wasn't far off being a catch. So far, shots being played, but are going to the fielders. And that's got Austin there. But a key play is going to be, I know we're jumping ahead of ourselves. I still think that I'd love to see him open the batting. I think he's got the technical skill to do it. And maybe have somebody like him with, I think Guri can only probably bat where he does open. He either goes big or he doesn't. I think it's a good little combination to start with. They certainly need to work out that top 3. Too often they've got two of the batsmen who are less capable of hitting as Singh swings it down to. They've gotten stuck in a couple of innings over the last few days, particularly where Guri's gotten early. I agree with you, Regular. I'd probably like to see Scott actually in the floating number 3 position. But if Guri's still there, they can save him down the order. But actually, if the fellow opener, who's a little bit lower strike rate, goes, then they can bring him in. Yeah, good shout. I like that. I mean, not too many. I must say, not too many coaches like to do that. They like to have their
their batting set and say, no matter what happens, this is the order. But yeah, I'm with that. I understand that. But certainly, I would play it pretty tactically, as you say.
Certainly don't need he and Guri together necessarily, but he can provide some impetus as Warburg just drills that to the net coming in from deep cover. He can provide some impetus to the innings where they've tried a few different combinations up the top, and Shamal in particular has just struggled to get his runs ticking over. But at least if he's got an Austin type next to him, it takes a bit of pressure off.
Picture of Julian Domay there, sending us some love. Oh, well, this is the second time that Majinder Singh has played this. He got away with it from Guri, and now he gets away with it with Kumar. And twice, he's lucky not to have his stumps shattered.
Yeah, it's pretty good length from Kumar, and Majinder Singh really does open up those hands when he tries to swing. It's the lovely heart from Julian. Again, great to see. Charming young man. Great to have him at the European Cricket League. And well, it's not the greatest power play start from RBS Crane, who's only 10 runs on the board. Fortunately for them, only 1 wicket down, but after the first 3 overs, that's a really struggling start.
Very struggling, and they're going to go back to Tajwinder Singh, the bowlers, the 4th. Started well, just 3 off his first over, bowled over number 1.
Keep in mind they've got Niro Sawari, who's been very good in the middle overs with his off-spin still to come.
Take the single. Yeah, I think this year at the moment it's all about, well, look, it's worked up until now, and until it doesn't work, we keep it as it is.
Arguably overperformed in this tournament, the Punjab Lions. We're not going to go messing with the structures too much, but I think it's actually in the end been this bowling unit that has probably helped them ride this run all the way through to Super Thursday in the top 3.
One's played out to the man. Third. This time he's outside the power play, goes on the line, and he's able to stop that. Interesting though, if he was inside the line, was that a catch?
Possibly. It might have been flying over his head for 4 as well, but as you well know, Rico, I'm a big proponent of keeping the third man up as much as possible and having your defensive fielders in front of the wicket.
Just keeps it inside. The batter has a long look at the umpire.
Probably a good call from the umpire. A little bit of late outswing. Warburg bat flashing wide of off stump. It's a pretty good piece of bowling.
I think that's well bowled. I think he just managed to sneak that inside. A little bit of late movement, but not too much.
Probably the perfect ball in T10 cricket. One goes the opposite way, speared in at the toes. Warburg adjusts. Flicks it around for a single. Oh, they're going to take 2. That one, there's going to be a run out. Suicidal stuff and a great recovery.
Oh, look at this bat. Where is his bat gone? Oh, look, this is not intentional. So calm down, Rob Kemin. He's trying to hit himself on his pads with it, and the bat has taken off. Well, the bat has got wings. Well, unfortunately, the batter didn't have wings because he gets himself run out. He's well short. Well, this is just criminal. When you're under pressure, I mean, look, there was a misfield, but it was only a matter of yards away from him. They decide to go, and Warburg does not get there. And the wicketkeeper, Mazumdar, is absolutely delighted.
Well, what do you think is the worst piece of play there, Rico? The fact that they've taken an unnecessary second and run out their remaining premier batsman, or the fact that he's tried to smack himself in the pad and has lost control of the willow?
That is just... yeah, look, what's the thinking now? I mean, is that just the pressure of the low score?
I think it's probably Teo Warburg thinking they're behind the rate badly at the moment, and he needs to find a way to manufacture runs and preferably get himself back on strike. But with him back in the pavilion, this is an uphill task for Crane, who their bowling attack is going to have to come out firing on all cylinders if they're going to defend what looks to be a fairly mediocre total. But there's still 6 overs and a ball to go. So one advantage, they've still got some pills left to work with.
Yeah, I mean, one man that always seems to sort of get them out of a hole is Ferdy Vink. He's out there now.
I like the field placings though. They've got both the straight men very straight. Vink loves to the ball almost straight over the top of the stumps down to the boundary. It's good captaincy. It's the end of the 4th over. RBS 14-4-2. The end of the 4th.
Yeah, it's certainly in a lot of trouble. I mean, I'm just trying to think at the top of my head of some of the power plays we've had. This certainly, I think, is probably the lowest that we've had.
Yep, lowest that we've had, but been very disciplined bowling from the Punjabi Lions, actually. It's been some poor shot selection, some obviously poor selection running between the wickets as well, Rico, but at the end of the day, actually, the Punjab Lions have continued to be a really effective new ball team.
They've impressed all the time in the field. They're one team that I think have taken probably 100% of the catches. I still, off memory, can't think of one that they've put down, and their bowling has been pretty good as well. I think they've done a lot of work, and I think their coach, Richard Cox, I mean, he's done a marvellous job with the boys, especially when they're out there in the field. I mean, they do rely really heavily, don't they, on the likes of Guri or Tajwinder with the bat. They rely on one of those two to click. I mean, we've been talking to see this one played out, but it's to Guri, and Guri, well, that's his spot, isn't it? Not too many go past him there, and we know that he takes some sensational catches in that position as well. But yeah, going back to the batting, we were talking about the likes of maybe Scott Austin could go up the order, just changing things slightly for them. But in terms of the fielding and the bowling, they've been great.
Yeah, there's going to be a chance here. Guri coming around. Big man makes excellent ground and takes a good catch. He's been wonderful in that shortish cover position. And well, 30 Vink, who's rescued the innings for Cranhood on a couple of occasions this week. He's now heading back to the pavilion. Another big wicket and another product of really consistent bowling. Sushil Kumar just hitting a pretty good length, just on or outside, off stump, digging the ball in the pitch. Hard to get away, and Vink on his way back.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a big unit, isn't he, Guri? And he knows it. We have a bit of a laugh about him. And they, well, quite a few times I hear them say, Chalo Motu, well done, Motu. So, well, Motu got going. He fired up the motor and he got there. I said he takes some great catches. And that's another one for a big man. He's moved really quickly to get there.
In fairness to Guri, he's a solid man, but he's got very light feet. We've seen some great agility from him in that short cover position where he's taken a couple of great catches, got a good set of hands. He's an inspirational leader for this Punjabi Lions team. They really have got themselves in the box seat for position number 2 from the Super 3 today.
Soft hands, and well, one batter wants it. It's Navjit Singh. Well, he will get it now. That's maybe the first bit of sloppiness, really. And the wicket keeper, Mazumdar, saying, no, it's not my fault. That didn't have to be thrown in that way. Maybe he didn't, but it's nice to see the energy from the Lions here, from the champions of Cyprus. They want more wickets.
And it's always a tough one in these T10 games where you got the field so spread with 5 fielders on the boundary. It doesn't allow you a huge amount in the inner ring to actually back up on those short, sharp throws from the infield. Batsman always alert for the possibility of a second when the throw comes in.
So the Crows, RBS crying out, they're in a bit of bother and just waiting for, looks like it's Majinder just to sort himself out. 2 Singhs out there now, and plenty Singhs in the field as well.
It's time to start referring to players exclusively by their first name.
You have to,
here, Rico.
I think we're going to see, well, unless Kumar sends one of them back here. Gets a good bit of this, and it does go all the way over. So Majinder, he has tried this shot a few times, but this time he doesn't miss it. He nails it, and he finds the Smurf out there. He's got a good arm.
Well, he's got some moves. The young chap who's just fielded that one. Good to see he's just taking in the waters after a hard day's work, but still work to do for Harvey S. Cranhood, and Jinder Singh, well, he's helped the title along.
Goes for another one, but this will be a chance. And fielder makes no mistake. That's going to be Taranjit for sure, because there's only 2 men that patrol that boundary, Taranjit Singh and Tajwinder Singh. So we're going to see Batter Singh being caught by Singh, and he does hit one out of the ground, but then he needs to make his way out of the ground. Majinder Singh goes. He scored 9 of 8 deliveries. It's 6 and out for him.
Couldn't work out whether you were commenting there, Rico, or recreating the old Travis song of sing, sing, sing. Amazing stuff, but some amazing stuff on the cricket field as well. Nicely pouched by Taranjit Singh. He's been pretty good in the field over this Group E week of games. And Najinder, he's dismissed for 9 off 8. 1-6 punctuating his innings, which had a few dot balls, and yet another big bat goes back to the pavilion. RBS Cryan hit 22 for 4 with only 1 ball left in the 5th over. This is really going downhill fast, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, they just need a bit of sensible batting. And you see Najinder, he only had one thing in his mind, and he connected with, or was successful with 1 out of 4 of those shots. 2 just missed the stumps. 1 did go to the boundary. That was fielded by the Smurf. And the next one was caught by Taranjit. It's a good start, right on the money. The diving effort from the fielder in close. I still like that. I think that's in this, the way this situation is, I think it's worth having the fielder in there close, keeping the pressure on. Scott Austin is that man at the moment.
It's the end of the 5th over. Rico, RBS Cryan hit 23 for 4. That is a sorry looking batting card. 1-7-9-1, all back in the pavilion, and probably their 4 major bats. Certainly DeMay, who's just come out to join Navjit Singh at the wicket. He's shown some good quality shots, particularly strong throughout the offside, but these two have got a mountain of work to do to get them back in the game.
Certainly have. Susio Kumar well bowled from him. Takes 2 for 13 in his spell. And the man who took the catch, it looks like Taranjit is going to come on to bowl now. This is well played again. Sort of half stopped by the fielder. They will probably look for 2. A little bit hesitant to go, but Julian DeMay makes and covers the ground pretty well.
He's got those long loping legs. Doesn't take him too many strides to get back down the wicket. Certainly better judgment on that one than the previous fumble a few overs ago, which led to the demise of Teo Walborough.
It's not a good shot, and I think DeMay knows it as well. He's got to do. He said, "Look, what a difficult situation though, because halfway through the innings, there's hardly any runs on the board. 4 wickets down. I mean, that's a batter now. You're sort of in 2 minds with every ball that comes your way. Oh, this is a good take, and he's got to go. Yeah, I mean, DeMay, he stands there. He doesn't want to go. He waits for the umpire to give the signal, and the umpire has no hesitation. Joe Foster, what a good catch this is from Raman Mazumdar.
Yeah, excellent keeping. That didn't bounce too much. Taranjit Singh not getting some of the carry that his bowlers and the rest of the Punjab Lions team do. Keeper probably should be up a step or more, but in the end takes a very good grab, Mazumdar, and that is the 5th wicket down. Julian DeMay almost replicating the shot from the previous ball, but this time getting a little tickle. Outside edge straight to the keeper. Good reward for Taranjit Singh.
That is a really, really good catch. It's the way that he makes sure not only does he get the hand underneath, stops the ball rolling out, sort of protects it, doesn't he, with that glove. That is fantastic. So Julian DeMay, he goes. It's going to be another unhappy batter that has to depart. Is somebody going to give some fight here, or are they just all going to come and go the way we've seen at the moment?
Well, someone needs to step up for RBS, and they need to step up very quickly. This game is quickly getting away from them. Ahmed's come out to join Navjit Singh. Navjit Singh, he's having a great time. 1 for 2 off 3 deliveries so far. Bowls pretty well, actually. Very accurate. Tries to just find a length. Doesn't come through at express pace.
Yeah, he's one of those teasing bowlers, isn't he, Andrew? Well, he's not got much of a run-up, so he gets back to his mark pretty quickly and comes back at you. But he's always thereabout. Doesn't bowl too many bad deliveries. And what I like about him is he makes you play at everyone.
Yeah, he doesn't give the ball a massive amount of hoop, but just enough movement to catch the outside edge or get the bat. That's got through to the keeper. This time he puts it down. Probably a much more difficult chance. That flew off the top edge, but Mazumdar probably thought he's entitled to take that. That would have had them 6 wickets down and on the road to nowhere.
Well, this one, you see he's diving to his right. It's gained pretty quickly. It's at an awkward height, but I think he does the hard work. I think by getting there, he'll be disappointed. I think he would have loved that just to have stayed in the gloves.
Gee, that's a really good over from Taranjit Singh. Only the one wicket, but beat the bat on a number of occasions, just kept an excellent length, and showing that in this T10 game there is a lot to be said for just putting the ball just at the top of off stump with a little bit of movement. It's not incredibly creative, but if the batsmen aren't getting you away, then continue pursuing that line. His figures look great, as do some of his teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Tajwinder, no wickets, but only gives 7 runs away. But you can see those other figures, they're absolutely marvellous. I mean, a wicket, 1 wicket for 3 runs for Guri. He'll come back. And Susil Kumar, 2 for 13. And then Taranjit only picks a wicket there and only concedes 4 runs. Absolutely brilliant. Everything going their way at the moment. Time to spin, and this will be a boundary. And the first ball maybe just a little bit short from Tiwari. And, well, maybe this is the over that things can start to happen for Harbias Crying-Out.
It's an interesting one, Rick. I've been hugely impressed with Tiwari so far in this tournament. In fact, it's arguable that Tajwinder Singh has been the best bowler for the Punjab Lions, but they've been so effective with the medium pace. I just wonder whether or not it might have been worth just sticking with that for another over or two. That's one might like the look of the spinner.
This one's to the fielder. That's better line. That's when Tiwari has been most effective. Just niggling away outside the off stump.
Yeah, it gives the ball a nice bit of flight. There's a few bowlers here this week who could take note of how much air he gives it. A bit of mixture of pace.
And well, this one's gone up in the air as well. And well, it goes after and over the photographer for the European Cricket Network. Well, that's Diana Horace. Well, she doesn't get flustered by anything, just stands her ground and says, I'm safe. And she got a nice shot of this one. Good shot, this. It's all about taking on the bowler. And well, at the moment, it seems that they're quite liking the slow stuff.
Yeah, hands on hips in the Punjab Lions. They're not used to seeing Tiwari have this sort of punishment dished out. 10 runs already off his first 3 balls. Umpire just signalling that we've got a new pill being thrown out to him.
Tiwari, can he come back with a good one? Goes for the quicker one. Bangs it in the deck, and well, he's going to have to be quick here. Oh, well, it wasn't the best of throws, and it'll end up being overthrows, so it'll get 2, and the dust is still blowing around. That was going to be close. It was a better throw.
Yeah, it wasn't a great throw at all, Rico. Tiwari did the right thing. He actually scooted back to the stumps pretty quickly. Man coming in for a mid-wicket. He had to press, but picked it up one-handed. All he needed was a clean throw straight to the chest of Tiwari, and that was probably a sure thing.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. That's the old dry dust up in the air. It's starting to settle now. So there was that opportunity. Well, what does Tiwari do here now? I mean, he's tried the shorter one. He's got 2 deliveries to go, still in the over. The umpire's just waiting for the non-striker to be ready. Here we go. Short again, and this time it's going to be 4 more. And this over has been expensive. It's been exactly what Harbias Crying-Out have needed. And it's not what Tiwari, what we're used to seeing from Tiwari, to be honest.
No, he's dropped short on a couple of occasions. I think probably a little bit put off by the fact that he got whipped over to the mid-wicket boundary early in the over. Just dropped a little bit short, and sensible batting though from Singh. Just stepped back in his crease, waited for the ball to sit up, put it away.
And now he get himself on strike. So that's clever. So Singh's done well. Tiwari's gone for 17 off his over. And it's exactly what was required. The score moves on to 44, 5 wickets down. But that is 7 overs down. I suspect that Tiwari may not be given another straight away. They'll probably go back. It looks like that Guri, the captain, is probably thinking, I'll come back. Oh, well, this is what we're coming up tomorrow. What are your thoughts on this, Andrew?
Whoa, well, that qualifier one, whichever team wins this game, they get to face Pakai Kerrigan, who are still rampaging their way through this group. But probably the big first game is that match 22, the eliminator.
Yeah.
3. And whichever one of these sides manages to make it through, I think the Farmers will provide stiff resistance. They're getting some momentum over the last couple of games, feel like they're adapting to this format. Wouldn't be surprised for them to sneak through that eliminator.
a really nice shot. Fielder coming across, and well, can't do anything about it. It's a delightful shot from Navjit Singh. And we know that he can bat, and when Navjit was there with Majinda, I did say then, well, look, both of these have batted well together before. We've seen them put a good partnership together. It was a losing battle, really, against Pakakea Badalona when they did, but they showed they can bat, and he's shown it again here now. He's played some nice shots off Tiwari, the spinner, and plays a beautiful cut shot there. Going down the ground, so I think this would be what the champions of Cyprus would have wanted, just to get the single. Now they can have a go at Al Ahmed.
Interesting to note from the earlier game, game 3, Rico, that they're probably in a slightly better position than this, but they managed to take 45 off the last 3 overs to give themselves a reasonable target to defend. And if they get anywhere close to that again, get the score up to 90, be in a much better position.
Well, can Guri get there? Oh, he can't. Well, he's done pretty well and he's managed to get to most, but this one just eluded him. You see, he had to get going quickly, gets off balance, and it just falls short of him. Sort of half an opportunity there.
Yeah, Guri's probably lucky he didn't bowl that to one of the top order batsmen, just a half tracker, and would have been pumped over the boundary if any of the top order was still in. As it is, Ahmed's just popped it up. Unfortunately, Guri couldn't complete the catch.
Yeah, he certainly wouldn't want to be repeating that delivery to maybe Navjit Singh, who's played some nice shots at the moment. Slower delivery. Oh, well, this one was hit really hard. And, well, we've seen one umpire having to take evasive action. This time is the turn of Joe Foster. He says, I'm all right. Well, he breathes a sigh of relief when he gets up. This was motoring.
Showed a fair bit of athleticism to get out of the way. It's good agility. If he was at Crufts, I think he'd be leading the agility section. That was a great bit of work.
Yeah, nice to see he got his best side on camera as well. Joe Foster, our man in black. You can see they put themselves in the firing line sometimes. And wicket. And Guri does get the breakthrough. And it's not the one that they want. It's Ahmed. I think that has to go here. But still, it's another wicket, and that means that it's a new batter that has to come. And they just basically break that little partnership that was being put together, though most of the runs did come off the bat of Navjit Singh, who's still there.
Yeah, question whether Ahmed probably just needed to try to rotate the strike. I know they haven't got a huge amount of balls left, but Navjit Singh's been finding the boundary with ease in recent times. Maybe he just needed to turn it over, just get the one, get Navjit back on strike. But as it is, he's back in the pavilion. He's the 6th wicket down. Javier Kreinhout, 51 for 6 with a ball to go in the 8th.
Yeah, Tiwari there. He makes up, sort of semi-makes up for that expensive over, taking the catch for his captain. But Ahmed goes for 2 of 4. That was that slower delivery from Guri. So Guri, well bowled from him.
It's been another solid bowling performance from the Punjab Lions, and barring some late hitting, they'll have put themselves very much in the position to win this final game of the Super 3 on Super Thursday.
Decent, new batter. Placed his pretty well. I think if they keep this to 1, they'll be very happy, and they do, because it means that that's the end of the over, and Mason will have to be the batter on strike. I just wonder whether the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia here, for this first ball at least, will have the field pretty tight to try and stop that single.
Yeah, it's probably a good tactical move, Rico, as we see the worm. Bit of an elevation, courtesy of those couple of thrashed boundaries off the bat of Navjit Singh. But that last wicket has just taken away a little bit of the impetus, but I think that's a good call, Rico, actually shifting the men in and just saying to the new batsman, Reece Mason, just have a hit over the top and see how you go, see if they can squeeze a few dots out of him.
A few concerned looks there, not surprisingly. The dugout, this one's will be called a wide. It's not the best of starts.
Taranjit Singh bowled an excellent first over. They've switched into a very heavy offside field. Not a single man inside the circle in front of the wicket on the leg side. But he's just managed to punt one down the leg side. Couldn't have been part of his plan.
Slices it past the bowler, but we get the one, the single. And this is now where the battle resumes. Once more, it's going to be the battle of the Singhs. Navjit Singh, the batter, 25 not out. Off just 11 deliveries, and Taranjit Singh, the bowler. Oh, this is a beautiful shot. Oh, that is absolutely marvellous. Balle, 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 balle. How nice is that? Beautiful timing, executes this marvellously.
Sweet, sweet timing, Rico. He sort of opened up his body, was really looking for that area backward of square, and he's hit that so nicely.
What a shot that is. Well, that will give Taranjit Singh something to think about. Well, it was liked by Mason as well. Oh, nice. And this one will be more. I think it may go all the way. No, just 4 runs. And, well, I think Guri there, he's having a good chat with the bowler and saying, what are you doing, man? What are you doing?
What are you doing? They've started leaking runs heavily in these last 3. 17 came off the Tiwari over, the 7th, and then 8 from Singh last over. Now there's already maybe 12 off this, and add another one to that with the wide. This is, I wouldn't say it's falling apart for the Lions, but they're certainly just leaving the door ajar for Harvey S to get back into this contest.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is big. There's 6 more. Gea, 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 Shaka, Lagya, Kinna, Sona. And, well, Navjit Singh, he's not in the mood to be taking on any nonsense. He's in the mood to hit it big. Well, the rest of his players were eating whatever they do in Netherlands. He was eating his aloo prontas because he's hitting it big. And he goes for another one, but this one will be a chance. Good luck. It goes a long way up in the air, but the catch is taken. Really good hands from Vikram Verma. And they do get the dangerous Navjit Singh. But what an important knock it was from him.
Wow, that was actually a pretty ordinary ball from Singh. Full toss, and after what he'd done the previous couple of deliveries, expected Navjit Singh to deposit that over the cow corner boundary as it was. May have just got a little bit thin on the bat, and it's a good catch from Verma. That one sat in the air for a long time. Really will be disappointed with himself. He was in such a good rhythm with 3 boundaries already this over, but that's a pretty big wicket in the context of this game.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was the only credit you can give to the bowler there. After being hit all over the place, he was running out of options, got the slower ball in. I mean, sometimes they do say that the slow full toss, as long as it's straight, can get you a wicket. Well, it does get him a wicket, and a big wicket. Look, getting him out there with what have we got, 8 balls to go, whatever it is, could be a difference of 20 to 25 runs, you know, the way he was hitting it.
Yeah, absolutely, Rico. They were probably on target. If he dispatched that for 6, they were probably on target for 90-odd. Whereas now, with the 2 new batsmen at the crease, it's a bit more of an uphill total, though Bondyke's given that a fair swipe. Come out at number 9 and just said to the skipper, get me up that order. That's a wonderful strike.
Yeah, it's a lovely strike from Bondyke, and what an expensive over that turns out to be. And, well, that is good, because that basically means that the score now, I mean, you mentioned it, at a few boundaries, if they could get anywhere near the 90, they've got a score on the board they can defend, and that one, well, it takes them to 75, 7 wickets down, 6 balls to come.
Yeah, for a side that we've mentioned on commentary, they're probably a little bit weak in the middle order. Actually, both this game and the last game, it's been that middle order that has stepped up in a big way, and that analysis of their late order hitting, last 3 overs, 17, 8 and 23. So that's 48 off the last 3 overs. Let's see what they can do off the final 6 balls.
The game with spin. The game with Tiwari here.
Oh, it's gutsy stuff, Rico.
Oh, this certainly is. Just having a... It's hit pretty well. This will go all the way, will it? Oh, yeah, 1 bounce. 4. And... lovely shot, and they just keep piling on the runs here. What a recovery this is, because all of a sudden from nowhere they've given themselves a score. Now I was thinking to myself, has Tejwinder bowled his second? I don't think he has.
I think he has, and they've gone back to the spin of Singh. Tell you what, I think that's a captaincy area there. They've got that long on, very straight for an off spinner. He should have really been more close to the position where that boundary was hit last ball. Good throw to the keeper. Diving effort. I think he's safe unless that bat's popped up. Keeper does well. An excellent throw coming from the outfield.
Yeah, really good throw. I think the keeper just had if he was closer to the stumps, I think it would have been pretty close. We'll see it again. Does the bat plug? think you see he's pretty far away and then gets the dive in. I think the dive gets him home.
Yeah, good to see a dive being put in. It's an underutilised tactic running between the wickets. Boy, hasn't Scott Austin got a rocket for an arm. That was a great throw to the keeper. Yeah, bat cleanly on the ground, no popping up whatsoever. He's safely home. Mason back on strike.
Goes for another one, slices it up, and it will fall safely. They'll go again. Direct hit, and it could be out. Well, he goes for the keeper's end. Good running here. They really just have a look where this score was at one point. I mean, at 6 overs, the end of 6 overs, it was 27 for 5.
Yeah, they've recovered brilliantly, RBS Crane. If only they could get more impetus coming from their top order, they'd be putting some pretty good scores on. As it is, they'll have something to defend here. Well, it's a no ball off the pitch. What an error. Poor Tawari. He's seen the batsman start to move over to off stump. Didn't want to get himself taken over mid-wicket and pushed it wide, but that's a cardinal sin. Final over, free hit.
Not going to get the boundary, but they're going to keep running here. It's going to be a good pick-up. Oh, there you go. You see, that's all the pressure that's being created by these two batters. They're running hard. They're making 2 out of each one. And I think the fielder running in here is thinking, they're going to go 2, they're going to go 2. I've got to pick it up and get it in. And that pressure creates that little misfield, and they make the 2 easily.
Yeah, when you get the fielder coming in from the boundary, if you can keep the ball within the 30-metre circle, whether it's mistimed or not, it's always a chance for a 2.
In the air, and he's gone for the catch. Well, I thought that was brave. It was also a little bit risky, because if it went past him, it would have been the boundary. He's does really well in the end to stop this.
Yeah, but they're scrapping together 2s almost every ball, and when you add it to that 4 off the first delivery and also the no ball for the ball off the pitch, this has been a pretty good conclusion to the innings here from Harvey S. Crane. They are now up to 88 with still 1 ball left.
Nicely played. And let's go again, of course. Here's the throw. If he can control it, it should be a straightforward run out. He does well, the keeper. And the score will finish on 89, so it will be 90. That is the target. That's sensational. That basically means that in 4 overs, they've scored about 62 runs. That's sensational, really, from RBS. They needed something to happen. It was Navjit Singh that provided it, as we just see the replay of that final run out. What a turnaround that is, and they've somehow managed to get themselves back in this match.
Yeah, and it should be a good contest, actually. It feels like that score of around 90 is still a decently hard chase, particularly if they can get Guri Singh early and put a bit of pressure on the middle order of the Punjab Lions. This could be a really interesting contest, but full credit to RBS. They were staring down the barrel of an awful total at one stage, and those remaining overs, they have just absolutely unleashed. We'll go back from counting from the 10 backwards, 14, 23, 8, 17. Amazing finish.
Yeah, it's amazing finish. I mean, you have a look, they ran and ran really well. As you saw there, it was just like 2, 2, then it was the no ball, 1, 2, and 2. The final one finished with the 1 with the wicket. But the only thing I'd like to go back to is if we have a look at what Bodendijk, 1 ball, 4 runs. I'm just wondering whether those 2s you were taking, that you just say, look, we're going to just take the 1 here because you can hit it and hit it pretty well. And maybe Bodendijk could have delivered you with a few boundaries.
Yeah, possibly, but they've gotten 14 runs off that last over. I think they'll be happy with that. Up until that point, though, the last few overs, it was all Punjab Lions. The skipper, Guri Singh, he bowled well and also came up with yet another catch. It seems to be, as we've said before, almost a gravitational pull towards him in the field. He's had plenty of snares in that cover position, but it was really the lower order hitting of Harvey S. Cranhood that propelled them to such a good score, and in particular, after DeMay went, Navjit Singh just took over.
Yeah, have a look at this coming up here, though. This is a massive moment. I don't know if we've got in the highlight. I think we should have. No, we haven't. I mean, what it was the drop catch. Navjot was dropped on 1 by Mazumdar with that snick on the offside. And, of course, he's the one who then, piled on the pressure. All of these runs were coming from him. And Sanju, he ended up with 41 of just 15 deliveries. He could have gone for 1, and that would have been a completely different scorecard. And well, if Joe Foster wasn't as agile as he was, that could have been a completely different result to that bit of action. But there was a wicket there once more from Guri. They were concerned. They needed something to happen. Well, this man, he was launching them and hitting them big. That one, well, that almost went up to the moon and back. Some really good shots. Tiwari was under pressure, and he was being taken to the cleaners. The only bowler really too, I think when we have a look at the bowling figures, we'll see that I was very surprised that we didn't see Tajwinder Singh come back into attack.
Yeah, he's been their best bowler so far in the tournament, Rico. Unusual, unless he's carrying a little bit of an injury. Bowled a pretty reasonable first over. Actually, no, he did actually get through his 2. Bowled them out reasonably early. So
bowled him early, that's what it was. So they had to bowl him, Tiwari, and they tried to do it. Well, they went with him in the 7th. It was expensive. And then, well, they had no option. They had to try him in the last. And though he didn't get hit, as you said, pumped for too many boundaries, the running was good from the batters. But look, the other thing here is, look, I mean, if you were to speak to Guri before the start of this match and say, right, you're going to need 90 to win, he's going to say, yeah, let's take it.
Yeah, Guri can do this in 4 overs if he gets going.
He's going to say, yeah, we'll do that.
Either way, that scorecard is very, very bottom heavy for RBS. Nothing much coming from the top order, but punctuated by Navjit Singh, who played a superb individual innings, 41 off 15, a couple of low order giving him support. As far as the bowling analysis goes, the openers, Tejwinder and Guri, 2 overs for 7, 2 overs for 11, and with the 2 wickets for Guri Singh. Sushil Kumar and Taranjit Singh also did a pretty good job, although Taranjit much more difficult for him in his 2nd over. And surprise packet, 31 off the 2 overs from the off spinner, who has up until this point been a very effective bowler from them.
Yeah, I mean, that man Adam tells you a story. That's where all the runs came, didn't they, towards the end? As I said, 63 coming in the last 4 overs. There were 27 for 5 after 6. And yeah, I mean, it started with Tiwari's 1 over. That was really expensive. It was 17. Then Guri came back and just quieted things up a little bit. Just going for 8 for picking up the wicket. But then Taranjit Singh, his 2nd over went for 23.
Yeah, it was a shame for the young man. He bowled well up until that point. But as it is, it's created a better contest for ourselves and plenty of viewers around the world, whether you're watching on the ECN channel on YouTube or one of our many broadcast partners. This should be a cracking chase coming up. We're at the mid-innings point of the Game 5 contest between RBS Cranhit and the Punjab Lions of Nick Asia. We'll be back with the Punjab Lions innings in just a matter of moments, so please come and join myself, Andrew Ryan and Rico Fall for the 2nd half of this game.
Hello and welcome back to the final innings of the day, and what an important one it is. These two teams, the champions of the Netherlands, RBS, crying out, taking on the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia, the champions of Cyprus. And well, what they're playing for is to finish second in this mini table of the top 3 teams, and in doing so, giving themselves the double chance of making it through into the final tomorrow. But it means that the loser will have a difficult match against a team that's coming good form, the Farmers. So it's probably a match you want to try and avoid. This man here, Guri, he's so big, even his cap doesn't fit his head properly. Built like a tank, and if he gets going, he hits the ball far. But opening up, the man on the striker's end is Tiwari. Didn't have the best of times with the ball today. Normally, he's probably their most productive bowler. Can he make up for it with the bat? Julian DeMay is going to start. So spin to start against the big hitting Punjabi Lions of Nicosia. They seem to play one way. They just attack from the word go. This is going to be interesting. The target is 90. Played out to the offside, Rika Full. And joining me, we are, of course, the Good Time crew. It's myself, Vinny, Corey, and on this occasion, it's Rhino. Andrew Ryan, welcome.
It's nothing but good times, Rico. And plenty of good times ahead for both of these two teams. We'll definitely see them both tomorrow, fighting for position in this particular game. As just outside off stump, and it's just pulled straight down the wicket for a single by Tiwari. Just having a look at Guri, the skipper there. He almost looks like a cartoon character away with that cap just barely sitting on the top of his head. He's been known to not wander out with the helmet this week, including against one particularly fiery Pakai Care opening bowler, but probably a bit less risk against Julian DeMay.
One thing I noticed about Guri, he plays this one well. He's just effortless, isn't it? And we know he's got the power, and he's just showing here that he's got some good timing and placement as well. 4 runs, the first boundary, the first of many. Guri will be hoping. He does push his cap on properly. There he goes. That's a nice shot, dangerous shot though. That's pretty close to the stumps.
Dangerous, admittedly. I think that's the first time I've ever seen Guri not try to hit a ball for 6.
Mate. Short, it's up and over, and this one is going to be 4 more. Not a good delivery from DeMay, a little bit too short. I'm just wondering whether he's trying to tempt Guri to come out of his crease and try and get Vise involved in the stumping. He does come out, but he thumps it pretty hard as well. The one thing I noticed about Guri when I was in Cyprus is that he's got this little thing where he gives his bat a little kiss before he gets ready for the next ball. Keep an eye on him. This one will just be a single as he gets to the other end. Bit lucky, gets the edge.
Well, he's in serious mode now, Guri, isn't he? He's actually affixed the hat properly to his head. No messing around after those first couple of 4s.
Oh, fingertips from Julian DeMay. Tiwari gets a single. This is hit pretty hard, and then just wanted to make sure that Guri realises that if you don't hurry up, going to have a go. Have a look at this first. It's hit pretty hard. I thought I heard that hit something. It doesn't catch his fingers at all. Certainly was the sound. It's the end of the over. And the score is 11 without loss. Good start from the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia.
Yeah, honours probably even after that first over. Probably not Julian DeMay's tidiest over. A little bit up and down with his lengths, but he's got a tough job, the left-arm orthodox. Bowls almost in every game the first over. Only got the defensive fielders outside the circle in 2 positions. It's not an easy thing, but he's made a very, very good fist of that role. One he performed for the Netherlands at times also in the ECC last year, as you see imagine just seeing the other left armour come on to take the second over.
That's a nicely played shot, beautiful timing. And this one, well, it's exquisite stuff really. It's top draw, and it's 4 runs.
Yeah, there's a few openers around the place that could learn from what the Punjab Lions doing at the moment. That outfield's still very, very fast. You manage to beat the infield, it's almost certainly going to be a boundary.
Good effort from the fielder, but still ends up being 4, Majinda. And this time it's put down. Can you believe that? I can't. I mean, RBS crying out, they set themselves high standards, and something like this, well, make a note of it in the book for sure. Something like that you got to take. That's a big let off this. Tiwari gets a little luck.
Not going to get too many easier catches down there at the, it's almost a slightly whitish fine leg. One goes down the leg side. You say can't pouch it cleanly, but tough start from Majinda Singh. Goes 4, then a dropped catch, and then a leg side wide.
I'm just wondering if he does take this cleanly. It could have been maybe a stumping opportunity. Keep an eye on it. Yeah, it was.
Gee, that's good hands from Visay. Not a great ball from Majinda. He's getting a fair bit of movement. The wind's helping him. It's helping his in-swinger back into the right-hander. It's a great take from Visay, but he's got to get his radar back.
Yeah, good take, standing up. And you're right, at least the swing will encourage Majinda. Down the ground, and it will be Delmay that does the fielding once again, attacking the end that Guru's going to. It's the second time you've seen Julian Delmay saying to Guru, hurry up, because otherwise I'm darting it at you.
The skipper on us. Man who loves to have a nibble for a 2.
Once more, will he have another go at these stumps? He probably will. No, this time he says, okay, I've done my job. I've got you running now. I'll leave you alone for a bit.
Well, aside from Demay down here at long on, who's been engaged a couple of times, we've also got Teo Warber in his normal position out of the deep mid-wicket boundary, so leg side heavy field.
And they're going upstairs here. It's good, quick hands from Visay.
First look, didn't seem like he'd lifted that back foot, but it'll be an interesting one to see from the side-on angle. Maybe that is closer than we first thought. That's certainly going to give us the clearer view. Certainly lifts that foot. Can he? Oh, he's got the bat back down, so the foot wasn't necessary. Pretty good job. Got a good bit of dexterity, get the willow behind the line, so the foot wasn't moving back in time.
Yeah, and he does well to keep the bat down as well. That's the other thing. Oh, well, it was a Gundy ball, and the Gundy ball gets put away. He goes all the way. Says Carreras.
An ordinary finish to the over from Majinda Singh, and tell you what, he's probably a bit lucky that he didn't end up with a no ball for a waist-high full toss. Just dropped down enough towards the end, and umpire's giving him the benefit of the doubt, but well put away from Tiwari, who was struggling to get his run rate moving this morning, but he started pretty well. Boundaries on both sides of the wicket.
Yeah, you see there Majinda shaking his head. He knows that that was a bad finish. One thing that these guys are taught religiously is you finish your overs well, and that was not the way to finish your over.
Not at all, Rico. He's gone for 14, and a great start for Cranhood. 25 for none on the board. Guri's taken a big swipe. I think that back foot might have lifted up. It'll be a case of whether or not he can get it back down. This is Vink who's come on to bowl the 3rd over. Change-ups are probably a good matchup for him against Guri.
Oh, this is going to be really close.
Needing a slow motion replay here, Rico. This is really tight.
There was a legal delivery aside, yeah? Thank you.
That is probably just safely the big boot of Guri Singh. Fabulous camera work from the European Cricket Network crew. Your thoughts, Rico? You think he's safely in?
He's just in. Just slides that foot back there. Just past the line he's in. That's extra work from Spring Productions as well. This time just drops the bat on it, deciding not to take the single, probably because he's sort of leaning back, isn't he? He hasn't really got any forward momentum going to take the single on. There's that little kiss on the bat again.
I suspect we'll have the Vink boys for the next 3.5 overs, or these 4 consecutive overs if Guri's still in. Goes wide, but their change-ups against a guy who likes to plant his weight forward and take big swings. I think this is a really key period for RBS.
Yeah, I mean, it's all a question of, isn't it? Just, I mean, he leaves that one go. That's good from Guri, but how patient will he stay? Well, not too patient. This one, it just drops, and he's unable to control it. But Guri, well, he does decide now, and a good throw, and he's in trouble. It just takes a little bit too long for me, the fielder. I don't think he realises that they're taking the second. I think Guri sells him a dummy. He has a quick look, I think, and he doesn't think Guri's going. And Guri decides, yeah, we will go here. He decides late and does get back.
A lackadaisical stuff from Teo Warborough, who's generally excellent in the field. Disappointed with his effort.
Slower, and this is the chance, and that's the one they wanted. And pace off, that's what Vink was doing here, just teasing him. He knew that he wouldn't be able to resist. He wanted to take the big shot on, and they've got Guri. It was an interesting innings from him, really. It was almost like he was deliberately trying to be patient. He knew that he hasn't had a good knock in a while. He wanted to stay there. He wanted to do his job. A good bit of movement and swing there. Not able to get enough power in. Catch taken, important wicket.
Really important wicket, Rico. And my concern for the Punjab Lions skipper now is that a couple of teams have worked him out. Talked early in the over that he was going to face a barrage of Vink slower balls over the ensuing overs. As it is, he's departed with just popping that one up to the man who was on the corner of the 30-metre circle. That was a good piece of bowling from Vink, and well, I suspect that Guri Singh's probably going to face a barrage of off-speed balls for the remainder of this tournament. It's up to him to adapt.
Yeah, he's going to be quite disappointed, and to get out in that way, that's a soft dismissal from somebody who's normally a very powerful hitter. It's the wicketkeeper Mazumdar that comes out now, and you saw there on your screen, Guri Singh scores 12 of just 8 deliveries.
Still got them off to a reasonable start though. Punjab Lions 28 for 1, 2 balls left in the third.
This is cautiously, and you can see here now there's a different batter. Freddie Vink goes back to the more orthodox type of bowling that he bowls. A bit more pace on the ball.
I'm not sure I've seen him bowl 2 on-base balls in a row in the entire tournament, so let's see what he comes up with to finish off this third over.
Just floats this one up, and they're taking him on. Good throw, he could be in trouble. And, well, he goes straight away, calls it early, and gets there, gets home. Good running, good hustle.
Yeah, good cricket all round. Reece Mason coming in. Chance of he may have had a direct hit to get the run out, but otherwise good running from Tawari. He was steaming through to try to get the single that'll bring Mazumdar back on strike. The Punjab Lions end up as 29 for 1 after the power play. Pretty reasonable position, but quite an even game at the moment, Rico.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Vink just bowled a really good over there. Gets the wicket, the key wicket of Guri, only conceding 4 runs. And that's what the other bowlers have to do. They have to learn from that. Got to get that variation in. It's one thing that, I mean, watching that over from Vink, it was very similar to the sort of overs that Piers Fletcher was bowling last week, VOC. This one's in the air, and well, I was going to say one man who doesn't drop him is that man, Julian DeMay. Well, it does pop out a little bit out of his hands, but he has the control, takes the catch, and that's the wicket that they wanted. It's another one, and maybe here now, RBS crying out, we'll be thinking, yep, okay, we're in him now, because Mazumdar, he doesn't last too long as he makes his way back.
Well, it's Vink followed by Vink. That wasn't a great ball from Stefan. It was a full toss straight into Mazumdar's hitting zone. Unfortunately, he's found the man who's cool as a cucumber, although much taller than one, standing out there on that long on boundary, Julian DeMay. He's beautifully relaxed and balanced as he patrols that boundary. It's a really, really good catch. And second batsman back in the pavilion, Punjab Lions, 29 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to sometimes be smart. And this is the one thing we've seen huge improvements from the Punjab Lions and Nicosia when they're in the field and with the bat, when they're in the field and with the ball. But with the batting, they're still making some little mistakes. I mean, that shot, do you need to take it on? Yeah, it was there for the hitting. But you've got to put those away when you get the bad deliveries. And, well, you picked out one man who hasn't dropped a catch yet, and he's by far the leading catcher in this BET2BALL European Cricket League already. And there's still more matches to go. Swing and a miss. And, this is now time for another man who bats very similar to his captain guru, is Tajwinder Singh.
He's been in really good form with the bat the last 2 days. Wasn't the most elegant shot he's just playing. In fact, I think actually the change-ups of the Vink boys will be quite a challenge for Tajwinder. He likes the ball coming on.
Hits this very hard, but very well dealt with as well from the fielder. And you can see how he gets down low, make sure, Teo, that this is not going to get past him.
Yeah, excellent. It's great fielding pair they have out here at long on and mid-wicket. Rico, DeMay and Walborough.
In the air, soft dismissal. And, well, Tiwari, he can't believe he's done that. I'm not sure really what he's looking at. He's probably just standing there thinking, have I just done this? Well, yes, you have. And, well, what he's done, he's got the tails up now of the champions from the Netherlands. They'll believe in themselves now that they can go on and defend this score.
Well, losing 3 wickets in pretty quick succession. Started nicely with 25 off the first 2 overs, but the Vink boys, Stefan now with 2 wickets, only 1 run to his account. That was a pretty ordinary delivery, to be honest, but yeah, just managed to get very thin bit of bat and pops it up and easily taken by Mason standing there in the backward point position. So Niraj Tiwari back on his way to the Players Pavilion. He's out for 13 off 9. Lions now 30 for 3.
Yeah, and gets to that point where, I mean, this is one thing that I say a lot of times. This man, I mean, I do feel a little for Austin. Scott Austin here who comes out now, because he always tends to come out in a position when all of the big guns have gone and they're not sort of saying to him, right, go on, over to you now. And he's saying, yeah, thanks, boys. What are you giving me? I still believe he's got to be higher up in the order.
Rico, I've got to stop you there.
Go on.
I think you've just made a major boo-boo.
What have I done?
He needs to be referred to as Stone Cold Scott Austin. Under ECN rules, it is now required.
Is that right?
Is that no? Well,
get the memo. What's happened there?
Well, according to Vinny, Mr. Maximo, Papa Smurf, Sandhu, I think that is one of the requirements now, and you know, I'm happy to go along with it as he just punches one for a single as DeMay comes in from long on.
Man, there'll be no punching for singles from his partner. And because that's what he likes to do, he likes to go with big balle, kinna sona, kinna badda shaka.
Well, your commentary teed that up almost as much as that on-speed ball from Vink teed up a launch pad for Tajwinder Singh. That is probably one of the biggest sixes we've seen all week. The camera twisting around, hasn't even been able to keep up with it. That's a mighty blow.
Thunderous blow, isn't it? And it keeps going, and it probably still is going. What a lovely shot. Well, it's going to be, this is an interesting finish. I think this partnership is going to be the key.
Absolutely, and if Tajwinder Singh's out there for another 3 to 4 overs, Rico, they will go through a lot of this remaining target. He is a brutal hitter, and as we've seen with that last ball, that carried the boundary by a good 40-odd metres.
Yeah, this has been called a no ball, and the bowler is asking the question. He said, what's this a no ball for?
We'll wait for the replay. Poor Adil Ahmed. He's had a challenging time. Looks like it's been called as a waist high full toss. It's actually a nicely flighted leg spinner. Fortunately, doesn't turn and gets around the back of Tajwinder Singh, so it's still going to be the free hit.
Yeah, it's a wide delivery, so free hit stays. Oh, this could be important here. And this will be another wide, so it's still going to be a free hit. I don't think it's got the memo here, the bowler. I mean, even if he gets him stumped, he won't be out.
I don't mind that offside wide, though. I'd much rather him throw it out there rather than give him something on the stumps to smoke.
And he smokes this! And that has gone a long way. Que grande, que guay. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es Seis Carreras.
He's absolutely annihilated that ball, Rico. We're going to have to see if it's still in one piece. It might need some remedial medical treatment. Look at this. That has gone off his bat like a cannon. I don't even know if we've got people around that part of the field to go and collect. That's a gigantic strike. He's going to go again. That's gutsy bowling from Ahmed. He's tossed it up. Fortunately got this one a little bit wider off stump and a little bit of leg spin. Gutsy stuff from Ahmed after he's been pumped.
Edge and gets lucky. And, well, maybe it's going to be Tajinder Singh's day here at the moment. Well, it's certainly been a day of the big hitting Singhs. Certainly this match has. And we've got Navjit Singh. He produced a marvellous knock of 41 of 15 deliveries to get his team into a position of getting to the score of 89. Now it's Tajinder who looks to be doing the same for his team. And he's got, well, for the moment, I think that man there, Austin, is just playing the support role. You can see he's talking to Tajinder all the time, saying, look, you know, don't throw your wicket away. Me and you can see this victory home.
Yeah, Stone Cold heating up.
Oh, this one, you can't believe he's missed it. And lucky for him. Yeah, there you go. He's saying, think. Sorch ke khel. Wasn't the best of shots.
Well, Tajwinder's lucky that one spun a little bit, taking it past the off stump. Final ball for Ahmed this over.
Gone big once more, and I think the little silence there is a bit of amazement from a lot of people, including us here, because when he hits it, it stays hit. That's another big one.
Rico, it's the end of the over. Punjabi Lions 55 for 3 after 5. Is that a bat in his hand, or is it a Big Bertha driver? Those 3 sixes he's hit have been absolutely enormous strikes.
Huge. And we said that he's very similar in his style and technique to Guri. And that's why if you get to Gurpratap Singh there, Guri, as he's known, the captain, early, you've still got somebody like this man to come. Once good running, but is it? Oh, a direct hit, and he would have been in trouble. And that's the last thing that you need. You don't want him being run out.
Certainly don't. Not the way he's striking it at the moment.
Well, this one, I think if this hits, he would have gone. And there's good try here also in the keeper. You see, he's just trying to see that bat is plugging on the line. Hits it hard, but Warburg will stop it. Just a single.
Well, he's completely lost his shape on that shot. He's mistimed it, and yet he still cracked it out to the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Just at the non-striker's end here now. I think this is sometimes a good thing for him to get there and just he's able to compose his thoughts. Nicely played. Good effort from Tajinder there inside the 30-yard circle, trying to stop it. Not able to, but he's got support behind him. Evenly poised this match, and just keep an eye on that rate that's required as well. It has come down because of those big hits from Tajinder. It's around 7.
Probably got their noses in front, the Lions.
That was an interesting one. A bit of the helicopter about that one.
It's like watching a younger Mohammad Shahzad just whip the wrists around. It's being ably supported by Stone Cold. Steve Austin at the moment. He's not trying to hit big, just making sure that Tajinder can keep his rhythm and strike as much as possible, though he has punched that. That's a beautiful cricket shot down the ground. Stone Cold is starting to warm up. It's like someone's put him in the warming oven, just turned the temperature, and he's decided, oh, Tajinder, you're not going to have all the fun.
This is a delightful shot, isn't it? It's it's what you say, a pucker shot. 4 runs.
Is pucker shot the polar opposite of a Gundi ball?
No. Pucker's a way of saying nice, isn't it? Pucker.
Yeah, pucker is in good. As in it's the polar opposite of a Gundi.
Oh, the opposite.
Yeah. Opposite ends of the spectrum.
Opposite ends, you're right. End of the over. Where are we at here? So 63. 3 wickets down. So these two putting a nice recovery together. Very similar, I suppose, to RBS. RBS were 14 for 3 at one point.
See the bowling figures. Probably needed to keep the two Vinks on instead of bringing Ahmed. Oh, that was the over in which they really lost a bit of control. Let's Vink back on. Tejwinder, big swing. Tejwinder and Guri, probably reasonably similar batsmen. Well, Tejwinder's certainly had more success in the last 2 days, but the off-speed balls from the Vink brothers are the ones that they've struggled the most with. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Julian DeMay come back into the bowling attack next over.
Yeah, this is a big over from the captain, isn't it? Freddie Vink. And, very similar. This is almost like that over number 3 when Freddie Vink was bowling to Guri. Same sort of thing, same thing happening. Guri is not Guri. This time it's Tejwinder. He wants to get hold of it, but you just get the feeling that if he doesn't get his feet into play here, he's not going to get the power in the shot. Majinder Singh could be in the action pretty soon. Oh, well, how about this? He just shuffles across and smashes it over square leg. What a hit. Que guay, que grande, increíble, que fuerte está, hombre. 6 carreras más.
Incredible, very much so, Rico. Credit to Tejwinder. He had a couple of fairly unattractive swings on the first 2 balls, but he sat and waited for that. Saw it was yet another off-speed ball and put it away.
And he's gone for the line here. Called wide.
Tight call. Well taken for Tobias Vise behind the stumps. Yeah, that's a good call from the umpire. It's always hard to read when you've got the keeper right up to the stumps. You can see the plane going through all the way to the gloveman. Not a bad ball though from Vink. Keeping
no,
away
you
from
know
the
what he's
leg.
tried to do. Slower one. He's hit this pretty well. There is a sweeper out there, so it will be 1. Won't mind that. I think this is the important thing. I think as long as he gets a boundary and gets a single, gets to the other end, he's got time then once again, like I say, just to compose himself. And Austin, he wants to be in the strike as well. Don't want him getting cold at the other end. He's not getting cold, he's getting hot, he's getting spicy. This is big, it's 6 more. And Austin's turn to say, well, I've hit a 4. Now, umpire, I'm going to make you put him up like you just don't care. 6 carreras más.
Stone Cold has suddenly got steaming hot. A 4 and now a 6 in this over. He's found the center of his bat on a couple of occasions. He's ready to rock and roll.
Nice shot. I love the way he gets that bat to come down. He's got good shape, he's got good balance, good technique, and that's the end of another over. And well, we've said this before, it's theirs to lose now, isn't it? The way they are here, and this is what we've got coming up on finals day tomorrow.
Wow, I can't believe we've come to finals day already. It's gone so quickly. First match, Pack I Care up against the winner of this contest. You'd have to say it's probably looking like the Punjab Lions. It's going to be a Royal Rumble to start off tomorrow, and then next up, Farmers against the loser of this contest, and that's going to be a great match. Farmers have really got some momentum today.
Yeah, they have, and they've got key players coming into form at the right time. Pershards and the Tribe brothers as well. It's going to be an exciting match. But, well, they've got to see this home from here now. And goes for the big hit. I still just get the feeling that, I think both these batters are set. They've got to see this home here. I think if they lose quick wickets here, 2 quick wickets, and I think that RBS will think they're back in it.
Yeah, it's a good move to bring DeMay on. It's the last throw of the dice from RBS.
It's well hit, and they've got some work to do here, and they do. Just get the single, but they won't mind that at the moment. You have a look at that rate. It's singles will do it easy.
I think DeMay's got to take a risk here. He's trying to hustle through Tejwinder, throw it up, see if he can get a top edge.
Well, Tejwinder hits this big balle, balle, balle. Kinna, sona, kinna, badda, shaka. Well, I've said this before and I say it again. This is all about aloo parantas. You have to have your aloo parantas. Forget your cereals in the morning. Have your aloo parantas and hit it big, hit it hard, hit it strong.
Well, he could have thrown it up, or he could bowl one short of a length that's flat and just get pumped 20 metres over the boundary line. Excellent batting from Tejwinder.
And this time he goes on leg side, trying to get, oh, that is remarkable fielding. That is absolutely brilliant. And I think that's Navjit Singh who makes a fantastic stop. Now they've got a smile on his face, and you need to smile about things like this because this is great. That is what we call sexy cricket.
Well, hasn't he had a brilliant game, Navjit Singh? He'll probably be on the losing end with only requiring 2 runs from 13 balls. The run rate's not a problem at the moment, but he has been exemplary for RBS.
And it'll be at least 1. And Austin is disappointed. He wanted to finish it with just that 1 shot. But look, all the players of the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia on their feet. They can't wait to applaud and roar when these winning runs are scored. It's been a marvellous effort from them. I mean, they've had to come back strong, haven't they? They haven't always had things go their own way.
Well, they've set it up with their bowling lineup too, Rico. Remember, RBS Crichton only managed to put that score on the board by scoring 45 in the last 3 overs. Up until then, it was a really big uphill battle for them. So Punjab Lions, on the assumption they will score the 1 run required off these final 12 balls, will be a well-deserved victory.
And that'll do it. And he's done in style. And yeah, he's loving it. Mr. Cool, maybe we call him. Yes, Scott Austin gets the winning runs. What a marvellous knock for him. And I keep saying it all the time that I still think he's got to be a batter that they've got to think about going up the order. But the argument will be from Guru, well, look, we had him when we needed him. We needed something to steady the ship and be there and keep the big man, Tejinder Singh, calm. And Austin has done it. Those two have batted really well. It's been a fantastic partnership. And this is a great victory for the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia. So it is the champions of Cyprus that will be playing Pak Ike Babalona in the first match tomorrow. And that also means that RBS Crichton will have the difficult match against the Farmers.
Yeah, they'll be pretty disappointed, RBS. They would have expected to have one of the top 2 spots from the Super 3 today. Really pushed Pak Ike this morning with a disciplined bowling performance, but in the end, the batsmen just haven't been able to score enough runs or quickly enough, and been found out in this second contest. And for the Punjab Lions, that is a club-defining victory. They have put themselves in the box seat to qualify for the final tomorrow. Even if they go down to Pak Ike in the first match in the morning, they'll be back for match 3 to try to qualify through for the final. It's going to be a challenging day for them, but they are well set up, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, listen to the ovation that these two will get. A 63-run partnership, which brings and gets them home. And well batted to Tejinder Singh and Guru. Yeah, he's got a nice smile on his face. He knows that his boys have delivered. And that's always a nice thing, isn't it, for a captain? When you don't perhaps have your best day, but you're still winning, well, you know that you're going to do some good things in other matches to come your way.
Yeah, absolutely. And they haven't had to rely on Guru's batting in the last probably 3 matches. He was a little bit better today. He hit a couple of 4s early on in his innings before he was ultimately dismissed. But one would have said a couple of days ago that if he didn't fire, the Punjab Lions might have been in a bit of trouble. As it is, they've found some solidity in that middle order. And you've mentioned Stone Cold Steve Austin a number of times. I want to call out Tejwinder Singh. His batting has come along in this tournament and is just consistent for a man who is going so hard at the ball. Probably the middle overs when the Vink boys were operating their collection of slow balls, that was when you thought RBS really had a chance. 3 quick wickets in the that middle stages, Rico.
Yeah, they were quick wickets. Then this man, I mean, just look how big he's hitting him. I mean, that wasn't the biggest. There was a couple that he hit straight. That just went a long, long way. And what I liked about that partnership there was, I think when you got somebody like Tejwinder who hits the ball so well, but look, what about that shot there also from Scott Austin? Don't forget about that. He's saying, well, I can hit him pretty well as well. But that was a 4. He hit a pretty good 6 as well, Austin. But yeah, what he did, he kept Tejwinder's mind in the game. He didn't let him get to a point where he was trying to smack every ball. That one was big. What a hit that was.
A love to pick up that bat that Tejwinder's got. It is an absolute beast. And those 3 sixes he hit in the middle overs were absolute monsters. Some of the most brutal hitting we've seen all week.
Yeah, but Andrew, it's all right having his bat. You've got to have those arms as well. Look at those. There's some muscles there. There's some, or as we would say, there's some laddus in those arms, because they hit the ball really big. Well, this is what's coming up tomorrow, so we can fill in the missing blanks now there. So the qualifier 1, so the teams that will have the second bite at the cherry, if you like, will be Pakai Care, Atalanta. They are unbeaten at the moment. That's not going to be an easy match for the Punjabi Lions and Nicosia. But you know what? If one of those big batters get going, anything is possible. And then the eliminator, which is going to be match number 22, Farmers, they're on a high, but RBS, Hideout, I think, is that 4 on the spin that they've lost?
I think you could be right, Rico. Pretty poor end of the group stage for them.
Yeah, they've lost, because don't forget, they had that loss earlier to Pakake Badalona today, and I think they had 2 defeats as well before that. So yeah, I think they lost 4 on the spin. So you've got 2 teams in different form. One, Farmers, the champions of Jersey, they're on a high, but RBS, they're on a low. So we have a look at those bowling figures. Well, there was like you said, it was the Vink brothers that were doing the job. They picked up the 3 wickets. They bowled intelligently, but the others, they went the distance.
Yeah, I really think that they probably tactically lost this when they brought Adil Ahmed on to bowl after the 2 Vink boys had come on and bowled a really, really good couple of overs, got them back in the game, got big hitter Guri Singh back in the pavilion. Leg spinner came on, had a challenging over earlier in the day when he was left with the 9th to try to keep his team in the game against Pakai Care. Couldn't do the job then. Got absolutely pumped, and then all of a sudden the momentum was all with the Lions.
Yeah, it certainly were. So once again, congratulations to the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia, the champions of Cyprus. And they've continued the sort of good form that they've shown. They do, I mean, we keep talking about their fielding. The fielding has been sensational, and their bowling. The bowling's been really good. We saw that again here today. I think only Tiwari, who's normally the better bowlers, went for a few. But their batting, well, if their batting starts sorting itself out, maybe they just rejig a couple of those batting positions. They could be the dark horses. They could be the team that's done what Brescia have done already and what Albazami have done, the champions for Sweden.
So, turn around to you, Rico. Pakai Care, the favourites at the moment.
Yeah.
If you're their skipper, who do you least want to play in the final?
Yeah, I think if you're the captain of Pakai Care and you're looking at these teams at the moment, I think you're going to have a look at what's happening and say, you know what? The team that could turn it on the day is the team we just saw now, the Punjabi Lions.
Yeah, I'd agree, and they've probably got the most depth in their bowling line. They really probably don't have a weak link. We saw Tiwari struggle a little bit today with his off-spin, but it's probably the first time he's really taken some tap in the tournament. But the medium pacers, particularly the big burly boys at the front, Tejwinder Singh and Guri Singh, they've been excellent for the majority of the tournament, and most of the top orders just haven't been able to get on top of them. And Pakai Care, I think they'll have a tough gig trying to dispatch them with the same regularity they have most of the other bowling squads.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing, all right, let's have a look. I mean, Pakai Care, of course, they've been in fantastic form. The champions of Spain, the team from Barcelona, they played really well, played good cricket. We've seen them bowl well, of course. I mean, when you got the likes of Mohamed Kamran and Mohamed Baba that opened the batting, Sakinder Ali with the spin option. And then I think one man we don't talk a lot about is their captain as well, Ahmed. I mean, Shiraz Ahmed, he's been in great form. He showed a little bit of his talent with the bat. Where their weakness for me is in the field. I don't think that they're the fittest, and so I think that these long days, these 2 matches, that was going to catch up with them. They may feel a little bit lethargic tomorrow. I think we've seen them drop catches, whereas I think a team like the Punjab Lions of Nicosia, I mean, they've just improved all the time in the field. Farmers as well are very good in the field. And sometimes you always say that it's the all-round game that you need to look at. You could be good in 2 of the 3 disciplines, so the batting and the bowling, but if you let yourself down in the fielding, when it comes to the crunch games, the big matches, if you're not on form in one of those 3 elements, then it's going to be very difficult for you to go all the way. And that's one thing that I think Pakai Badalona need to work on.
Yeah, I agree. And I think in terms of the Punjab Lions as well, as they've shown over the last couple of days, it's actually their middle order that is the most threatening part of their batting lineup at the moment. Guru Singh starting to struggle as the teams have worked out how to bowl off-speed balls to him or maybe give him some spin early on in the innings. But actually, they've got the back end that can really hit the ball well. And for Pack Eye Care, they're used to dismantling teams who have got a strong top order and then getting in against the more fragile middle order. It's turned around a little bit with Punjab Lions.
Absolutely. Okay, we talked about those two teams, but what about the eliminator we've got coming up? I mean, out of those two teams, the Farmers and RBS kind out, which one of those teams do you see could also pose problems if they get their game right?
I think one thing that Farmers do have, actually both of those two teams do have, is good technical batsmen at the top of the order. So in terms of trying to subdue the threat of Mohammad Kamran with the opening ball and also Mohammad Babar, both of them are actually probably well set up to do it. My fear is that actually RBS Crichton are in a mental rut. They've lost a bunch of games on the trot. Their top order just feels all over the place. Tayo Walborough was good in the opening game today, but Tobias Visay, who started the tournament, absolutely on fire. Couldn't hit a ball other than off the middle of the bat and was smoking some of the best shots we've seen in the entire European Cricket League so far. He has just lost his form, he's lost his timing, he doesn't seem to have the same rhythm, same balance as the crease. He needs to have a good snooze tonight and get back to some of that day one form.
Yeah, it has to be focused. I mean, you have to say the Farmers, we've seen the Tri brothers, Zach and Asa, they batted really well. I think Charles Pershad, Chuggy, he's getting to his best with the ball and with the bat. So you've got some good players there as well. And it'd be interesting, they've got some, it's a good problem to have selection issues. Do you stick with Palmer? Do you go with the bowling of Joel as well? Who's bowled really well, 45 years old, but he's getting wickets for you. It's a nice problem to have. But I think they've got fitness on their side as well, so they look set to go into tomorrow fit and on a high. But yeah, I mean, RBS kind out. They've got a day makes a lot of difference. You know, if they can get their mind in gear here, if the coach can get behind them, if they can lift themselves up. And, well, they're the sort of team that I think that if they come out tomorrow and have a good game against Farmers and they're on a high and the likes of Tobias gets himself into form and he's scoring runs again and they've got that feel-good factor again and the confidence, then I think they'll probably think to themselves, well, the way we are now, there's no reason why we can't go all the way. And maybe, and if it is going to be Pack Eye Care, we'll go on and beat them. They're the team. They certainly have everything it takes tactically to do it.
Yeah, if we get Super Tobias Visay tomorrow, there's absolutely no reason that RBS Crichton can't take up this title. If he continues to stutter, I wouldn't be surprised to see Farmers take that first game. The two Tribes boys really found their form, and I feel like the bowling lineup's just adapting to this T10 format a little bit more. They were all a little bit samey, all a little bit decent length bowling in the first couple of days this week. You can see as they've gone further, and actually the experience of Richardson has come to the fore. He's just changing it up a little bit. His left armers give them some variety, which they haven't had in the rest of the bowling attack. The younger guys have started to learn a few tricks. They look more threatening than they did in the first couple of days.
They certainly do. Well, there's plenty for us to continue to talk about, but I think really the proof is going to be in the pudding tomorrow. Which team comes out the stronger, which players perform. It's going to be an exciting finals day coming up tomorrow. Don't miss it. And for now, well, it really is our opportunity from myself, Andrew, and also from Corey and Vinny to say thank you all very much for your support. Thank you to everybody that's been on the YouTube chat and wherever you've been listening from around the world. You are a global cricket family, and well, we love your support. And you are the best viewers, as you know, that we have the best audience for cricket around the world. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League. It's the Champions League of Cricket, and tomorrow is finals day. Which team is going to join the other teams, the likes of Tunbridge Wells, Brigade, Brescia, and also Al-Azami next week in finals week? Well, you will find out tomorrow. It's going to be a big day of cricket, a big day of action. Well, we're going to leave you with some fantastic highlights. So until tomorrow, we're going to see you again with more exciting action coming from here, the Cartama Oval.